Okay. Uh, okay, we are on. So, welcome everybody. This is our second talk of track one, Attack Emulation with Atomic Red Team. Our presenter is Carrie Roberts. Her slides are currently linked in track one chat if you want to follow along. And otherwise, I'm going to get out of the way and let her present. Thanks, Carrie.
Awesome. Thanks, Mav. And welcome to this exciting topic of attack emulation. It's a hot topic nowadays. We're going to talk about the value of attack emulation and how we can use the Atomic Red Team tool to make that happen. I am just clicking this button. I am Carrie Roberts. I have a background in PC, mobile, and web development. I became interested in information security when my web application miserably failed a penetration test or a security audit for reasons like SQL injection and cross-site scripting. I had never even heard of those things before back in 2010. That inspired me to go explore this world of information security. And I sought out some training from SANS and fell in love with the idea of being an ethical hacker and being paid to break things instead of make them work. That seemed easier. So I got into that. It's been a lot of fun. I stayed on the offensive security side for a long time. Recently changed to the defensive side for the blue team for Walmart and enjoying that greatly and learning a ton. I am one of the Atomic Red Team maintainers and developers, and I also teach adversary emulation classes. So when it comes to depending our organizations, there's a lot of moving parts that have to work together. And I have it represented here on the right as a chain of events or things that have to be in place and working. And if one of those links is broke, it's oversimplified here, but just as an example, if one of those links breaks, then we aren't protecting our environment. So in order to validate that all the chain links are functioning, we can emulate attacks and continuously validate that our detections are functioning, all the moving parts are there and working. We can guarantee that that detection we wrote a year ago is still working today and working tomorrow. We can also emulate attacks to quantitatively compare security products. So in those colored circles down there, we may have product A detecting some things, product B detecting some other things with some overlap with A, and we find that product C is just gonna give us overlap with what we already have covered with A and B. So we could potentially identify that product C isn't needed and save those resources. Attack emulation isn't a replacement for a red team or a pen test. It's complementary. Red team and attack emulation are friends. They recognize each has strengths and weaknesses. For example, when it comes to running 100 a week, month to month, attack emulation tools are going to be the thing to use. On the other hand, when it comes to initial access vectors, social engineering, custom exploitation, that's where you're going to want to use a red team. So these things work together. One doesn't replace the other. There are several attack emulation tools available. Here's a big list of some free and also commercial products that we could choose from. Today, we're focusing on Atomic Red Team because it has over 600 emulated attacks. It's built into some of the other tools you see here, so it's a foundational tool. And it also covers the three major operating systems, Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Before we dive into Atomic Red Team, of course, we need to do a quick review of the Mitre attack matrix. Mitre does a great job. Mitre organization does a great job of publishing information about real world adversaries, what they're doing to attack our environments, who they're targeting. They publish this matrix, which is a table full of organized tactics and techniques. So across the top in red, we see groupings of techniques called tactics. So we see the tactic of initial access. So attackers are trying to get initial access, perhaps through a phishing email or social engineering. And they move on to do things to avoid being detected with defense. Under credential access, I highlight the variety of techniques that Mitre has documented here under credential access tactic. Some of the techniques we see there in blue our input capture here. So an attacker might install a keylogger in order to watch somebody type in their password and gain access to credentials. Another way they might gain access to credentials is to brute force them through password guessing using scripts. So each tactic has several techniques. Each technique has multiple procedures that they could run. These techniques have unique technique identifiers or technique numbers assigned by MITRE. That technique ID is the thing that ties this whole conversation together between MITRE ATT&CK and Atomic Red Team. So keep that in mind, that each of these techniques shown in each cell of this table is has a unique technique ID. Okay, so Atomic Red Team, here we are on Atomic Red Team as we cruise through this presentation. Atomic Red Team is a library of small scripted attacks that you could chain together to emulate whatever adversary you're interested in. And it was started by the Red Canary Company out of Colorado that does managed detection response as well as security research and provides us this great tool. They originally released this Atomic Red Team library of scripted attacks on GitHub as an open source project that the community can contribute to. Currently, there's 125 different individuals across a variety of industries that have contributed back to Atomic Red Team and made it what it is today. So we're thankful to those contributors. We're looking forward to future contributors. We're thankful for Red Canary for hosting this and making it all possible. When we talk about how well does Atomic Red Team scripted attacks cover the MITRE ATT&CK space, we have a picture here showing the MITRE ATT&CK matrix. Each one of these cells or techniques colored in red has one or more Atomic Red Team tests or emulated attack procedures for them. So we can see by using Atomic Red Team that we can get some good coverage of the MITRE ATT&CK space. So we're going to skip out. So here I have GitHub loaded and I have the Atomic Red Team project up. If you probably recognize this GitHub look, this is a GitHub project. It's a great place to put things where people can collaborate and contribute together on. So this is where this project is hosted. It's under the Red Canary Company. It has a great wiki, so I want to point this out before I forget that I won't be able to explain a whole lot in the 20 minutes we have here today, but there is a great wiki that tells us all about Atomic Red Team, how to execute the test, and even maybe most importantly, how you can contribute and help the community and advance your resume. Okay, so let's switch back to Atomic Red Team. So if we scroll down and look at what is actually in this repository, which we see here, there's a lot of stuff and it's a little over files. What we really are interested in, it's just this one file. We can handle one folder. This Atomics folder is full of all the emulated attack definitions. So if we want the details of how would we actually execute some of these techniques, we go into the Atomics folder. And we see that there are many folders in here, and these are all labeled by their MITRE technique ID. So T1014 is a MITRE technique ID. We can tie this directly back in with the Mitre ATT&CK Framework. And we scroll down and we see, wow, there really is a lot of stuff in here. Let's dig in closer to one of these, T1485. And inside this folder, you will always find at least two things. One is a YAML document and one is a markdown document. These files contain the same information, but in different formats. So the YAML file is easier for scripts to parse and interpret, really not fun to look at as a human. So it also provides a markdown version of the same information that's much easier to interpret, it has nice pretty tables and such. So we click on here and we're looking at the markdown description of technique 1485, which is data destruction technique by Mitre ATT&CK. At the top here, we see a literal copy and paste in from the Mitre ATT&CK site describing this attack. That just keeps us from having to switch back and forth between the two websites. So that's convenient that we have Mitre's description there. And then it lists out the atomic tests or the scripted attacks that where you could take that technique from kind of just an idea, overview, description of the technique to exact actual commands to run to emulate this technique in all variations. So here we have 2 atomic tests or scripted attacks. One is for Windows, overwriting a file with the sdelete tool. One is for Mac OS and Linux using the DD tool. So let's take a look at this first one. We got a nice description. The main takeaway from this is that there are attack commands. These tend to be 1, 2, 3 line commands that if we run in our environment, we have emulated this technique in this specific way. There's usually a variety of ways to do a specific technique, and all of those can show up as atomic tests here. So it says run this with PowerShell. In the case of Windows, it will either say run with PowerShell or command prompt. In our simplest getting started form with Atomic Red Team, we could just copy and paste this command into the PowerShell prompt and run it. And then we have simulated deleting a file with the sdelete tool. So that's Atomic Red Team, utilizing the Atomic Red Team in its simplest form by manually executing tests. But actually, this particular test isn't quite that straightforward because it has some variables defined in it. So here we have sdelete exe. We see the same name over here in our input table. And so this is actually a variable that needs replaced before it's run. It makes this a command configurable by the end user, so they can specify where their sdelete executable exists in their environment instead of being fixed to, in this case, the temp directory. And the same for file to delete. We have that as an input argument. So if the user doesn't specify a different input argument, it would default to a file in the temp directory called 1485.txt. So if we copy these and paste them in here for these values, then we would be ready. In addition, there's other helpful pieces of information about this test, like this dependency section. It tells us in order for us to successfully try to emulate this attack. So here we have the first dependency. It's described here that the sdelete tool needs to be at the specified location, either the default value or one that we specify at runtime. And don't get too scared by these prereq commands. This is just an automated way, commands that can be used to check if you meet that requirement and commands to get it if you don't. But we don't need to really worry too much about that. We'll show you how you can just take care of all this stuff automatically. And the second requirement in order to run this is the file that you're planning to delete with sdelete has to exist on your computer. That makes sense, that the thing you're going to emulate deleting needs to exist in order to delete it. Because it's to run this test. So now we see with all these input args and the fact that we want to run these tests over and over again to continuously validate things, that it would be really nice if we had more than just the definition of what we should do. We had a tool that could run these atomics for us. So like a menu, we just say, could you run that one, that one, that one? Could you tell me if I meet the dependencies prerequisites for this one? And if I don't get them, run them. And for that, Red Canary has a sister tool to Atomic Red Team called Invoke Atomic Red Team. So here we are in the Atomic Red Team project, but over here is another project called Invoke Atomic Red Team. And we refer to this as an execution framework. So it's a thing that can read that library of scripted attacks and make it easy for us to execute them. It will substitute in the input arguments. It will check our prerequisites. We didn't show an example of a command with cleanup, but there's lots of tests with cleanup commands that will erase the credential file that gets written out so it doesn't get left laying around, or restart a service that was stopped, or put a registry key back to its original, more secure value. And so this also has a great wiki. If we click on it here, over on the right, we see lots of topics. We see that it tells us how to install it, import it, use it, list tests, check our prerequisites, execute tests locally or remotely, clean up after our test. So lots of information in there. We're gonna step out and actually use the execution framework with Atomic Red Team library of tests to run some tests. So once we've installed Atomic Red Team, we have this function available called invoke atomic test. And all we need to tell it is the technique ID 1485 that we were looking at. And then we can optionally pass in this flag show details brief that says, just tell me what tests are available, briefly the name and the test number. And here we have one test. It says is available, which is that Windows test. We remember when we looked at the markdown file that there were actually two tests. There was a Mac and Linux test and a Windows test. Since we're executing this on Windows, it's only showing us the Windows test. So that's why we only see one. So now if we wanted to execute this, it's as simple as removing the request to show the brief details and running this. And we get an error that says sdelete isn't recognized as a command. And then we remember, oh yes, sdelete doesn't come on Windows by default. Maybe there were some dependencies that needed to be met before I ran this. So we can use the check prereqs flag with our command, and it will let us know if we have met the dependencies for this test. So we run this and it tells us that we have not met the prerequisites for these two reasons. One is we don't have the secure delete tool on our system. And two is the file we've told it to delete, T1485 in the temp directory doesn't exist. And it says try installing these prerequisites with the get prereq switch. So we just back this up and say, yeah, I want to get those because I want to run this test. I don't want to have to get them myself. So we say get prereqs. Says attempting to satisfy the first prereq, and it's satisfied, attempting to satisfy that the file 1485 exists. It creates that file, and now everything's ready to go. We can back up and run this test again and see if we have better luck. And here we see some output from sdelete saying that sdelete securely overwrote and then deleted this 1485 file in the temp directory. It says we're done executing the test. So we successfully emulated an attacker using sdelete to overwrite their file so forensics investigators can't determine as easily what the attacker has done. And we can work on our detections for that. Okay, let's jump back into our presentation here. And so to summarize, Atomic Red Team is a library of scripted attacks and that can be used in a variety of ways. One way that it can be used is with an execution framework that knows how to read that information and execute these tests for us. It allows us to automate the execution of the test. It allows us to chain them together and chains that emulate full adversaries. We can, with those scripted attacks, we can continuously validate our detections that all those moving parts in our environment are working, and we have a very quantifiable way to talk about the results. For example, we ran 500 emulated attacks, we blocked 100, we detected 200. We have these additional tests that we currently have gaps and need to do some work on. If you'd like to learn more, you can join me for a 16-hour in-depth class on attack emulation, including Atomic Red Team, the commercial side product, Mortar, Caldera, Purple Sharp, with lots of hands-on labs. That's offered through Wild West Hacking Fest training, through the Secure West Virginia conference coming up in a couple of weeks. You can also stay connected. A Red Canary hosts a dedicated Slack workspace with over 2,000 members. There's daily conversations going on there. Everyone there is passionate about attack emulation, Atomic Red Team, and other attack emulation tools. It's a great place to ask for advice. It's very supportive. You can get your own self-invite by going to slack.atomicredteam.io. And that brings us to time for questions. And sorry that I ignored Discord the whole time, but I am just not that talented to read that and talk.
No worries. Thanks, Carrie. I've been keeping an eye on the Discord channel, and right now we have one question. which is from Load Remote Library R is the Atomic Red Team Caldera plugin an active partnership, and do you see the two becoming more integrated in the future?
Okay, and to my knowledge, it isn't an active partnership. I've been involved with Atomic Red Team as a maintainer for a year. Uh, I work closely with the Caldera folks class. I mean, we do have some back and forth, but I don't think there's official like stance between Caldera and Red Canary Atomic Red Team folks, but Caldera does support Atomic Red Team emulated attacks out of the box. So if you install Caldera, the plugin to run Atomics is enabled by default. They're just magically there. In fact, it's even hard to tell what comes from Atomic Red Team and what doesn't because it's tightly integrated.
Okay. Um, I think that is the only question that we had in queue. Um, Last call for questions. Okay, let's call it good. You're, of course, you're welcome to hang around in track one chat and just see if anybody else has anything else. But otherwise, thank you very, very much for your time. This was really interesting, and it's a thing that's been on my list to play with for a while. So,
Yeah, get in there. I mean, the best advice I have for you is to join that Slack workspace.
yeah,
There's people anxious to answer any question that gets asked. It's very active. And also to go read those wiki pages. I spend a lot of time putting a lot of information in those wiki pages to answer questions that I see commonly asked. And there's a lot of documentation there to help you get started.
cool. I do have one other question that I just noticed in the Discord, and that is, if you were going to be running this in an all air-gapped virtual whatever environment without internet access, is it doable to just pull down the whole GitHub repo and run it?
Um, there It's a little difficult. So
Okay.
you could pull down the entire Atomic Red Team repo, which is the definition of the attacks.
Right.
But if you wanted that easy way to execute things with the execution framework, you need to get that execution framework installed, and that you PowerShell YAML to parse the YAML. So at some point, you need to be able to install this PowerShell module to
Right.
easily execute the attacks that are in the Atomics folder. And on top of that, the Atomics folder, the emulated attack may refer to or download some payloads from the internet. So in the case that the attack, like one of the emulated attack is running Mimikatz from memory, which means it makes a call out to the internet to pull
Right.
down the Mimikatz script, not writing it to disk, and then runs it. So of course, that test isn't going to work
Right.
in that air-gapped environment. So not super easy. I mean, you can always go back to that copy and paste scenario for things that don't need payloads from the internet, and there are plenty of those, but not super easy.
Okay. So that answers that. I have one other person here who's typing, which I'll give him just a second, and then we'll wrap up. I think uh,
I see
we have
one
just
question there from
yeah.
D for Jesse.
Yep.
Does the class include Linux execution with Atomic Red Team? Yes, we have a lab on executing Atomics from Linux, and we also have an optional lab where you execute tests from Windows to a remote Linux machine. And so we do cover some of the remote execution, which is handy if you don't want to install Atomic Red Team on the bots you want to test. You just want to execute that one set of commands or whatever you choose to execute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Carrie. We really appreciate your time.
Yep.
That's it for this talk. We'll be back on at let's see, 10:25 with wireless data analysis with Kismet and Elk.
Yeah, pretty chaotic. There, that's good.
There we go.
Okay, I'm gonna take us live. Hello, all. Thank you all for coming to join us on B-Sides Idaho again. This is Chase Peterson presenting wireless data analysis with Kismet and Elk. Take it away, Chase.
All right, Fallible, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for joining this. Today, we're going to talk about conducting wireless analysis using Kismet and the Elasticsearch Logstash and Kibana stack. Everything that I'm presenting here is going to be uploaded or is uploaded to the GitHub repo that I've listed here. And I'll have it listed again at the end of this talk. So why are we here? What does this talk about? I want to understand the wireless environment around me. I'm a wireless security engineer. I want to see what's going on. And so how do I do that? Start off by capturing all of the RF with Kismet. Kismet's a very powerful wireless collection tool. But I want to do data analysis. I want to dig deeper into what I'm seeing. And when it comes to data analysis, Excel is awesome, but there are some better tools that are out there now. And so I started digging into some different ways of doing that, and found there wasn't a lot of documentation, first and foremost, on specifically using Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana with Kismet. However, Kismet's been built to be able to do that. And so I wanted to present the lessons I've learned, many long nights on Stack Overflow and on page 3 or 4 of a Google search query, and put those together, provide a quick start guide to help others, and then ideally generate some interest and involvement in this. I'd love to get other insights and better ways of doing things here. So presenting the way I'm doing it, and please by all means hop on GitHub and let's make this better for everybody else. We're going to talk about Kismet Collection, Elasticsearch, Logstash, Python, Kibana, how we're using all of those in this overall architecture, and then we're going to go into some of the analysis that we can extrapolate from that. And if we have time at the end, we'll test out doing a live demo. First and foremost, Kismet is the core to all of this. Very powerful collection tool, been around for about 20 years, extremely well documented, as are tutorials for using it. And so I'm not going to spend time on how to set it up in this talk, but I would recommend following Kismet Wireless on Twitter, hop on their Discord, very vibrant community there, very helpful, lots of good stuff there. And actually this week, Dragorn, the creator of Kismet, did a presentation at SharkFest where he spent a little over an hour talking about Kismet itself and everything that it does. So definitely go check that video out. Here's a quick screenshot of the new Kismet. In the last couple of years, it went through a revamp and moved to a web user interface. So you can see here, you can define your data sources, which are the different wireless cards you're using to capture. It presents all of the devices here in a table format that you can click on and get some more details. And it does some basic trend for counts of devices and things like that, so you can manage your collection system. So a lot of power here to the web UI, makes it pretty easy to get going and to use. Give you a couple examples, some platforms that I'm using for doing Kismet collection. This is lovingly called the War Box, just a cardboard box with a bunch of antennas sticking out of it. It's an Intel compute stick as the brains behind it, and has an excessively large USB hub with a series of wireless cards. In this situation, I have it set up monitoring my house environment, and so I have 2 of the cards channel locked so that they're monitoring the frequencies that my access points are using. Then I have a couple others that are doing a scan. A couple different Bluetooth devices in there, some software-defined radios. If you want to listen to the weather sensors around you, you have to install an additional dependency. It's the RTL 433 library. Pretty straightforward to install that, and then with those really inexpensive radios, you can listen to the weather sensors and other IoT devices around you. Then I have a GPS attached to this so that it's logging all of my information. And if I want to, I can toss this in the back of my vehicle and go drive around and get more data about the environment. If I don't want to carry the big box, I have a Warpack backpack. It's just a Raspberry Pi 3. It's got a couple Wi-Fi cards on it, and then software-defined radio as well, running off of a battery and a GPS, and then using these really slick Bag Smart travel bags. Shove it in a backpack. I can ride it or wear it when I'm riding my bicycle, or throw it in the back of a car. Kismet has a really powerful configuration suite behind it. There's a overall document you can write, and I have an example of this on the GitHub page, so I'm not going to spend much time on it here, but you can basically define how it starts up. So in the example of the Warpack, I literally just turn it on and it starts doing everything as I wanted it to. I don't have to interact with it at all. Kismet data. Kismet outputs a variety of data types. It writes everything initially to a SQLite database, and then it also allows you to output a couple different PCAP options that you can define. Some really powerful data processing tools are in the suite as well for cleaning up your database, dumping out your devices, exporting it to a KML or to a Wiggle CSV for uploading to the Wiggle database. And it's all built on this really powerful API that you can interact with via a curl or any other endpoints you write. There's a Python library that you can also use. There's a really useful link here. It's the if you're running a Kismet instance, it tells you all of the fields that are accessible to you. And so I have some examples here on the side. You can see here how the structure is worked by using periods to differentiate the words in the fields themselves. And so it's really important as you're doing data analysis with this to understand what the fields are and how they nest together. All of these attributes are tracked in these JSON blobs with nested fields. And so there's an example here with this .11. There's a .11.probed.ssid.ssid as the field name. However, you'll find that it typically is nested within one or two other elements, depending on the device that you're looking at. And of course, there's a field for lightning strike counts because it's a wireless collection system, and why wouldn't we be able to track devices that are also tracking lightning strikes? I thought that was a pretty neat field. Okay, to get onto the ELK stack, Elastic designed for scaling, for holding millions and millions and millions of documents, not a relational database similar to MySQL or things like that, which makes it very powerful, but also takes a little bit as a learning curve with it. Logstash is your data pipeline tool. So this is for parsing logs and files, analyzing them, doing a little bit of data mangling on them, and then pushing them into Elasticsearch. Kibana is the pretty part. It is the visualization tool that we use to interact with the Elasticsearch data. All of this is packaged together in the ELK stack. It's available on Windows, Mac, and Linux. There's a variety of license options for you. The one that I'm going to use for all of the examples here is the free and open source version. However, you can register with the license for free and get a few more features, and then of course pay to add other features and support to it. For deployment options, you can run it locally on your computer, set up your going real quickly. Bitnami creates these virtual machine images you can just download from their website. They come pre-configured. You hit go, and you have the ELK stack deployed. You can also run it on the AWS cloud, and Elastic.co is the company behind Elasticsearch. They also offer managed and self-managed services. So here's a service diagram of the WalkELK process that I've kind of figured out here over time. So you have Kismet running on the side, grabbing all of your wireless signals that are in the area. It's outputting its data to a SQLite database. When we're running live for grabbing the data to get it to Elasticsearch, we're using Logstash, which I mentioned earlier. And then we can write some Python code to post-process already written SQLite databases if we want to, which is how I'm going to use it in this example, to then feed that into Elasticsearch. And then again, we're using Kibana to visualize that. So some important terms to differentiate here. Elasticsearch uses indexes, which are similar if you're familiar with SQL. It's basically analogous to a table. And then mappings are the schemas of those tables. So you can define, I want this field to be this number, or to be a number type, or to be this other data type. Kibana uses index patterns built off of the Elasticsearch indexes. So I'll explain that a little bit more in the subsequent slides, but helpful to kind of grasp all these moving pieces here, kind of lay it out in a simple chart. Elasticsearch, when you're getting going with this, the first thing you have to do is define these indexes. Incredibly powerful. There's great documentation on it, so highly recommend digging into that. The ones I've selected here are ones I've found just in playing with it have been the most useful for me. The key part of this is defining your mappings. And what this means is saying, hey, Elastic document, and it's going to have these fields in it. You can either do it static, and that says Elasticsearch, you will only accept documents that have these 5, 10, or 15 fields. Or you can do dynamic, where you say, Elasticsearch, I'm going to throw a document at you. You're going to take everything that's in it, and you're going to process it. I prefer to use the dynamic mapping, and then I limit upstream the fields that are coming in. You'll get what's called field explosion. When Elasticsearch has an index with more than 1,000 fields, it really starts to bog down and doesn't handle searches well. And if you just let Kismet go full Monty into a dynamically mapped index, I've had to get up to over 1,200 fields very quickly that it's tracking. And so it's important to mitigate that up front. And so those are some of the queries and the mutations we'll do here in a minute to help manage that. It's important to note that with your mappings, these must be defined in advance. Once the data is in the index, it technically cannot be changed. You can't change the data type. And if you have dynamic mapping on, Elasticsearch will take the first document it receives and define the data type off of that first field. And there's some issues with that. So for example, Kismet will write the channel field. If it's 802.11 wireless, it'll write it as a number. If it's Bluetooth, it instead puts frequency hopping spread spectrum text into that same field. And so the more you play with it, you'll find these errors, you'll build a little workaround for it, and then all will be good. There's a development console in Kibana that makes interacting with easy. You can write your own curl commands, but it's a lot cleaner and easier to keep track of in that development console. Testing, testing, testing. It's the biggest part of all of this, but get all the way through there, figure out what you want, and then blow everything away and start fresh, and then begin to period of time. It's hard to kind of build it in flight and keep making changes to it. Nested fields are great in how Kismet is able to capture so much data, but it creates problems in Kibana, and it can create some problems in Elasticsearch. So you got to be careful with those. Particular call out I found here is that Kibana doesn't detect these geopoint fields, the latitude and longitude fields, because they're nested. And so I had to write a workaround to pull that up into the base document so that we could visualize some of the things we'll talk about here. Logstash is really powerful since it runs as a components to it has inputs. A lot of options here. The TCP polar, just constantly running queries against the Kismet API. You have filters, which are going to do your data mangling for you, and then your outputs to Elasticsearch. Some important Kismet isms. There's some serialization points that you can access. The one we're going to access is EK-JSON file format. And it basically outputs each document in one per line. Traditional JSON blows it out quite a bit more. So lesson learned on my end, you want to make sure that you point. It's also important to note here that your request your fields when you construct your queries from Kismet, you're going to ask for the fields with a dot notation. However, once it's received from Kismet, Kismet sends it to you with the underscore notation in there, so that they'll change partway through your code. This is broken down, a Logstash file broken down. I don't have time in this talk to go into the details. It's available on the site, but on the GitHub repo. And there's some pretty significant findings in here as far as lessons learned. So I'll put some notes on there as to, we don't have time to talk about it here. So most importantly with Logstash, make sure you document documents. There's a lot of help out there over the last 8 or 10 years or so, but the structure of Logstash and be 17 posts into an old thing only to find out that it's not accurate anymore. Trial and error, as with Elasticsearch, using repeatable test data is the best way for diagnosing what's wrong, and then get paranoid about those brackets. Can't tell you how many times I've lost time over that. Python is much more customizable and powerful than Logstash. Service, if there's Kismet and Elasticsearch built into it. You can, as part of your single script, check for, and if an index doesn't exist, push it, which makes it kind of an all-in-one tool, really powerful. And you can even do some interim analysis. It opens up all of the Python options for reading in a JSON and then conducting some analysis, aggregating results, things like that. Kibana visualizations, this will take a little bit of pattern based off of the Elasticsearch index. There's a wildcard system they use, so you can match subsequent indexes and aggregate higher level data fields. You need to remember to refresh your field indexes when you add new fields, so the Kibana visualizations will know they're there and how to treat them. Creating a visualization has a series of by defining the type that you want, selecting your index pattern, and then you can define out your metrics. So you start with your y-axis. Some ones I use commonly are the count and unique count, depending on how I want the data to be visualized. And then you have ways of bucketing your x-axis or the series and charts even within that. You can aggregate it based off of a time histogram. You can use terms. There's even some filters and a lot of things in there, depending, again, on how you want to visualize that. And then lastly, you'll adjust your metrics and axes and panel settings. I'll show you some examples here in a minute. And what you're going to do in there is basically visualize how it's going to look to optimize that. Two important fields to keep in mind are the base key, which uniquely identifies a device to Kismet, and then the base type is the technology. And so those are kind of the key ones we'll use here to build these different visualizations. You can build filters into a custom visualization, which is helpful. Things, for example, airplanes can cause some extraneous data. So you can put that into your visualization itself so you don't have to filter that at a higher level. However, don't forget you did that because that data is no longer there. And most importantly, the visualizations are tied to the index pattern you create. So when you're going through this process and you're experimenting with things, if you have to delete an index pattern, all of the visualizations that were tied to that now are broken and you have to start over. There's a backdoor way of modifying those. So just recommend getting your indexes working properly and then going back and building your visualizations on top of that. So here's some examples. This is a line graph, ice types to time. And so you can see the different colors indicate the different types of devices, so airplanes, helicopters, the different types of Wi-Fi devices, Bluetooth devices, and then the 433 sensors. And then you can see over time, a couple of these, this is where my system went down, where the pattern drops off. But I can use this to trend when devices are around me. This is running at my house pretty easily. This is a bar graph reflecting those same devices by the frequencies that they're, and so you can planes are transmitting 1099 megahertz, and then over here you have the Bluetooth devices kind of interspersed through the 2.4 gigahertz, and then some more Wi-Fi up in the 5 gigahertz range. This is a heat map. This is visualizing the different device types, so Wi-Fi devices to the manufacturer. So so there's some Amazon devices, Netgear, some Vizio, Wise Labs, etc. But this is just kind of density plotting the different devices. So a quick orientation to the visualization creation tool here, you have your search panel up at the top to define filters, time-based filters, etc. This is where it's creating the visualization, and then operations happening here on the right-hand side. So you give it your data, you define the metrics and buckets like I mentioned earlier, bunch of options in there. Then you hit update, and it grabs the data and shows you what it looks like. Mapping. Everybody wants to put stuff on a map. There's a way to here. The mapping engine that comes with it is limited to depth of 12, which means you can only look at really a city level. If you want to go deeper, you have to roll your own WMS service. There's a really nice one I found actually for this called Map Tiler. It's a free registration. You just simply plug these values into the visualization, and you can get some pretty decent map and street imagery. So feel free to use those same settings key to be able to see that. Okay, so we built a series of visualizations. Now dashboard. This is basically all those visualizations pinned together and then working off of the same filtering system. So this allows me, I can see the counts of the devices across the top. I can see the device to time chart that we looked at, the device to frequency chart that we created. And then I can see the wireless intrusion detection Kismet is generating for me. So there's an example here where I launched an attack against my network. It's a red spike. It's hard to see in this chart, but I see a high count of DOS flood attacks, and that tells me that something suspicious happened at that time. What's neat about this is I can click and drag on the time-based charts and filter down by that, or I can select, say, for example, Wi-Fi access point itself, and then all of the other widgets will update based off of whatever filter I've applied. I'll show you an example of that here in a second. This is the spatial trends, so this is putting it on a map. This is the greater Boise area. You can see the split between Wi-Fi devices, Bluetooth devices, etc. Some of the common names. So apparently in this data set, Hilton has the most amount of points that we've looked at. We saw some Segway access points, some vehicles, some government, looks like SSIDs and things like that. And then you can see again how they're broken out across the frequency spectrum. So let's take this one step further. I want to click into this, and I noticed there was WPA3 in use, which is the newest form of encryption for wireless. Where is that at in my area that I've mapped? So I was able to click on the two types of encryption, WPA3 SAE and transition, and then all of my other widgets here filtered. So you can see now I'm down to devices that were advertised in WPA3. These are the types of the access point names, Arrow, which is you can see here with the OUI counts, the most common device was an Arrow. This is a very modern, built with security in mind, access point mesh system. So makes sense that they'd already have WPA3 and there'd be a lot of them. So that's a quick way to do it. You can also do geo boxes where I can click on the map and I can select a section and then it'll update all of my filters based off of that geographic zone. This is me looking for tile devices, Bluetooth trackers you can have. I picked up 20 of them incidentally. And you can see most of them are in that one little region. There's some advanced stuff you can do in Kibana for filters. The ADSB is what it's called. Basically, it's each aircraft has to have a responder on it. The responder information. And it's like when Delta Airlines is flying, when Alaska Airlines, et cetera. So similar to FlightAware, not quite as cool as FlightAware, but data that I've collected myself and is stored locally. So to kind of summarize, order of operation when you're doing this, and this the hard way. You want to start, this is my recommendation, start by firing off Elasticsearch and Kibana. Then you're going to create your index and mapping in Elasticsearch, get that set up, configure your Logstash pipeline to pull the data, start Kismet so that it starts gathering data. Then you start Logstash to grab that and feed that into the already running Elasticsearch. Once it's in there, you create your Kibana index pattern, verify that data is loading in Kibana, and then begin to create your visualizations and dashboard. Finally, what good plan doesn't end with profits? Another screenshot of that. And with that, I'll go through some final thoughts and then demo, and we can show you some of that. So first and foremost, security. Be careful how you expose this. The reason I picked the Bitnami virtual machine is I wanted to run it locally and be able to have full control over this, not putting it up into the cloud, since this is just data that I can manage there. Trade-off with that is my laptop goes to sleep, as you can see, and I miss data. So there are proper ways of securing it in the cloud. That was not in the scope of this initial presentation. So if you're going to do that, make sure you're very careful about how to do that. GitHub. So please, I'm adding some examples, less quick start guides up there. Feel free to hop on and pull it down. Tell me what's broken or what's not working for you. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I'll leave my contact information up here. And since I've got a few minutes left, go ahead and switch over and give you guys a live interaction here of the dashboard. So this is the dashboard running. I'm going to hit. You can see my time tickers move a little bit. If I want to narrow down on a time zone, click in here and can filter down. You can see it's going to narrow down the number period. I can click in here and look at specific act. I can zoom in and only, or if I only want to see where the Wi-Fi access points are across the rest of these examples, I can filter down by this and I can see the most common access on my house gear. These are the different SSIDs that are being broadcast, and these are the channel where those are at. This is an example of that GeoTrends dashboard, the map of the different things that I've seen. You can see 100,000 devices that I've mapped in this area. I can draw a box and only grab, oh, mouse is failing me here. Grab just a short section up here in the corner, and you'll notice device types, count, common names, etc. will all update based off of that narrowed down field. And so in this specific area, it looks like this is the schools are in the area, most common access point there. Apple's the most common device, followed shortly Google, and then looks like again the Arrow systems and devices out in that area. If you wanted to do some larger trend, add a custom filter, and I can say manufacturer. I can filter down by a specific. And I'm going to type in, let's look for Roku devices here. And what this is going to do is plot out based off of the OUI. And of course, it's going to fail because I'm doing a demo. Let me edit that real quick. There we go. What's a good presentation without a hiccup? Okay, now what I can see is distribution of Roku devices. We got a bunch of clients and then a large grouping of Wi-Fi direct devices. 463 have been mapped to the area. You can see actually the distribution across the area. So the Roku is pretty common in the Boise area. You can do the same thing with other types of manufacturers. Tesla, a lot of the vehicles will advertise keywords in their names. You saw the My Chevrolet earlier. So with that, I will open it up.
Okay, thank you very much, Chase. Sorry, everybody, about the choppiness. It looks like it was between Chase and I on the Discord side. There's not much I can do to fix that, unfortunately. So we did have a couple of questions come in. Chase, so when it's working, what tool consumes most of your time? Elasticsearch, Kibana, or Kismet, both setup and operations time?
Oh, good question. Once it's most of the time is spent in Kibana, and that can be with either tweaking your indexes. Logstash was probably the most miserable to get figured out, but once it's figured out, it runs pretty smoothly.
So once you get that one up and going, did you find any good guides on that, or have you produced any guides of your own that you can link to when the talk is over?
Absolutely. So there's quite a bit of documentation on that. A lot of it first figuring out what you want to do. There's just a lot of people trying to do a lot of different things with any one of these tools. I put together some quick start steps on the GitHub page, and I'm beginning to pull in the good tutorials I find that are current, and I can put those in there as well. Definitely.
Gotcha. Hey, so I think you mentioned this briefly at the beginning, but where did your data come from? Are you actively out war driving? You can maybe even show that slide of the your rig again.
Absolutely, yeah. So get back to the right one here. So what I was doing, actually, DEF CON summer test flag village at DEF CON was to go out and do war driving, and so that was what built a system similar to one of the, and then just went out. Typically, when I'm running errands, I'll toss it in the background. But the reason there's so much data is I was deliberately trying to map areas for the wireless CTF.
That's perfect. I love it. We'll do probably the last call for questions here. I see a couple of people typing, so in the meantime, I really love the work that you've put together on this one. There's a lot of what you have built in this presentation that I know I personally, and I think a lot of other people dabble in wireless things, and we go, this is a thing I'd love to learn more about, but don't really know where to start. It's something you seem to very much need a project and some kind of end goal in order to know how to dive in. So I love watching that you have built something that's very approachable, and it seems like something that people can jump into at maybe a slightly lesser level, but about this level, and accomplish something. So if people end up with questions and thoughts and want to approach you on this one, I think that your contact information is available on our website, but if you're up for that, would you like people to reach out through Twitter or hit you on your GitHub? How would you like people to talk?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll put up here. I have the Twitter Discord channel. I'll be up on Discord as well, and then the GitHub issue tracker is great for if you have questions specifically on the code that's in there. So yeah, definitely, please feel free to reach out. You're right. It all starts with asking a question, right? And that's the best way to then figure out what you need to do and where you need to start. So figure out what you want to know, and then you can work backwards to find the right tools and ways to do it.
Excellent. All right. So no additional questions on this one. My final one for you would be, what is the one takeaway at the end of your presentation that you would like just everybody to make sure that they took away? What's the one thing you want them to learn from this?
Dive deeper. Keep digging into find problems, tackle them, and the answers are out there. You just got to figure them out, and then share what you know so that everybody else learn from your painful mistakes.
That was a great presentation. Thank you very much for coming to join us. If anybody has any questions, the contact information is up here. You can continue to drop some questions in the Track 1 chat if you'd like. And I want to say thank you very much.
Ready to go.
Okay. So if you want to go ahead and share your slides, then I will have you. Basically, we're going to be streaming exactly what you're looking at. So
Sounds good.
So here, just a second.
You're going to need to tell me go.
Yeah, I will. Okay, we are on. So everyone, this is Colin Jackson, and he is presenting today, Taking Your Data Back. Who's got it, and how to stop the breach? You're on. Go.
All right. Thanks, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I've got a lot of information to get through, and I've got a half hour to do it. But just so you know ahead of time, I'm going to make the slides available, get them to the B-Sides committee. And sorry about the cuckoo clock. And yeah, I'll make the slides available, and we'll go through this. All right. So basically, we're going to talk a little bit about privacy, why we should care about it, and things like that. And then we're going to discuss, I'm going to talk about the privacy scale. Because a lot of times when I look into privacy, it's like how to go completely off the grid, be a hobbit, hermit, or both. Or, I don't even care. But it's like, it's a scale. I actually snuck into my brother's house so I wouldn't be interrupted to do this. So here we go. Demo fail. Thank Corona for that. So I'm Colin Jackson. I go by Didymus. I'm a senior security engineer. I enjoy lockpicking, OSINT, crypto puzzles, things like that. So, all right, a couple things. This is mostly geared towards U.S. privacy laws. It can apply to other places, other countries, but I live in the U.S., so that's where it's geared towards and things like that. Also, I'm not a lawyer nor an expert, but, you get what you pay for kind of a thing. I'm just a privacy enthusiast. So there you have it. Mandatory disclaimer. Okay, here's my top 5 list. I love Michael Basil's stuff. His Intel techniques and also his security, privacy, and OSINT podcasts are phenomenal. I listen to him religiously. Same with Justin Carroll. He's on this podcast several times. John Jarvis has done some presentations in the past. I really enjoy his stuff. Also Kat Murdoch, Kate Rose. She has this cool fashion company. She talks about it in DEF CON. And then honorable mention for sure is the Hated Ones YouTube channel. So, all right, so talking a little bit about privacy. So why should we care? How many of you have talked to family or loved ones or friends and they're like, why should I care? My life's an open book. I have nothing to hide. And it's interesting because when people say this, it's like, well, you may have nothing to hide, but that's basically like saying, you'd be totally comfortable with putting cameras in every room of your house that are always on 24/7. And you're totally fine with that. There's still a place for privacy. And this is something that we should be advocating for. We should be voting for politicians who are privacy advocates and things like that. One clarification I do want to make is that security is not privacy. They're tightly coupled and both important. Security is more the protection, prevention, detection of vulnerabilities and things like that. Privacy is more controlling and protecting data. That's not a quote or anything. That's me. That's my take on it. So a quick poll. This is just something I'm going to go through some things, and it just kind of like, I can't see you, but like raise your hand or whatever. These are like concerns, privacy concerns to you. So things like tailored advertising. Does it kind of bother you when you get specific ads and notifications? Like I was just talking about that, and now I'm getting an ad for it. Anonymous data collection. I put it in quotes because, they're like, we're going to sell your data to third party, but it's okay. We're going to anonymize it. We're going to replace your name with a GUID or UUID. So it's anonymous, but it's like you can still correlate it. Cameras and microphones on any device you can buy nowadays. How many of you are concerned with this? I am, and I'm going to be talking about some things you can do. Facial recognition. This is always a concern for me. It's like, why when I go into a store, why do they need to have facial recognition and recognize that I'm coming back in, or different ways that different organizations or people can track you? One of the few good things that have come from this pandemic is it's finally socially acceptable to wear a mask everywhere, which I was totally wanting to do before there was a pandemic, and now it's great. It's like, I'm going to wear a mask. Oh, but don't you hate it? It's like, no. I kind of love it. I don't want people photographing my face without my consent. Cell phone tracking and location-enabled apps. So have you ever looked at your phone and all the permissions that all the apps have? And there's some nasty apps. Like, why does my calculator app need to know my location? Why does it need, access to my contacts? Creepy stuff like that. That's an extreme example, but I'm sure there's some that exist out there. EXIF data. So if you're not familiar with EXIF data, this is metadata attached to files, things like photos, videos, even like documents and things like that. If you take Mr. Kilroy's cloud forensics workshops or things like that, he talks about EXIF data, CTF challenges. A lot of times there's EXIF data. So if you're doing CTF, maybe that if you download the EXIF tool, that'll help you. I don't know, but I recommend having it. Third-party data sharing. We kind of talked about this, but think of the terms and conditions where we've updated our terms and conditions. I read that as we are now selling your data to another person or another company. And it just bothers me. Here's the worst one. And this is one I recently added. Second-party data sharing. So we know what third party is. You have a company and another company wants to buy data and you set up an agreement. But second party, what if a company or a social media company like Facebook buys 3 shares of stocks in XYZ company? By definition, Facebook now owns 3 shares worth of that company, thereby making them a second party. And you think about terms and conditions where it talks about how, selling anonymized data to third parties, never mentions second parties or sister corporations or, things that fall under the conglomerate corporate umbrella. I don't know if that's really the case, but it was something that I thought about. I heard it on a podcast and I thought, I hate that. We hates it. So, all right. So what do you start doing? What data is out there? So you can download your data. One of the nice things about CCPA and GDPR is you can request your data. So I have links in the appendix that we'll share out later, but you can request all of your Amazon data, everything you've typed, everything you've searched for, added to your cart, added to a list. Same with Facebook. I recently deleted my Facebook because I'm just sick of it. Before I deleted it, I downloaded all my stuff just to see what they had on me, and it was creeptastic. I hated it. And let's be honest, it's kind of the worst time to have a social media account during an election season. Just saying. Sorry, social media account. Yeah. You can also request your data from Google, from people search websites, things like that. It's out there. Now, as for getting it deleted, that's a different case. So, John Jarvis, I mentioned him earlier. I enjoy the content he puts out, but he gave a talk at B-Side Salt Lake a couple years ago and also DEF CON 25 at the Crypto and Privacy Village. But it was about surveillance capitalism. He talks about how privacy is secrecy and privacy is also about control. Because of time, I'm not going to read through all this, but it talks about how, keep secret things that are important to you or whatever. You shouldn't just be, privacy is not dead. It's still important. It protects people. It needs to be a right. Privacy is all about control. So I don't have a problem with sharing certain things about my life with certain groups. I do have a problem with unknowingly sharing everything about my life with anyone who wants to buy it. And this is a quote from Bruce Schneier that talks about it. How being able to control data, control your information, failure to do so is a control failure, a privacy failure. So, a couple things. Privacy is right to consent. It should be a human right, and privacy is always evolving. If you watched Amber's talk earlier today about privacy during times of pandemic, very good. I enjoyed it. Go check it out. It's already uploaded on YouTube. So, okay. Data is becoming everything. We always hear about big data, stuff like that. But this quote near the bottom, all of us no longer exist to be employed and served. We exist to be harvested for behavioral data. So I'm not trying to throw too much FUD, but I'm trying to make you aware that, this is a booming business. Just getting data and using it for who knows why. So this is a quote. This is from a guy named Cosmo. He's kind of your TED Talk, futurist talker thing, but he talks about how there's a war going on, and it's not about bullets or things like that. It's about who controls the information, what we see, what we hear, how we work, and what we think. It's all about the information. Okay, he's actually not a speaker. This is from the movie Sneakers, which I would argue is one of the best hacker movies of all time. If you haven't seen it, go see it. It's really good. There are 2 real-life documentaries out right now on Netflix. One is called The Great Hack, and I included this GIF or GIF image. Let's not get political. GIF or GIF of what's going on in this. And people are walking around, and they added these little graphics of this data, almost like data exhaust, leaving our devices all the time. And people are just snarfing this up. They're just, anything they can get. And The Great Hack is largely focused on the Cambridge Analytica 2016 presidential election situation. How they had over 500, I think it was 500 data points for every person in the US who could vote, and how they were using this data to influence votes. Creepy. More recently, there was this documentary that came out on Netflix called The Social Dilemma, and this is more about the dangers of social media, manipulating people to buy things or do certain things, or basically hack your emotions. It's kind of, it was eye-opening. I did enjoy it. Kind of depressing, not gonna lie. But and then this is an older picture I found a while ago, but if Mark Zuckerberg puts tape on his camera and microphone, maybe you should too. I mean, works for, let's be honest, it's like the biggest paid spy agency in the world, but that's my opinion. Again, I'm not a lawyer. So now that I've thrown enough FUD at you, where do we fit? Where am I on this privacy scale? So this is something that I came up with. So on the left-hand side, this is more like share everything. I have nothing to hide. I say influencer, not in like a negative way, like if that's something you do, but it's like, their life is an open book. If you follow them, you pretty much have a step-by-step what they do throughout the day's thing. And then moving from left to the right, all the way to the extremely private off the grid. So I'm just going to take a second and talk about each of these 4 things. And it's not like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a scale. You can go anywhere on it pretty much. So starting on the left, we have our influencer overshare. I take pictures of every plate of food I eat. I post everything on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, XYZ. I post everything all the time. Overshare everything. I'm fine people knowing this. I'm not a fan of this. I'll be totally honest. I imagine a lot of people who attend B-Sides don't fit in this demographic. It's something concerning. How does this affect us? What if they take pictures of us and post pictures of us and was like, I didn't want you to post pictures of me on vacation with you. I post vacation pictures, but to certain people after I'm home, not like, oh, I'm on vacation with this influencer, come rob my house. Some things to consider. Moving on, we'll move over to the privacy conscious. So this is more like, you have social media, but you do the best practices. You lock down your account. You set everything to only share with friends or whatever by default. Hopefully, you're using multi-factor and 2-factor authentication to log into these accounts. And, you're aware, privacy conscious, privacy aware. You ask questions before, you question, like you install an app and it's like, hey, this needs access to your location or to your files on your device or something like that. Maybe you're aware of data breaches. Maybe you've even subscribed to put some of your email addresses in haveibeenpwned.com. So when that email shows up in a new data breach, you get a notification. And, maybe you have credit and identity monitoring, probably because you're in a breach. But that's kind of the privacy conscious. Okay, moving on to the next one, privacy enthusiast. So this is like avoid social media, or like you have social media accounts for a specific reason. You don't use your social media to log into other accounts, for example. You use aliases for things. Like you order stuff from Amazon, but it comes in as a different name. This is also kind of where the gray man, gray woman concept comes in. And we'll talk about this a little later, but it's more like hiding in plain sight or things like that. Nothing's notable or stands out about you when you're in public or whatever. You may have dedicated devices. I wrote burner devices, but I mean things like, you have a cell phone you use for making calls, and you have a cell phone for games, or you have a VM or a dedicated laptop for security conferences, and you're doing CTFs and stuff. Or you have a VM and you do all your shopping and banking on that VM, and you don't use one computer to do everything on everything. Let's talk about disinformation for a minute. So this is where, you're actively, maybe passively, but like you're ordering stuff under a different name at your house. So when they share that data to marketing or advertisements or whatever, it's like, hey, this address, who lives here? Is like, well, so-and-so lives here, but we also have so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. Like, I don't know who actually lives there. I mean, this guy is like, based on our data, he's like some kind of financial guy, but at the same house, there's a woman who lives there and she's really into this type of stuff. And it's like, we don't have a good read on this, but they're neighbors. We know everything about them. That sort of disinformation campaign. You can read more about it. Also use privacy apps. Maybe you have a paid VPN service. I highly recommend paid over free VPN services. And then clear on the right side, you have your off the grid, extremely private. This would be things like government and law enforcement officials who could be victims of doxing or things like that. Victims of abuse, physical or domestic or things like that, where they need to hide for a legit like life and limb kind of harm. And also wealthy, rich, famous people might be on this as well. Like, you don't want stalkers finding you. So this is the privacy scale. We'll come back to this in a little bit. All right. So privacy areas, there's different areas where you can strengthen and improve your privacy. Things like your phone, your email providers, your social media, how you interact socially, and your lifestyle. So I've mentioned OSINT a couple times, but open source intelligence. This is using openly, freely available information to get information. So this is like your Facebook stalking or your LinkedIn social media, whatever. Also, access to public records. There are things on public record, and you could use that to find information about people, voting records, home address, things like that. There's also these people search websites, which I absolutely hate, but they basically do this, and yeah, 100% legal, totally creepy. I hate it. Let's talk about browsers. So recently they've been saying, privacy advocates have been saying, kind of avoid Google Chrome. They have great security, but their privacy is kind of a nightmare. Firefox is getting more secure from a privacy standpoint. They're having container tabs and different things like that. And it's more privacy by default, which is nice. Brave browser, which is built on Chromium, has baked into it privacy-focused plugins, incognito tabs, and incognito tabs with Tor. We'll talk about Tor in a second. Search engines. So like we showed earlier, there's different major providers, like even Google. You can request your Google data and stuff you searched for shows up. Whereas DuckDuckGo, I'm sure you've seen billboards all over the place recently, because I have, but use DuckDuckGo, which doesn't track your searches and things like that. There's also several plugins and extensions that you can put into browsers, like the EFF makes a few of them, but there's things like Privacy Badger and HTTPS Everywhere, and your uBlock, your NoScript, all these different things that can block unnecessary stuff, third-party cookies, things like that. Okay, sorry if I'm moving a little quick, but phones. So with your phones, there's lots that we can say about it. MySudo is a newer company where you can actually have like a dedicated profile, email, phone number, a VoIP phone number, and you can like have a shopping one, or you can have like a browsing one or something like that. Pretty affordable. I have it, so I have different phone numbers for different things. There's also Mint Mobile, which is like, there's some accounts that you sign up for, they want to have an actual phone number. They can detect if it's a VoIP number. You can go to Amazon right now and you can get 2 Mint Mobile SIM cards for $5. And these aren't VoIP. These are like completely legit, and you can put them in a phone. And one of the things that people recommend, like if you're going to set up accounts, get this, you have a week free trial. You can create all your accounts tied to an actual cell phone number, then enable two-factor authentication to use an authenticator app. And then after a week, your trial's up. As long as you never receive a phone call or text messages for 2FA, you should be good to go. Something to consider. Apps versus PWA. So that's progressive web apps. So instead of installing like the YouTube app for whatever reason, it has access to all stuff on your phone, you use a browser, and basically they have like a web app version that runs from the browser. So you can have the settings on the browser and not worry about running the actual app on your phone. Private DNS, these are settings you can make in your phone, encrypt your phone, password protected biometrics. You can use that for some things. However, there is some security concerns around using biometrics to unlock your phone. They need a warrant to unlock your phone by password. They do not need a warrant to unlock your phone with your biometrics. Something to consider. Okay, I'm not going to go into this too much, but there's different flavors of Android OS, or like forks of it. There is this Pure OS Librem phone. It's vaporware right now. They're working on it, but it's like a privacy-focused phone. You can check it out. But there is today Graphene and Lineage OS, which are open source, so it's got scrutiny from pretty much anyone who wants to look at it. No Google services. Those of you who use CyanogenMod, that's what Lineage OS became. And there's also an app store called F-Droid, which is similar to your Google Play. Works on Pixels. Worth looking at. Okay, a couple other things. So there's privacy and security apps you can install. Bouncer's a good one. NetGuard and Lockdown are firewall-based ones. Get a VPN client. So my phone, for example, it's got an always-on VPN. And then I also put these silent pocket stickers. They're on my computer most of the time, except right now. And they're also on my phone. And then some other things to consider is how your microphone on your phone can be used to like hear things around you, or like stuff like that. So there's this mic block. This is my phone. And I keep this in here, except when I need to do something. They are working on connectors for iPhones and things that don't have a headphone jack. If you don't think your microphone's listening to you, stick it by the radio for a couple days, like a Spanish music channel, and then see if you start getting advertisements in Spanish. Creepy, right? Couple other things. There's secure messaging. So you want full, like zero knowledge end-to-end encrypted messaging. So Signal, Sudo, which is like my Sudo, Wire, Wicker, Keybase. These are all good things. Why does your cell phone provider need to have access to your messaging? As far as email, Proton Mail is a very popular one. There's other ones out there. There's a comparison guide in the appendix. I'll make sure everyone gets it who wants it. Phone browsers. So there's a DuckDuckGo mobile browser. They don't have it for desktop, but that one's really fun. So I use that and Brave on my phone. And then as for secure storage, there's things like SpiderOak. Recently, Proton has come out with Proton Drive, which is encrypted cloud storage. So I mentioned this, but there's that one privacy site. He compares different email providers as well as VPN providers. It's worth taking a look at. You can do other things like this. I mentioned down at the bottom in emails, you can actually do the email plus whatever site, so you can know where you're getting garbage from. This used to work, but now pretty much people can just write a regex that strips out the plus whatever and get your true email address. It's annoying. Social media. So if you're going to have social media, I would encourage you to have social media for a specific reason, like LinkedIn for business contact, job search, just that thing. I don't want to use it for everything. As always, lock it down, 2FA, review often. And then this is my good friend. I call him Bob. He's actually from thispersondoesnotexist.com. Check out that website. It's like AI generated faces from thousands of different photos, and creates a face that's not a real person. It's kind of fun. You can use that for profile pics and everything. All right, so lifestyle. I'm going to try to wrap up here quick, but Faraday bags. Oh, I jumped a bit. The Faraday bags are kind of useful. I like them. This is one that I have, and it actually has EMF shielding. It'll block Bluetooth, radio, all sorts of stuff. Throw your phone in there, your key fobs, your laptop. It's because even if you put your phone in airplane mode, it can still have GPS. Or even if you pull the SIM card out of your phone, it still can make emergency calls, meaning it can still triangulate off of cell towers. There's lots of stuff about phones we could talk about, but Faraday bag kind of removes a lot of that, which is, it's an interesting thought experiment. Privacy.com. So this is something you can link up to a credit card or a PayPal account or something like that. But basically, you can generate credit card numbers for specific things, like a streaming service, for example. I use Hulu, Netflix, whatever. And I automatically load this much every month. and this card pays for it. If that card ever gets stolen, it only works at Netflix and Hulu or whatever. It's worth looking at. Parody bags, disinformation campaigns. Get a magazine subscription at your house. Of a magazine you'd actually read, but like in a different name or something. I mentioned adversarial clothing. This is kind of to confuse license plate readers. If anyone wants to get me one, I'm a size large. But anyway, really cool stuff. I think it's kind of hilarious. And then kind of the gray man, gray woman concept, wearing nondescript plain clothes that don't really stick out, hiding in plain sight sort of stuff. Home network, we could have a whole talk on this, but there's different things you can do. You can have a pfSense firewall, use like a Protectly vault or something for that. Or maybe you just want to block all the traffic going to marketers. So you could do like a Pi-hole or a Falcon Gate on a little Raspberry Pi. Hated One has a great YouTube video. He has several, talking about the differences between having a VPN versus Tor. Tor is definitely more anonymity. VPN's more control where your data goes out through the internet through instead of just whatever. And wrapping up, true anonymity is very, very difficult. It's very hard to be truly anonymous. And privacy is like a journey. It's not like I've done these things and now I'm good. It's something you review constantly. I don't really have time to go through this. I was thinking of doing a live demo, but I've got some screenshots. But some things that I have on my devices, like I have an always-on VPN. I use HMA, Proton VPN or PIA is good as well. Talking about using the progressive web apps versus the actual apps, you go to the website and then you hit save to home or whatever, and then you basically have a shortcut link to a browser to that thing. That's just a screenshot. I don't use Facebook or whatever. And it's also nice using these privacy-focused browsers because they'll block certain things or upgrade. They'll actually rate how bad the site is. You can go into your different settings, turn on private DNS. This is bouncer and lockdown. Lockdown is more like a firewall for your phone. You can control what gets sent out. Bouncer is more like a permissions thing. So like, let's say you have a running app. You go for a run and you enable GPS. Like, whoa, you just gave GPS to this app. You sure you want to do that? Like, yeah, I can remove it, or say, keep it on for a half hour and then automatically remove it for me. Don't, because sometimes you might enable GPS and then forget about it. Bouncers is basically what that takes care of. So what do we do now? So figure out where you are in the privacy scale. I encourage you to go to inteltechniques.com and download his free workbook. It's like his opt-out of people search and things. Kind of see what information about you is out there and figure out where you are on this privacy scale. And then figure out where you want to be and start making the steps. And I have links to how you can do this. There's the data detox. There's Michael Basil's stuff. There's things you can do to get where you want to be on the privacy scale. So we'll go to questions. I'll do a little teaser, but I have several links in the appendix that we're going to make available to everyone somehow. But yeah, if you have any questions, I'm on Twitter, Keybase, Discord. Happy to talk. And yeah, looks like we got a couple minutes.
Yeah, we have about 3 minutes left. Let me check the Discord real quick and see if there's anything that there wasn't last time I looked.
Sorry if that was fast. I'm a little out of breath, but
no, that was just about right. Actually, you're right within time. I don't see anything yet, so I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and end it now. And if there are any other questions, you can post them in the Track One chat. And if you wouldn't mind dropping in and there were some requests for slides, so if you want to pop a link in there, that would be awesome.
okay.
Otherwise, thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for your time.
Sending us over to YouTube now. I'll let you know before we actually go live.
Okay.
Do. Okay, we're going to go live.
Okay.
And we are live. So here in front of you, this is Keith Tresh. I probably said your name wrong. Tresh, is that how you pronounce that?
Tresh, yes, sir.
Excellent. So Keith is going to tell us a bit about how we got into information security, and this is fireside chat war story time. So let's hand it over to Keith and tell us your stories.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. Happy Friday morning, or I guess almost afternoon, everyone. I sincerely appreciate being able to address all of you today, and I hope you're all staying safe and healthy. For me, I'm really happy about the weather starting to change because I'm looking forward to the cooler temperatures and finishing out 2020 for many, many reasons. So, but I'm still a newcomer to Idaho because I've only lived here about 2 years. So the first thing I wanted to do, I want to start off by providing you all with a short introduction to who I am and give you a little synopsis of my background and experience. But I also want to present you with some initiatives that my team here at ITS-CISO are working on. And then I want to finish up by highlighting something that we all probably understand and know about, and that's the shortfall we have in the cyber workforce. And then at the end, pretty much, give some recommendations on how we might be able to close the gap in that cyber workforce. So a little bit about me. I'm a retired Army signal officer who spent more than 10 years as an enlisted guy, as a signaleer. And then I became an officer. And, not that I counted, but I spent exactly 33 years, 6 months, 24 days in the military. And it was during that long military career that my journey as an IT leader began. I got my start in what was then called information assurance. When I was assigned as the Chief Information Officer / designated approving authority for the California National Guard. But I'll come back to that later. So for the record, I began my technology career as a telecommunications or phone guy. I was working with telephone switches and punching down wire. I also, at some point, went on to hold the help desk manager position for a couple of years. And after that, the network manager for a while before I became the deputy CIO. And then after my deployment in 2005 and beginning in 2006, I was assigned as the Chief Information Officer or the J6 for the California National Guard. And then later on, I actually at some point was also a CIO for the Bullet Train, the California High-Speed Rail Authority, for a short period of time. But those were my IT formative years. But I've spent the better part of last 14 years in the information or cybersecurity field. I've held several cybersecurity related positions, including assignments as the Chief Information Security Officer for 3 different organizations. The first one was as Governor Brown's state of California CISO. And then once after a while, I went back and did the National Guard for a while, but then I full-time. And then I was the County of Orange, California CISO. And presently, I'm the state of Idaho CISO working for Information Technology Services and my boss, Jeff Week. One other cyber position that I had was between 2016 and 2018, and right before I retired from the state of California and moved here, I worked again as Governor Brown's commander of the California Cybersecurity Integration Center, which in California is their state cybersecurity fusion center. Now, throughout my cybersecurity career, I've also been a member of the Multi-State Information and Analysis Center, or MSISAC. And for a period of time, I actually served as an executive committee board member for them. And then one last little fun fact about me is that because I have the passion for giving back, more specifically in cybersecurity, I also teach. So from 2013 to 2014, I taught IT and IT security courses for the University of Phoenix. And presently, I'm proud to say I currently teach cybersecurity curriculum for Boise State University as an adjunct. So over the many years, I've been in the information technology and information or cybersecurity areas of focus. I've seen the threat landscape and the number and types of cyber threats change dramatically. I still remember the first macro virus that we had to deal with, and it was called Concept, and that was back in 1995. It attacked Microsoft Word documents. I was also around and remember when arguably the first social engineering case in cybersecurity issue was deployed, and that was the Melissa virus in 1999. It was propagated through phishing emails sent with a Microsoft Word attachment, and it fooled everyone with the subject line because it was delivered with the subject line "important message from," and then whoever or somebody you know. It's estimated that that virus caused around $80 million in damages, and that's back in 1999, folks. So just let that sink in, and realize phishing's been around and a cyber threat for a very long time. And then who can forget, and one of my favorites, the cyber version of kidnapping or ransomware. The first known ransomware was initiated in 1989 by Joseph Popp, who was an AIDS researcher, and he distributed 20,000 floppy disks, for those of you who remember floppy disks, to AIDS researchers in more than 90 countries. He claimed the disk contained a program that analyzed an individual's risk of acquiring AIDS through the use of a questionnaire. But the disk also contained a Trojan malware program that remained dormant in the computers, but then was activated after a computer had been powered on 90 times. And then once it activated, it displayed a message demanding a payment. Now get this, really big, $189. But then it also asked for another $378 for a software lease. That one became known as the AIDS Trojan or the PC Cyborg. So, today we're painfully aware that phishing and ransomware, those threats continue to represent the bane of our existence. And just, real quickly, in case you had not already heard, phishing attacks have increased over 600% since the COVID crisis began, and ransomware attacks have increased by over 72% in the COVID era. These are both really scary facts, but they're real, and we need to make sure we remain vigilant in our efforts to combat these things. And for any of you that have been around long enough in the cyber arena, our prevention efforts in cyber have constantly been challenged by one daunting fact. Information or cybersecurity has historically been viewed by many non-IT professionals as insurance. And what I mean by that is that the money that they spent on cybersecurity was viewed merely as insurance against an attack that may or may not happen in their eyes. This is merely insurance against an attack, and they're thinking, why is this important to me? The unfortunate fact is that this mentality still exists in some cases and was clearly demonstrated in a survey that I looked up through Digital Information World. And it was done in 2019. And it found that 60% of CEOs thought their company was safe from cyber breaches, while less than 30% of the IT professionals agreed with them. This conflict between IT and C-level or business executives has led to dangerous levels of lagging security, money spent on security, and security funding. And quite honestly and quite frankly, the COVID crisis has not helped the thinking about cybersecurity spending. As a result of COVID, and as we always do, CISOs responded to the COVID-triggered work from home missions that we've all been faced with the need to quickly institute measures to maintain business continuity and protect against the new cyber threats. And so to manage that continuity, all of us and all the security professionals have been patching remote systems over VPNs or virtual private networks that have become super stressed and strained under those increased workloads. And this new business continuity mission had to take place even as many of our budgets for fiscal 2020 had already been allocated before the pandemic broke out. So, to cover the costs addressing business continuity during the crisis, a lot of CISOs have had to put other projects on hold. And according to another survey by McKinsey & Company, who polled more than 250 CISOs worldwide, the COVID-inspired security measures are going to remain a top budget priority in the third and fourth quarters of 2020. And with all that said, despite all the work and the headlines that cybersecurity received as a result of COVID, more than 70% of the executives that they've talked to believe that their budgets for fiscal year 2021 are still going to shrink. And because of that, supporting new tactics to safeguard our organization is expected to limit the spending that we're going to be able to have for such thing as compliance issues, governance things, and risk tools. And add to that, and to the collective efforts, because of the collective efforts of the CISOs for us to maintain business continuity and to protect the remote workers, this will likely have a lasting effect on the cybersecurity providers as well for the next 12 to 18 months because of the budget constraints. Because we're planning for more permanent remote work and for phased reopening and limited interaction that people have with non-essential visitors, it's going to increase the interest in some cybersecurity products and services, but at the same time, it's going to end up curbing it for many others. An example of that would be product lifecycle refreshes. They're probably going to have to decrease. The same survey also noted that to address budget constraints, a lot of CISOs are considering extending how long they use security applications before they upgrade, especially for hardware-based services like firewalls. It's also reported that cybersecurity professionals will be forced to limit paying for new features and/or patches to only their most critical applications, and that's kind of scary. The same survey results also showed that the market for security training and awareness is absolutely going to grow based on what we've just talked about, where when I talked about phishing emails and ransomware increasing. The cyber threats remote workers are facing is dramatically increasing. And because of that, company CISOs say they will be motivated to boost and improve training and awareness to educate their users about cyber hygiene. So, hint, hint to cyber providers, any one of those that can provide cybersecurity awareness training should be prepared to deliver those services virtually and be able to provide for real-time interventions. One more finding that was in the report is that agencies who are going to contribute to the work from home strategy say they may be open to replatforming. What do we mean by that? So the CISOs that need to bring services in line with the news guidelines may be more inclined to move some of their applications to new platforms, including the cloud, where they, as before, they were not. Why is that? Because it's probably going to be easier to add like multi-factor authentication and single sign-on features on a modern cloud platform than it would be to try to bolt those features onto an older platform. And lastly, cybersecurity vendors who are willing to negotiate short-term pricing changes could help open a lot of doors for security professionals, because the CISOs who are faced with budget pressures may be looking to revisit cybersecurity service contracts to maximize their value and costs. And so if cybersecurity providers are able, they could use the opportunity to extend those licenses for a period of time without negative financial consequences to the customer and, God forbid, build new levels of trust with their customers. So let me shift gears a little bit here. I want to talk a little bit about some of the initiatives we're working on. This is something that is near and dear to my heart, and it kind of gives me a lot of pride to be working with a lot of the folks that are here on the B-sides. But before I do that, let me give you a little bit of background on the agency I work for those of you that aren't aware. So the Office of Information Technology Services, or ITS, was formed back in 2019, and before that was called Office of the CIO. Governor Little created ITS shortly before he took office. I'm sorry, shortly after he took office, with one main purpose in mind. He wants to modernize Idaho state government information technology portfolio. Okay. Presently, ITS is in phase 2 of bringing state IT systems and responsibility under one roof. And with that, the role of the state CISO and the CISO office changed from being focused internally on operations within ITS to focusing on outreach with the communities and the Idaho constituency. And what does that mean for us? Well, that means our priorities are focused on helping all of Idaho's public sector entities and providing help and as many resources as we can to Idaho's schools, elections, and small businesses, who, by the way, are a huge target of cyber threat actors. And lastly, of course, to our citizens. ITS and my office have the responsibility to protect all of Idaho's citizens' data that we have and we collect. We also have federal, state, and local compliance regulations we have to meet. So it is a priority mission for us to oversee all of these cybersecurity's governance, regulatory, and compliance mandates. But on the same token, it also helps us provide protection for the critical data that is entrusted to us by the state of Idaho. So with that, let me dive right into the initiatives that we're working on. We've established some crucial core relationships with several entities in the state to help us with our outreach efforts. First and foremost, we've been working with the Idaho Office of Emergency Management to purchase and implement a tool that will help counties assess their cyber risk. You can't fix or work on things if you don't know what your risk is. All public sector entities struggle to keep up with their current with the current threat landscape and any preventive cybersecurity countermeasures. The first thing we're doing is to help them put a tool in their tool bag that's going to help them see the depth and breadth of their respective networks, be able to assess their maturity, and then gauge the level of risk that they're facing. This is going to allow the counties to prioritize their efforts when it comes to maturing their IT assets and network security posture. We're also working with IOEM to update the cyber incident response program. The end state or goal of this is to make the cyber incident reporting easier, help streamline the process, and improve the communication flow before, during, and after an incident to help ensure that all the public sector entities have access to the correct resources to help them remediate and recover from any cyber attacks or breaches that they encounter. Another initiative we're working with the Idaho Office of Emergency Management and with other state entities is establishing a robust and effective cyber threat intelligence program. It's crucial for us to monitor and have access to all the cyber threat intelligence sources, including the dark web, to effectively identify and protect Idaho assets. That includes all state systems and data, our critical infrastructure assets, our election systems, higher education and K-12 systems and data, small businesses, and Idaho citizens in general. Our end state goal is to create an intelligence program that aggregates the cyber threat intelligence, narrows the threats to those within Idaho, prioritize it by sector, and then provide recommendations or recommended actions, for the entities, all the entities that we deal with involved, so that they can take those measures in order to protect themselves from cyber threat actors. So one of the next ones is something that I'm really happy with. I'm very proud to say I was part of this when I was back in the Guard. One of the untapped cyber resources that we have in Idaho are the soldiers and airmen of the Idaho National Guard. Through my assignment as an IT director for the California National Guard, and then during my tenure as the commander of the California Cyber Center, I learned and saw firsthand how deep the skill sets of these cyber warriors go and the talent that they bring to the table. The depth and training and the real world experiences that they have to master to become qualified in their job is unmatched, folks. And that's why we've forged a close relationship with both the Army and Air and National Guard in Idaho and their cyber teams through the National Guard leadership. Major General Garshak and Colonel Vancher, when we met with them, both fully support a mutually beneficial relationship between Information Technology Services and my office and the Guard. And I'm working with Colonel Dan Lister to make that this partnership happen. It's got the legalities that we have to walk through, but we're working closely with them to do it. To utilize the training and the skills that these National Guard folks bring to the table, we're working alongside Colonel Lister and also Lieutenant Colonel Kim McCormick to put together a plan to have the Idaho National Guard Cyber Warriors perform vulnerability assessments and possibly even penetration tests for Idaho public sector entities. The skills and the skills and information that the Guard cyber teams can provide to all of these entities that they assess could, markedly improve the public sector cyber maturity and the posture we have within the state of Idaho as a whole. In addition to cyber risk assessments, the Guard is also working with us on improving the statewide cyber incident response plan as well. If and when a cyber incident occurs involving an Idaho public sector entity, we want all of these entities to know and understand the incident reporting procedures and the resources that they have available to them for remediation and recovery from such an event. The Guard's cyber teams also have the capability to assist in remediation recovery efforts. So we want to ensure that fact's known and make sure that we utilize their skills and knowledge statewide. The Guard's cybersecurity portfolio also has one more tool that I want to talk about, and that includes cyber threat analysis capabilities. We are working with the Guard leadership to finalize a plan and help analyze any and all Idaho-specific cyber threat intelligence we receive. The goal is to make that intelligence actionable for all Idaho public and private sector entities. That is, something we're looking at. It's out a little bit because we have to really get that cyber threat intelligence in the state and mature it. But that is an end-state goal that I'm very excited about and hoping we can get to in not too long a distance. One of the other partners that we are working with to help fill an ever-growing number of cyber positions in both the public and private sectors of Idaho is Boise State University. We're working with the director of Boise State University's Institute for Pervasive Cybersecurity, Ed Vasco, and a Cyberdome vision to potentially provide counties, cities, and municipalities with security as a service. We're also working with Dr. Sunin Liu to help create more operational cybersecurity curriculum, programs, and degrees because as most of us in the educational world understand, a lot of the things we're teaching is theory, and we want to make these things more operational. Another goal I have with our BSU partnership is to close our cyber workforce gaps through a robust and fluid internship program where Boise State students serve internships at public sector entities within Idaho state, well, not just state government, but potentially counties and municipalities as well. We want to get the passionate future cyber warriors into the public agencies so they can get a flavor for what public service is like in the cyber world. The goal is to show the next generation of cyber professionals that public service positions are a good way to create a career, earn the respect of your peers, and build a true retirement plan that they can count on when they decide to leave the workforce. Boise State also has a cyber range, and we're working with the university on a plan to help train our cyber workforce on the range. Through exercises and training, the range has a capability to help cyber warriors learn both blue and red team skills. Students can also learn the skills they need to become certified ethical hackers or blue team heroes. I know most folks always want to do that red side, but we need those blue team warriors as well. One more entity that we're working with to help Idaho become more cyber mature is Idaho National Lab, or INL. They also have a cyber range, and since INL is the headquarters for critical infrastructure training, we are in discussions with them to establish programs and host exercises and provide critical infrastructure training to help train our cyber professionals statewide. Based on their national security mission set, INL is very capable and fully equipped to assist in the gathering, sharing, and analysis of cyber threat information as well. And lastly, INL is also a great place for our young cyber warriors to pursue a career in cyber to help our nation. They already have and already host interns from colleges and universities statewide. So we're working together to expand and maintain a mutually beneficial partnership to fill our growing list of vacant cybersecurity jobs. And speaking of jobs, I want to talk just a little bit about a really important topic to me, and something I'm talking to a bunch of my peers about, and that's our cybersecurity workforce shortages. I think we all know and have heard that the cyber workforce is woefully understaffed. But what's the current situation? What are we doing about it? Some more research I did, and according to Cybercrime Magazine, the cybersecurity talent crunch will increase 3.5 million 3.5 unfilled million jobs globally by 2021. And that's up 1 million open positions since 2014. So in 6 years, in roughly 7 years, it's gone up 1 million jobs, meaning 1 million more jobs empty. That represents a 350% growth in open cybersecurity positions between the year 2013 and the year 2021. Also, ISC Squared's 2019 cybersecurity workforce study shows that in order for the cyber industry to meet the needs of U.S. businesses, there needs to be a significant employment growth to cover the nearly 500,000 person gap that exists. That's a scary statistic, but the U.S. is in an even better position than the global cybersecurity workforce is. ISC Squared's estimates indicate the cybersecurity workforce needs to grow about 145% to meet the demands of global businesses. So now that I've talked and done the gloom of the situation, what do I recommend we do to help fix this huge problem? Let me talk through a couple of principles I think we need to review and update. The first one is, I think, and I highly recommend we work together and agree upon widening the candidate pipeline by changing the basic job requirements. In other words, stop making degrees a mandatory requirement for entry-level jobs, okay? I also feel we need to update our job postings to focus on the core requirements and stop over-speccing the requirements. In addition to that, I firmly believe we should leverage the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education, or NICE, Cybersecurity Workforce Framework wherever possible. Next, we need to think outside the box and create new ways of hiring and training, where the adjacent technical and professional skills take priority and cybersecurity skills can be taught. If we only are looking at people who are currently in the cybersecurity field, we lose out on what I believe is a much bigger talent pool of potential candidates. Another big principle that I'm an advocate for involves us creating and implementing, or expanding as appropriate, apprenticeship programs to train potential candidates. To accomplish this, we also need to create and implement and nurture productive partnerships and programs with as many state universities, community colleges as possible. And lastly, we need to commit to employee development, which means supporting expanded and focused training in general. We need to come up with a different approach, and we need to do it quickly. And we need to all support career planning and mentorship inside organizations and stop being so parochial and looking at it from, we can't, don't touch my morals kind of thing. So on that note, my soapbox rant is over. So let me say thanks for allowing me to address you today. But one last thing I want to talk about before I close out and take questions is to just let you know that we do have a website with cybersecurity resources on it. And for those of you who do not know about it, let me share the URL with you, and I will make sure that everyone has this in the end. But it's www.cybersecurity.idaho.gov. So with that, thanks everyone for their time and attention. Stay safe, and I hope to see you all in person at a conference soon.
All right, Keith, thank you much. Okay, so we have actually been getting a few questions, so let's shift gears if I've still got you for a minute.
Sure.
There's a few of these that I really enjoy. So I'm going to start with Mr. Jay Stoner over here asks a great question of, what keeps you up at night? I mean, you've got your fingers in a lot of pies and you're listening to a lot of the folks who are making big changes and doing the big scary stuff in the dark basements. What is it that makes you worried?
The shift from in the office to home, because what we've done is we've taken the network boundaries and now there are no boundaries. Our network is now everywhere. So the network boundaries, and then you talk about the hardware and what the folks are using. So we don't have as much control over, especially, you want to talk about agencies and entities that don't have a lot of disposable income that, and a lot of money to put on IT. I've mentioned this in several places that I've talked, but, the business continuity didn't necessarily take into account COVID and moving everybody out to working from home. So the money to put computers and laptops in their hands that are owned and controlled by us or your organization, that's what keeps me up at night and scares me, because we've had to change and adapt. And sometimes the security we didn't have the money and we didn't have the resources to keep the security up to snuff with the new environment.
It's that question of bring your own device, but now you're dealing with everything on everybody's network, not just, a BlackBerry here and there.
True. And if you have to allow your folks to work from their own devices, then that's the wild, wild west. You have no clue and no control over what they have on their personal devices.
No, thank you for that answer. I appreciate that. So there's some general questions as well about your transition from your time in the military to civilian cyber work. I know that you talked about it a little bit, but I think that that's something that a lot of folks are interested about from a higher level. We have a number of veterans in our group, and there is more interest among a lot of us who are the community leaders and the people trying to drag out more activity everywhere. What would you, if you could talk about your experience, but maybe even more importantly, how would you have us help other people who are exiting the military follow us into this field?
Yeah, great question. So I will tell you come from being a military officer and a commander, and then going from military environment and rules and regulations to state government was a big eye opener for me. Full disclosure, I was a full-time National Guard guy who moved and was still part-time National Guard when I became the state of California CISO. So I was doing the state of California CISO job full-time and was a brigade commander at the same time on the drill side. It was a huge change in environment. The politics of the military, and I say politics, what you deal with versus what you have to deal with in state government is completely different. So if I had to say what's a good way, I think getting more involved, because the National Guard, and that's one of the things I'm really happy about, is that we're getting more involved with the National Guard leadership from my office here to kind of build that bridge. Because when you go from a military environment to public sector, but in government, there's a lot of different things you have to, the politics that are involved, the skill sets change, whereas in the military, when you hold a position, you have to be fully qualified to hold your position. In state government, some of these folks don't get the training, and sometimes they're even pigeonholed. And I found this out in a big state like California, even, where they were pigeonholed in a certain niche of IT, say help desk, or hey, I'm a network person. So the whole pyramid and where I can go and I want to go from being a network person to being in cyber, those kinds of things. There weren't a lot of avenues there. So I think, and I'm not trying to talk around your question, I'm just trying to how to bring it back all together. I think one of the things that one of the things I would like to see is where the state, Idaho has like an IT leadership, I don't want to use the word academy necessarily, but where IT leaders from both the military and state entities can work together and learn from each other on this is how we do business, this is how we do business, and understand the differences between them. And I think relationships between state entities and other public sector entities and the Guard is huge. And in the military in general, coming away from your military career and coming in there, I think it's good. It's a good thing to do is to get as much involved with the community as you can to kind of get their understanding. And so they know where your experience and where you came from, and you can share those common, there is a common thread there, and getting to know what they are.
Oh, I love that. I love that statement about get involved. And there are some people on this chat who would be happy to continue that conversation. There are some organizations in the Boise area. Specifically, there's a Slack channel for Boise security, and there's some other of that happening on the small scale grassroots growing. Also, you've mentioned that BSU is in this field, and they're kind of trying to move and shake and make some changes on how people are learning cybersecurity in the area. So, and we also have people from across Idaho on this channel as well. We can extend this conversation from that perspective here in the Discord, and then in when we roll that into wherever this is going to take us in the future. So,
can I add one more thing? Because
of course, you're the speaker.
I'm just saying because I don't want to shortchange us as far as the universities go. And this is something I was very involved with in California as a cyber commander. I would like to see, I have a great relationship with the BSU folks, but I would like to, and that's only because I'm teaching there, and then I found the people and know them. I would like to find out and get more involved and get them involved, people like from U of I and ISU and the community colleges in this, because quite honestly, another resource is community colleges. And that's having this, conversations and working together to come up with curriculum, not just for one university, but statewide and also in the community colleges where you create a pool and the community colleges is like the prep ground, and you get them ready, but they're ready to move into the four-year universities from some of the things they're doing in the community colleges, but also being able to come out of the community colleges with some of those essential skills and be able to jump into jobs and then go back for their four-year degrees at any of our state universities. So just in, full disclosure, I truly would like to have the entire university program within Idaho involved, as well as the community colleges.
Oh, had too many mute buttons on over here. That's excellent to hear, and I really look forward to hearing where that comes from your perspective. And there are a lot of other community leaders here that are not in the current educational system that would do really well being involved in that conversation. Especially looking at some of the work that's done even by Nightstar, who's currently running a cybersecurity CTF style village in here on our Discord. There's people doing this stuff, so let's continue this conversation as we go.
Yeah, there's everybody. I mean, I'm gonna say everybody. There's a lot of folks out there that have some good initiatives and things are going on. One of the other things that I know is active in Idaho, but I'd love to see more of is more of these competitions, cyber competitions, even down at the high school level, where we're kind of grooming students in these things, and because that's a good way for them to get involved and see what it's like, and to kind of groom them.
Well, thank you so very much for coming to talk with us today. I know I appreciate it. I think that most of the folks here are glad to have someone with your level of experience here in the community and helping us move forward. It's also good to hear some of where we come from, because technology, more than a lot of things, kind of is built upon a lot of the time the mistakes, but the decisions made in the past. So if there's one more thing that you would like to wrap up everything you've said into one takeaway, what would you like your call to action, your takeaway, the thing you want people to come away from your talk with? What's your signature there?
Well, you said one, but it's going to be kind of two. So the big one is you can never have enough partners and partnerships and relationships in the cyber world. Everybody's got good ideas, good plans, and things that you can, kind of work together on to do that. Something that I like to talk about a lot with my military cohorts, and that is plagiarism. And when I say plagiarism, don't recreate the wheel. If there are people out there that can help you because they've already put stuff together, work together and create or take something that they've already used or created and just tailor it to what you're doing rather than have to start from scratch. That doesn't work in all cases, but for the most part and in a large part, there are so many smart people out there. Don't be afraid to ask for help and say, hey, I'm doing this. Can you help me with it?
Beautiful. All right. Well, thank you all for coming to watch this keynote. We will
Yes, thank you.
End this about now, it looks like. Everybody can go take a little bit of time, unwind for a minute before the 12:30, which is when talks come back up. So a little bit of time for lunch. We can do a big round of applause in our own rooms for Keith on our keynote.
I should have done this a little earlier. Okay, we're on. So our next talk upcoming here is Jesse Young and Carl Schutt, and they will be talking about exploiting medical devices and proprietary protocols. Okay, guys, you're on.
Hey everyone, thanks for attending our talk. I have to admit this is a little bit different than what we're used to. I can't picture everyone in the audience naked as a way to calm my nerves. So in fact, I'm just going to stare at this webcam. Hopefully everything. This is our talk on exploitation of medical devices, specifically focused on remotely controlled insulin pumps. I'm Jesse Young. I'm a security researcher with QED Secure Solutions. Prior to that, I worked at Microsoft in Azure and Microsoft Security Response.
Hey guys, your microphone's cutting in and out a little bit. Yeah, sorry.
Better?
Let's give it a shot.
Okay. My name's Carl Schutt, also a security researcher with QED Secure Solutions. Prior to that, active duty Air Force for 22 years, mostly as a programmer. Yeah, I mean, before we want to get into the actual meat and guts of the talk, we like to just take a moment to recognize lots of the pioneers for information security that have done some pretty impactful research, and specifically the names that are highlighted there. Barnaby Jack, Jay Radcliffe, and more recently Billy Rios and Jonathan Butts. They've done a lot of work in the remotely controlled insulin pump space as far as security research is done. So I just want to recognize those folks before we get into it. So this is the device that we're going to take a look at today. It's called the MiniMed 508 insulin pump, manufactured by Medtronic. First manufactured in 1999, but was still widely in use up until recently. In fact, we got the pump right here that we've done our work on. It's a pretty simple device, consists of an infusion pump
and remote control for remote access.
So how do these insulin pump systems work? Effectively, you have what's called an infusion set. It's got some tubing and a needle that goes into the patient.
Okay.
Actually, a
Guys,
glucose monitor.
we're still having the same problem with you guys cutting in and out. Would you mind if you pop open Discord real quick, go into user settings, and let's turn your gain up a bit.
Sure.
So under voice and video. That's input volumes turned all the way up. Okay, never mind. Uncheck automatically determine input sensitivity. And let's see if that's a little better. So you might want to turn that level down just a little bit towards the L. Yeah, there you go. Let's try that.
Sure.
Okay. All right, let's do this. Let's try this again. So effectively, we have the insulin infusion set that I was talking about there. In this depiction, there's actually a glucose monitor as well. That glucose monitor basically reports the patient's glucose levels at any given time. This particular infusion set is just the infusion set. There's no monitor there, so it just does medicine delivery effectively.
As we stated, the device itself is pretty simple. There's not a whole lot to it. It does come with a remote control, so that you remotely access it. The primary use case for that would be a common use is for the pump to be used with small children. The parent may want to control the device without the child being able to provide any input, so that they can't accidentally start the delivery of medicine or stop the delivery of medicine. The problem is that the communication between the remote control and the infusion pump is over clear text radio protocols. Anyone with a wireless capture device that can operate in the spectrum that it uses can listen in on those transmissions. In fact, even your garage door remote is probably more secure than what you would see here. At least that uses rolling code so that you can't. The only authentication is actually done by entering in the 6-digit serial number. Hopefully you can see, here's an example on the back of the remote control we're using. You load that serial number into the infusion pump, and the infusion pump will only listen for commands coming from that specific serial number. So that makes the device susceptible to spoofing replays, specifically because you can capture that traffic and replay it. Or in the case of what we're going to show you today, crafting our own commands and sending arbitrary commands to the device.
Yeah, and actually the public disclosure of the fact that this insulin pump is susceptible to capture replay attacks, that was actually snuck in by these guys back in Black Hat 2018. They were doing research and demoing their vulnerabilities that they found in a pacemaker programmer built by the same manufacturer. And then they snuck in this insulin pump and they said, we just do a capture replay, but we're pretty confident somebody could figure out how to arbitrarily craft and send their own packets without the need of a control. And effectively, that's what we've done, what we're going to talk about today. Some of the things that make this particular insulin pump and remote control combo a prime candidate for exploitation are these factors here. It operates on a frequency of 418 megahertz, so that's within the band of freely available spectrum for the FCC. Also operates on what's called on-off keying for data modulation. So that makes it really simple to determine, like, is there data in the air or is there not data in the air? A 1 is essentially presence of signal, and then a 0 is represented by a lack of signal. So that makes things pretty easy. There's also a pretty simple encoding mechanism for the data, and Carl will get into that later. And finally, there's only a single channel of data that we have to replicate when we're doing our reverse engineering. We don't have to try to spoof responses from the pump. We just have to figure out how to craft messages. That all makes things a bit simple for us, actually. So we're just going to walk through kind of the methodology of how we front, Carl mentioned there's a serial number on the back of the remote. There's also an FCC ID on the back of the remote. So most devices or all devices that communicate wirelessly in the US at least have to have this ID, and you can use that to look up the frequency that the device actually operates on the FCC's website. So that's what we've done up front. Where do we have to focus our tools on? And then as far as tools are concerned, we just have a suite of commodity hardware and software that we use to do the reverse engineering. So we use software like RX tools, Inspector, Universal Radio Hacker, which is a lot of in this presentation. And then as far as hardware goes, we use our laptop, a HackRF1, awesome software-defined radio, and then actually a cheaper software-defined radio called the Yardstick. That enables us to kind of custom craft our commands, and Carl will get into that later. You'll see here, this is kind of our capture process. It's really expertly depicted of how we do software-defined radio work. We have the remote control on the right-hand side, and effectively all we're doing, we're pressing all of those three buttons and capturing what those signals look like. We press the button. And we're feeding that into tools like Inspector and Universal Radio Hacker so we can get a deeper look as to what that data looks like.
As Jesse mentioned, we need to look at the actual radio data. So we take our samples, usually in IQ format, and use primarily Universal Radio Hacker as the analysis tool. That was the one that gave us the best results. So what you see here in each of these 4 pulses is a single press. Since there's no two-way communication, there's no negotiation, the transmitter simply repeats the command over and over again, usually until you hear an we need to zoom in a little bit further to see what's actually showing up in this data. So when you zoom in, we kind of start to see what we expect to see in a data transmission. You've got especially in an old VHF, you see your preamble for the receiver. That's usually a regular pulse that's used specifically to wake up the transmitter and tell it that it's about to receive data. That's followed by a sync pulse. Pulse has specific timing characteristics. It's used to tell the receiver the timing characteristics of the data that's about to receive and how accurate the transmitter is. And it also marks the start of data. Once the sync pulse is complete, the receiver knows that everything after that is data. And then we see our irregular pulses, obviously the actual contents of the data packet. Yes. Better than before, though. Okay. Hopefully this will do the trick. All right. So here we're zoomed way in on the signal. We can see here that the clear presence of our 418 megahertz carrier wave. We see the obvious on-off, and we see the presence of the Manchester encoding. And Manchester encoding is just a way of transmitting data where there will always be a change in state in the middle of a pulse. And that's done to keep the timing more accurate of the actual signal and to prevent problems with transmitting items like long strings of ones or long strings of zeros where the receiver may lose its timing sync. So the data is actually carried on the transition rather than on the level. So zero, I forget which way it goes, but I think a zero is a low to a high and a 1 is a high to a low. That transition actually tells you the bit. So each pulse has a width of t, but the data that's on that pulse is actually at the midpoint or t over 2. So you will always have some type of transition in the middle of each pulse, even if the level from one pulse to the next is carried over.
Yeah, so effectively, once we've been able to capture that data and be confident that we're getting clean and accurate kind of repeated samples, Universal Radio Hacker actually does this awesome job of taking that data and pumping it into a binary representation, even a hex representation. But If you recall earlier, we were talking about the way that the remote control authenticates to the pump, and that's by means of transmitting its serial number. So in this data, we're effectively looking for the serial number. And once we apply the Manchester 2 encoding that Carl was talking about, we can see the serial number called out in the raw message itself. So now we have the serial number, we can begin to understand what the other pieces of data look like. After lots of message samples, we find that following the serial number is actually the command or the button that's being pressed. So in this example, there's also a message counter that increments with every single button press. And then finally, there's a checksum, right? So at this point, we're pretty confident we're looking at the message in the way the developer intended to view it. But we know what's in it, how it's encoded, what the commands are, but we actually don't know how that last bit of data, the checksum, is built. So effectively, that's the last piece that we have to figure out and craft our own messages. So luckily, the checksum is just an 8-bit value. We actually use this library a lot. It's called CRC check. We plug into this Python library. We find a CRC algorithm that gets us close to calculating the checksum based on all the samples we have. And we actually come across this instance where we're only 50%. We have either an init value of 0 or an init value of 21 that gives us accurately crafted data each time. But we actually notice that there's a catch, and all of our checksums that we calculate seem to be even. So now we can begin to think, oh, we probably just have some kind of bit parity miscalculation here.
So with that little bit of clue, we kind of went back and took a look at the data that we had. Using that same init value in every instance of 21, we realized that those incorrect checksums that we were getting on values where the data ended in an odd number, if we just subtracted 1 from the checksum value, we actually got the correct checksum value. So as Jesse said, this was likely a bit parity issue. But with that calculation complete, we've now been able to replicate the data coming out of the transmitter with 100% accuracy. So we know what's in the data. We know how that data is supposed to look like. Now we need to transmit our own crafted messages. And we're going to talk about the tools to do that on the hardware side, but on the software side, we need something that can interact with software-defined radio. And the Yardstick works with an awesome library called RFCAT. It supports Manchester encoding, but we need a little bit more flexibility specifically with individual data because it places some rules on how it was encoding the data. So we rolled our own Manchester encoding scheme. As we were talking about earlier, the data is carried on the transition. So we just change each bit of our data into 2 bits of encoded data. The 0 is a transition from a low to a high, or 0 to a 1. And a 1 is a transition from a high to a low, or a 1 to a 0. So now our data is encoded. All we need to do is transmit it. So the tool for that was the Yardstick 1 that we've mentioned multiple times. It's got a number of characteristics that are helpful for us. Band that we need. It supports the data rate that we were looking for, which through measuring it in Spectrum or Universal Radio Hacker, we determined was around 40,070 bits per second. But the receiver is flexible enough that you can deviate from that and it'll still function. And it does on-off keying. So now we need to see if the data that we're transmitting, that we're crafting ourselves, actually looks like the data that the remote control produces. So on the top is the data coming out of our Yardstick using our software. On the bottom is the button press. We're not getting the same repetition rate, but it's close, and the receiver still recognizes the data. But more importantly, Universal Radio Hacker decoded the contents of the individual packets to be exactly the same between both. So we're confident at this point that we've accurately replicated the transmitter. Zooming in, we see that maybe we don't have the same performance with the reduction of noise from the transmitter turning on to off. But again, the receiver had loose enough tolerances that didn't matter. And again, the data looks the same. And even further, we see our carrier wave, we see the same data, we think we've got the solution. Now all that's left to do is wrap our software into a nice Python package with a front end and pretend to be a remote control for a Minimed 508 pump. So with that, we're going to move over to a quick demo video.
Yeah, hopefully this stream's fine. We're in the rehearsal. So this is essentially a really sped up version. We're setting up the pump right now to listen for a remote control that theoretically doesn't exist. We're going to give it a serial number of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you see there is actually just turn RF mode on. So I made it to where the pump will listen for remote commands. You can see I'm putting in 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the remote control to listen for. And we're going to program that all in our software. We're not going to use a remote control at all to make this thing deliver insulin. One other setting I just put on was called child block. And that makes it to where you can't press the buttons on the pump itself in order to stop insulin from being delivered or to start insulin being delivered. So right there we just sent an activate command. We're bumping up the medicine levels purely on our software. And we're sending another activate to make it recognize and acknowledge, hey, I'm going to start delivering insulin right now. And this is a really, really slow process. The delivery of 8 units of insulin from this pump takes maybe about 8 minutes, actually. So we sped it up quite a bit. But you can see there, effectively, we've just made this thing deliver medicine to our imaginary patient with no actual remote control. So once we were able to demonstrate that and be confident that we could make it a repeatable process, we actually coordinated with ICS Cert. I think some folks there in Idaho might have actually helped coordinate this, along with the FDA, to communicate this to the manufacturer. And what the result was, around June last year, they actually issued a voluntary recall of all of these Minimed 508 devices.
So the primary reason for the recall, beyond the obvious patient safety risks, is that that pump is not programmable or updatable. There's no mechanism to update the firmware. The device is locked as manufactured. And additionally, the recall affected multiple versions because in addition to the 508 pump that we were experimenting with, that transmitter receiver pair or circuitry was used across a number of models. You can see here the 508 in addition to a number of Minimed Paradigm models as well.
Not to play down the patient safety risks either. Anytime that you can have some type of cyber effect that leads to physical harm or patient harm, it's not good, right? And especially for diabetics, hypoglycemia, so too much insulin, or hyperglycemia, not enough insulin, obviously not good conditions to be in, especially if they're a result of somebody else attempting to deliver or deny delivery of medicine.
So there were a number of recommended mitigations, and you can see the list here, but I want to highlight 3 of them specifically. The first one is don't share the serial number. That's tantamount to sharing your password. Of course, that doesn't stop somebody from capturing that password by listening for stray RF. But it is a mitigation. The second is don't disable the alarm on the infusion pump. Normally, when you're interacting with it, there's an audible alarm that you can hear that tells you when a dosage is being set, when delivery is started, or when delivery has stopped. But you can deactivate that audible alert if you want to. And if you do that, the only warning that you're going to have that delivery has started or stopped is by hearing the physical pump inside the infusion pump. And the third and most important mitigation is if you can support it, the device does not have to be used in RF mode. You can deactivate RF entirely, or you change the serial number in there, but more importantly, you can turn off RF. So again, there are use cases where RF is definitely a plus, especially with small children. But if it can be supported, the device should not be used with RF turned on. And with that, that concludes our talk today. Again, thank you for having us, and we'll open the floor for questions.
I know we had some audio problems there, so there were not a lot of questions that we had as we went. I want to give everybody in the chat a chance to ask anything if they have anything. The only one question that we did get is, will the slides be available? So at some point, we'll definitely want to talk about that.
Sure.
We have a couple of people who are typing, so we'll give them just a moment.
Hopefully, it was at least partially hearable.
It was just kind of hit or miss. The one question that we do have here is, how concerned are you about this kind of thing being exploited either now or in the future? So I'm guessing, I'm just reading between the lines. It sounds like, have you seen this in the wild, or do you expect to see this in the wild?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing, the reason why the FDA stepped in is they're absolutely concerned, even if I guess the likelihood that somebody's just going to walk by you and shoot some stray RF at you that'll activate your insulin pump, that's probably low, but the fact that it's possible is risk enough, especially wasn't able to be patched or updated. So that piece, the recall is nice because it can no longer be prescribed to patients, this particular series of pumps, but you can still buy them on medical sites like MedWow that sell used medical devices. So they're still out there available for purchase if folks want to use them for some reason.
And maybe we're not going to see this much as an exploit for nefarious purposes, but certainly the simplicity of the device makes it desirable to the homebrew community, right? People have built their own rigs for personal glucose monitoring using home-built apps and their own interactions with their infusion pump. I'm sure people got different feelings on this. The FDA is going to say that that's a risk because you're using the device in an unintended manner, and it may have unintended consequences. I leave that to each person to decide on their own. Their thoughts on that.
Okay, guys, I think that's pretty much it for our time. So thanks very much for your time, and if you want to, if you have those slides shared at some point, drop into the Track One chat and toss that in there for us as well.
Yeah,
Thanks, guys.
We're streaming here. I'm now, as soon as I see it show up.
And it should just be to the streaming channel followable.
Yeah, so you're going to, you stream it, well, but you just do your thing. You do exactly as we did last time.
Yep.
I am, in a minute, I'm going to push the go live on you. Going live.
Excellent.
Hello, B-Sides Idaho people. Thank you for joining us for this presentation. This is Ryan Thompson talking about suspect last seen wearing admin creds. Take it away, Ryan.
Perfect. Thanks for the
Hello,
introduction.
B-Sides Idaho people.
Let me go ahead and mute that. That way I don't have an echo. Let's go ahead and get started here. The whole premise of this talk is based on some things that I've seen while developing New Analyst. And so let's hop into it actually. So a little bit about myself and why you guys should even listen to me on this topic. As it currently stands, I'm an education engineer at Elastic. In previous lives, I've worked in a consultant capacity. I've been a senior analyst, and for a period of time, I was administrating a software solution. Throughout a few of those roles, I became subject matter experts in a proprietary search at Alert Logic, and now Kibana for Elastic. And so I've got a lot of experience actually teaching search tools. And along with that, I've brought up a lot of security analysts and started them at ground level and tried to bring them up into a place where they felt comfortable with our tool sets and our processes. And so, as I would teach analysts, you start with the basics. You start with some IT fundamentals. You work more towards a security fundamentals, and maybe a security plus level. And then, whatever company you work with, whatever tool set, whatever kits you guys use at a specific company, you start teaching them the syntax for that. You start teaching them the actual query syntax. And the biggest jump is from them having all that knowledge, right? They have all this theoretical and a little bit of technical knowledge, getting them to a place where they can actually do incident response, where they can actually do digital forensics. That's a big jump. It's a big gap. And so this talk is focused on bridging that gap. And the best way to do that, in my opinion, from the trainings and the mentoring that I've done, is tied into something that people are a little bit more familiar with, something a little bit more tangible. And so in this case, I'm going to compare hunting down a suspect of a bank robbery to a virtual attacker. Quick side note on that piece of clip art on the left, I found that while I was looking for imagery for this, and it's inspired me to do another talk about doing what you love. Quite frankly, I don't know that I could imagine doing anything different than robbing banks. It seems to be what he was born to do. So we'll leave it at that. This talk breaks down into three elements. The first one is what makes an identity, right? What are the elements that go into an identity of someone? And we'll talk about that on the physical side as well as the virtual. We'll then go into the scope of a query or the scope of a search and why that matters. And the last piece is teaching the hard lesson that a lack of evidence doesn't necessarily mean a lack of activity. And that's an important note, and I'll go into each one of those. First and foremost, we'll go into elements of identity. Now, my blue slides are more geared towards the physical, so more towards the bank robber situation, and then the pink slides are more geared towards the hacker. And so that'll kind of be a good delineation there. So what goes into the identity of a bank robber? I often think of the signs that I see on the side of the highways that are looking for a specific vehicle. Maybe a news report says the suspect was last seen wearing a certain type of clothing. In this case, it'd be a striped shirt, black pants, ski mask, carrying a bag of cash, right? And then there are other ones that are a little bit less obvious, but very, very important, such as like spoken language or maybe a dominant hand. And so when we start thinking about the quality of these indicators, we need to start thinking about how hard it would be for them to change these elements about themselves. And so as you're going through here, you can kind of make some judgment calls about how hard it would be to change your hairstyle. Pretty easy.
Okay, so Ryan's gone. Yep, looks like he just lost power on his side. So I will chat with you for just a bit while we wait for Ryan to come back. if it's this is the joys of doing these things live, is occasionally there are some issues. We might not have a chance to get all the way through the rest of Ryan's talk. We'll see how things come together and how quickly he can get back up and rolling. In the meantime, we'll make sure that he can provide all of his slides to you as we figure out how to go forward. Maybe I might re-record his talk in our own time, and we can make that available on the website later. So, yeah. I suppose, in the meantime, everybody's welcome to jump on over to, we're still getting track 2 built up. If I'm not mistaken, Knight is over in the CTF village still, and he would welcome having people come and ask him questions there. Hey, it's never a live conference without a number of problems. I know Ryan's not here to hear this, but I do want to thank him for coming to join us. This is, I believe, his first time speaking at a B-Sides event. In fact, there are a lot of the presenters this year are first-time presenters. So that's one of the great things about B-Sides in general, is it provides an opportunity for folks to join in on security speaking who have not had a lot of experience. And with that comes some fun technical challenges from time to time. Oh, looks like we're starting to get... Hey, I think we've got Ryan back.
I do apologize, guys. I just lost power on one of the sunniest days we've had in a while, so that's fun.
Welcome back. I was just vamping for a little while, so you are welcome to pick this back up and go.
Excellent. Let's go ahead and open this back up, and we'll see. We'll see if we can get through the rest of it. So I will pick up the pace a little bit, right? We talked about changing these elements of an identity. Some are harder than others, right? You can make pretty quick alterations to a hairstyle or a hair color. Getting a different vehicle may be harder, right? Stealing a car, stealing plates may be more difficult depending on what resources we'll just say you have access to. Changing clothes is pretty easy, but something like a spoken language is much, much harder. Becoming fluent in a new language takes years, and as a result, it's a pretty tough one. And so as you start stacking these in the order in which I guess you're stacking them in the order of the ease of the ability to change these for an attacker, or in this case, a bank robber. You get pyramid of pain is what they call it in the virtual world. Now, I don't know if our law enforcement has a pyramid of pain for the real world, but this is what it would look like. Right down at the bottom, you have clothing. As you go up, your hairstyle may be easier to change. Your phone number is a little bit harder. The vehicle's more difficult. And then as you get to the top and you start talking about the way that you commit the crimes or a spoken language, those are very, very difficult to change. And so let's take a look at what that looks like on the virtual side. So we're still in elements of an identity. We're just switching sides. So you've got a little hacker here. He's got his laptop and his hoodie, for some reason a bandana. And what makes his identity as an attacker? A piece of that is going to be the domain, where he's hosting malware, maybe an IP address that he's actually attacking from, the ways in which he's attacking, the tools that he's using, maybe a user agent string, right? And so once again, we're going to take a look at how hard it is to actually go in and change these things. Domain is pretty easy. You can purchase a new one. IPs, you can spin up a new instance or proxy. Tools and tactics. This is something that a coworker put into a really good frame of reference for me. Just as the blue team side and the legitimate side of information security goes to SANS trainings or spends time in their own lab. You guys know what type of effort it takes to truly learn a new tool or a new tactic. It takes a lot of time, and the attackers are no different, right? Switching from tools from one tool to another can be a large time sink. And you have user agent string down there at the bottom. You install a plugin and you're done. And so once again, we rank these in terms of the difficulty of changing those. And so keep this in mind as we go through these two different scenarios. And these indicators are not all created equally. Some are easier to change than others, and that'll change how we build our queries and how we actually go do investigations. So next section is the scope of a query and why it matters, more importantly, right? So we've got this bank robber. We want to catch him. It'd be really easy for the police to put out a bulletin that says, "Hey, we're looking for a guy in a striped shirt," right? They're probably going to get a lot of hits from that. That's going to be way too broad with a low quality indicator. Where on the other side of it, they said, "Hey, we've got he's wearing a striped shirt, he's got black pants, he's got black shoes, he's wearing a ski mask, got a big old bag of cash." It's much more specific. And so when you actually go and implement these, you see problems with both sides being so specific and being so broad. So on the left-hand side, if you're just looking for striped shirts, all of a sudden you're having what I would consider that to be a false positive, right? You found somebody in a striped shirt, not a strong enough indicator, not enough indicators to find the right person. Where on the right-hand side, you've built your requirements for the identifying this criminal is too narrow, right? You said he's got to have a striped shirt, he's got to have black pants, he's got to have black shoes, he's got to have these things. And if it's a low quality indicator, those can be easily swapped and they can go right past your detection. And so all of a sudden this guy's running free because he swapped black shoes for blue shoes, and that doesn't match the set of requirements for identifying them. And so out of the two, I'm much more concerned about the one on the right. I don't want active criminals going by. I don't want false negatives. And so how do I avoid that? So let's go ahead and take a look at what that looks like in the virtual world. Let's say you get an alert in, and it talks about a successful brute force on this .3 system over on the left-hand side. It's for username admin.james, and you've got this .55 over on the right-hand side that the attacker used to commit the brute force. And at this point, it's pretty fair to assume that that hacker has the credentials for admin.james. So we know that. Tuck that knowledge in the back of your head because that's important. And so I said that once an analyst has an understanding of query and syntax and tools, they want to jump in and they want to leverage that. They want to prove that they know what they're doing, and they want to build a complex query to find the bad guys. And this is what it normally looks like. They say, cool, I know the host, I know the source IP, I know the user, I'm going to put all that in. The problem with that is, as we discussed earlier, the IP that the attacker is using is not a great indicator. And it wouldn't be very hard for them to spin up a new IP. Now they have the credentials for admin.james. There's not going to be a brute force indicator. There's not going to be an alert for it because they already have it. It's going to be a one-shot login. All of a sudden, if you've narrowed your focus too close, too granular, you're going to miss that activity. It's the same thing if there's another machine on the system that shares those credentials, right? With all the specificity that you use for this query, you are blind to a lot of the activity that could be. So what I recommend doing is saying, what does the attacker have and how is he using that to get into my environment? And the most important thing is those admin credentials. So if you leave that to admin.james, you just say, I want to find any activity related to this compromised user. Now all of a sudden, it doesn't matter what systems they're using, it doesn't matter where they're moving, you can gather all that information. And this is what it may end up looking like, right? So you've got down here along the bottom, you've got your .3, the failed attacks or failed attempts and the successful login, right? We knew about that activity already. What we didn't know is about this .9 login from this .99. And we see an account creation down here. That's another lead. You can go chase that down. If you're too specific with that initial query, though, you will miss activity like that. And so that's a big one. So the next thing I want to talk about is the fact that a lack of evidence doesn't always mean that there was a lack of activity. And so let's dive into what that looks like from a physical perspective. Let's say we're looking for this bank robber, and we've got a camera that's pointed down an alleyway. And we go ask the facilities people. We say, do you have any video evidence of a guy about this tall, with striped shirt, all this, running down this alleyway? And he says, nope, I've got no video evidence of this suspect coming this way. It's easy to say, cool, all right, we're good to go here. He didn't come this way, guys. Wrap it up. Let's move over here. The problem with that is you're making some assumptions as to why there's no video evidence. And so peeling back those assumptions, there's some questions that you need to ask, right? On the left-hand side, we've got the question of like, is the camera even plugged in? Is it set to record? Would this particular camera actually produce any video ever, right? On the right-hand side, yeah, cool, it's plugged in. I see the little red light. We should be good to go. Well, you need to go check the drive. Well, where does that video go? Does it go to a tape? Does it go to a drive? Is it full? These are questions that you have to ask. The other thing is, how long is retention? Maybe it's stored for a week, but this robbery happened 2 weeks ago. You're no longer going to have that footage. And so those assumptions can really get you. And we don't need to just immediately assume because we didn't find the evidence that the activity didn't occur. So let's shift a little bit. We're going to talk about the same thing for a virtual attacker. Once again, maybe we think a specific user was used for a type of activity, and the level 1 admin says, hey, there's no log evidence of the suspect gaining access to the system. We're good. Once again, we have to check those assumptions. For the first one on the left, okay, cool. The attacker gained access. But does that system even log that type of activity? Or the audit policy set up correctly to store that information and log it as an event? Or does the system just say, hey, we're good here, right? Going further on the right-hand side, normally, especially in a SOC environment, you're not logging on to the individual device. You're viewing it through some type of SIM or some type of query system, maybe an API. And the question is the system even set up to forward that log? So in this case, right, we have the log generated, and maybe it's sitting on that endpoint. It just never made it to the SIM. And so you ran this query, it came back with nothing, but that doesn't mean that activity didn't happen. And so I'm going to walk through an example. We're going to go through how you could do a sanity check on these types of things. And so the example that I'm using is we want to answer this question. Has dev.tom created any scheduled task on this .25 host? Seems easy enough. And once again, you've got your level 1 analyst who's knows a little bit about security, knows what a scheduled task is, has the query language down, and he builds this query. On this host, I'm looking for scheduled task, and I'm looking for it coming from this dev.tom account. To be fair, this doesn't have the same problem as the last scenario that we looked at. Right? This isn't too narrow. I think this is totally reasonable. This is pretty succinct, but I think it's in the right scope. And it comes back to no results. So often I see people say, yep, nope, no scheduled tasks, we're good to go. What we need to do is we need to step back and say, are there other reasons that we may not be getting any activity? And so the first search I would run, if I got this result for a sanity check, I would say, okay, I don't care what type of activity, I don't care what user, am I getting logs from the system? Are they even making it over to my SIM? That's the first question. And in this case, it looks like we're getting some activity. That's great. The next question is, if somebody were to create a scheduled task, would that system even log it, and would that be sent over to the SIM? Right. So you start to broaden out your search a little bit more. You say, I want to know all scheduled tasks on this .25 host. And we can see that admin.dave and dev.sarah created a scheduled task at some point. And so it's safe to assume that this system is not only logging, but also forwarding those logs back to the SIM. So we can go back to this initial search right here, and we can feel more confident that that activity didn't actually occur. And so this is a big one that gets people, especially in an MSSP environment where you may not be as familiar with the endpoints or the configuration. And so I'm not going to go through this, but this will be in the slide deck that I'll offer to you guys. But this is a real quick flow chart, and it's basically asking the same two questions, right? Once you get those empty results, are you receiving logs from the host? That's the first question. And if you are you receiving similar message types, aka are audit policies set up correctly? And if both of those answer yes, no activity occurred. If not, there's some things you may need to check. And so um, these are the biggest points that I see is the scope of a query being too narrow to start with, or the assumption that the lack of activity, lack of evidence equates to a lack of activity. And so when we talk about the scope of a query, starting too narrow causes actions to fall outside the scope of what you're looking for. And the remediation for that is starting with a broad query with a strong indicator will help you avoid that missing activity. As for the lack of evidence, keep in mind there's always multiple reasons why a query may return zero results. You have to do the due diligence to figure out why that's actually happening. Once you figure out why, you may have to go fix some configurations. You may have to go set up some audit policies. You may have to enable log forwarding or figure out what firewall rule is blocking that log forwarding, whatever it may be. Just don't jump to the assumption because it's not there that it didn't happen. And that is all I have for you guys. I want to open it up for questions at this point. Are there any questions for me? I think Shane's doing me a solid and checking the
Yes, sir.
Discord.
We're watching the chat up here, so I'm not seeing. Folks don't have a lot of questions for you quite yet, so I'm really glad to see what you've come up with here. I love this idea of the things that you're looking for are maybe not telling the story that you are really trying to tell. There seems to be this idea of
Correct.
making sure that it's not just, hey, do you have questions about this? It's are you actually attempting to distill the right thing out of what you're asking? So is there an idea that you see people make, a problem people make in the, is there a mistake that you see people make live more often than others? You do a little bit of training in your day life, so.
Yeah, I mean the first, it's definitely the second. The second one is the more challenging one. When they build a query and no results come back, they assume that that query is correct, and they assume that the data is there even if it were correct. And that I think is the biggest one. I don't know that I have any others that fall outside the scope of those two. I've got some others bouncing around, not fully fleshed, but yeah, it's once again, it's that mix of having just enough information about security and the tool set and not having the experience that is a really dangerous combination for making assumptions about what's coming back in your data sets. That's what I see.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, well, is there a one takeaway you would like people to pull with them from your presentation? Something to sum up what you're going with, a call to action, if it were, as it were.
A call to action is to do a better job or strive to be better at understanding the underlying data sets that you're querying. We get so wrapped up in whether it's Splunk or Kibana or proprietary setup that we think that we can punch this in and get the same thing every time for any environment. And a big thing that I see is that people don't actually understand what they're querying. They don't understand what a raw log message looks like. Whether that be a CloudTrail log or heck, a PCAP or a snort log, whatever it may be. Strive to understand what that underlying data looks like, and it'll help you build stronger queries overall.
Great. So it turns out I cut you a little early. I misread the schedule. So you do have a little bit more time if you'd like to hit another concept. And by the way, I would also, because of some of the technical difficulties that we had here, I want to offer you the opportunity to re-record this, and we can post that up on the YouTube afterwards if you'd like. So that'll give you an opportunity to say it the way you want to.
That sounds great. I'll definitely take you up on that. I don't have any other points that I want to drive home. There's going to be some expansions on this talk in the future, especially given that not all conferences have a 20-minute window. Some have 30 minutes, some have 45, and so there's some others bouncing around, not fully fleshed out. And so I will keep you guys posted. If you take a look at my blog, my LinkedIn, I will make sure that I post whenever I update this slide deck and make it available to you guys.
Well, I look forward to seeing what you have to say in the future.
Okay, let's see. Okay, we should be going up here in just a second. I'm going to check and see. And here we are. Okay. I just realized I took my face off of here too. Okay. Hey everybody. This is Hunting We Will Go. Adventures in Endpoint Threat Detection. And our speaker is David Branscombe. I will be as in previous sessions, monitoring the track one chat for questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, David, and you can get started.
All right. Thanks, Brian. So hi, everybody. My name is Dave Branscombe. I am a cloud security architect at Microsoft. So I support Microsoft partners and customers in delivering security solutions specifically related to Microsoft 365 and a little bit of Azure in there too. So you'll see that the majority of what I'm talking about here today is going to be slanted towards how Microsoft does things. But I think that's pretty interesting way of doing some threat detection that we've got built into our tools. So hopefully you'll find this entertaining. So the first thing that we're going to do is talk about the challenge that we've got as actually let me fix something here real quick. Give me 1 second. I want to just turn off my video so that there we go. Okay, so the first thing we want to talk about is what is the problem that we're trying to solve here as defenders, as people that are trying to protect our network. The problem is basically this. Defenders think in lists, attackers think in graphs. And as long as that's true, the attackers win. So this was a statement made in a blog a couple years ago. And basically the point that's being made here is, oh, sorry about that. I hit the, there we go. The point that's being made is that a lot of network defense goes wrong before there's actually any attack, any contact with an adversary, starting with how defenders think of the battlefield. So most defenders go into the battle, you might say, thinking of how to protect their assets. So they'll list out their assets, they'll prioritize them, maybe sort them by workload, business function, whatever it is. And so defenders basically have this list of assets, which might include system management services, maybe an asset inventory database, a BCDR spreadsheet, whatever it is. That's how they approach their thinking when it comes to lining up how they defend their assets. But there's one significant problem with that. Attackers breach a network by landing somewhere in the graph of all your assets. And that technique that they use could be something as simple as a phishing email, right? So they don't care where they land. Once they have, they aren't following your list of defenses sequentially. So they don't know what the defenses are that you've got lined up. And then they have to figure out a way to get through this firewall and then this intrusion detection system and then this whatever. They just land wherever they land, and they go where the graph allows them to move. And so as defenders, for years, we have built attackers will launch attacks in the order that we have prioritized our defenses. But in reality, that isn't how it works at all. Attackers don't care where their entry to the network is. They only care that they get in and get to the assets that they're interested in. So they can move where they need to go once they're inside. They're not looking at your defenses in this way. They look at them as kind of obstacles to get to a goal. Scenario is kind of work through how an attacker would get from the point of a malicious email with some links and attachments in it, all the way to full compromise of a domain. And there, the process is going to follow what you might typically see in an organization. A user opens a mail, they click on a link in the email, maybe there's a document that's got some weaponized malware. Mimikatz runs and compromises that machine. They compromise the user account. They move laterally to a more privileged account after enumerating the accounts in the domain. They move from there to a domain admin or global system admin, and then they've got full control over the domain. That's really how it happens in most organizations. That's probably the easiest path that we see. So let's see how this happens. And I did pick that picture out of the Creative Commons, so I shouldn't get sued for that. But we're going to approach this again. A Microsoft tooling centric perspective. These are the tools that are available in Microsoft products because number one, that's what I'm familiar with. But also, I think what it does is it shows the ability to have a full view of the battlefield. You get a full perspective on what's happening, not just the mailbox, not just the endpoint, but you get the entire scenario pulled together at once. So let's go here. So the first thing we're going to do is we've got a couple portals open here in our tabs. We've got the Office 365 Security and Compliance portal that's open. We see some emails that have come in, and some of these emails have contained malware that was removed after delivery. So these are very common kinds of alerts in large organizations, and occasionally you'll get email that contains malware that slips through the cracks, right? Let's go over to the Defender ATP. So this is for the endpoints. Here we see that there has been a possible credential theft from the NTDS DIT. So the NTDS DIT, as most of you are fully aware, is the NT Directory Services database. This is the heart of Active Directory. It stores all of your Active Directory information, including password hashes. And so if an attacker is able to acquire this file, then they're able to gather information about the users in the domain. They're able to steal credentials. And then with that credential information, they're able to escalate their permissions in order to reach whatever assets they're after. If I go up here to the Cloud App Security, this is our Cloud Access Security Broker. And so what we're looking at here is a suspected overpass the hash attack. So overpass the hash attack, a lateral movement technique where an attacker steals an NTLM hash and creates a forged Kerberos ticket from it in order to gain the permissions of a more privileged user. So we can see in this case that Janet's credentials were stolen and used to authenticate to Annette's PC. And then lastly, we'll go to the Incident Alerts tab. And so here, this is where all the alerts are kind of correlated together. So what looked like initially 3 individual, independent attacks have all actually been correlated into a single incident, as we see here. So here in the Alerts tab, if you're on the SecOps team, you get a detailed chronological timeline of all the alerts involved in this particular. Connect the dots about what was happening. And we're not going to click through every single one of these, but we're going to do the ones that appear to be interesting. So for example, we've got this message that we saw previously after delivery. We scroll down a little bit. We see also the possible credential theft from the NTDS DIT. So we saw that in one of the other tabs, the one for Defender ATP. So it's bringing all these alerts together into a single incident and correlating them together and seeing what happened. Now, if we scroll over here a little bit, you can see that it's bringing these things in from different sources. So some of them came from the endpoints using Defender ATP, or what we have renamed to Defender for Endpoint. And then Cloud App Security, our CASB solution. So we've got these different service sources. There are also alerts that might come from identity solutions like Azure AD and things like that. So this gives us a starting point for investigating this incident. So let's go ahead and close these other extraneous tabs. Now we're left with just the incident alerts. So if we go to the summary page of the incident itself, this is where your SecOps team is going to get a full view of the incident as a whole, right? So this is going to help us to make some informed triage decisions. And it's also going to track progress on remediating the threat and restoring the assets to a healthy and a secure state. So the first thing that we see here is we have a scope, right? So we know that there were 5 devices that were impacted by this incident, 3 users that were impacted, and a single mailbox that was impacted in this incident. We also see under this alerts and categories, we see the Mitre attack tactics. So if you look at your Mitre ATT&CK Framework, you see that there are, I don't remember the exact number, it's like 12 or something like that, different phases of the attack cycle. And those are listed here. And if you look at those Mitre attack TTPs, the ones that are highlighted here exploited as part of this overall incident. We also have a timeline that shows what took place from oldest going all the way down to the most recent. And we have the impacted entities. So what are the devices? What are the users? What is the mailbox that was impacted? And what is the severity? So you can tag each of these entities so that, for example, if you've got an incident ID, you can bring them all together with a single tag, for example. Let's scroll down a little bit here. And again, we get more information on the incident timeline of how the attack has progressed through the environment and reached a certain level. So at the bottom here, we have this view alerts. So this will go back to the alert tab and allow us to start investigating the incident. So we're on the alerts tab. And here we can identify that the malware was delivered through Outlook. So this was based on a file hash that was shared by Office 365. So we see that there was a malicious file detected based on an indication provided by Office 365. And if we get some more detailed information about this. So we get a full description of what the status is of this particular alert. Was it resolved? Was it a true alert? Was it a false positive? What happens here is that as these alerts are triggered, there are security playbooks that are built into Office 365 that go into effect. And these security playbooks are essentially back-end policies that automate the actions of Microsoft 365 Defender tool sets. So a security playbook is launched automatically when there are specific alerts triggered within your organization. And once that alert triggers, then the playbook is run by the automated investigation and response system. Looks at all the associated metadata of the alert, including things like email messages, the users, the devices, and so on. And then it provides a recommendation for actions that your organization can take to control and mitigate that threat. Let's go over to investigations real quick. Now, within the investigations tab, what we see are all the investigations that were associated with this incident. So again, this allows us to quickly review those investigations, what alerts triggered them, what the status of them is, if there were threats found, if the automated remediation failed, or if it was successful. And so we can take a closer look at the investigation graph for this one for a malicious file was detected based on this indication in Microsoft 365. So what this shows us here is that following a signal from Defender for Office 365, there was an issue with a file that was received in Outlook. Defender went in and performed an investigation. Okay, it analyzed all the files that were on Barbara's PC. It ran through all these files, processes, services, drivers, IP addresses, different persistence methods. It looks for all these different types of things. It found a file that was malicious and it remediated that issue. Okay, so Barbara's machine in the Defender portal was set for what we call fully automated remediation. In other words, it automatically fixes any issues that it's able to fix without asking for confirmation that this is what should be done. Now, if we go to the Devices tab, we get some more information about the machine. So let's look at Barbara's machine. And on this little pop out, we see some specifics about her machine in particular. We see what domain she's a part of, what operating system is running, what the current health state of the machine is. We also see data sensitivity. So where is this information coming from? Well, there's a couple ways that this can be triggered. Number one, we can tag it as such. We can tag this machine as being one that contains highly confidential information, but we can also derive this information from data that is Azure information protected that is identified on the machine. So Defender can look and see, is there information that is tagged or categorized by Azure information? Then we know that this machine contains highly confidential information. Let's scroll down just a little bit. We also have some information here about active alerts that are logged onto this machine. We see Barbara Moreland and Eric Doubles. So these are the people that we're going to start investigating and try to figure out, what happened on these machines and why are these users particularly being targeted. So let's go back to the root of the incident. So this is where we were before. If we click on the Alerts tab, and we go to the email message containing malware after delivery alert. So here we get an overview. Okay, and again, it's telling us that there was malware that was delivered and later removed. Let's find out a little bit more about that. Now, the second line down here says mail with malware is zapped. Okay, so if I click on this, it pops out this incident page related to this alert related to malware being zapped. So what ZAP is, it's an acronym. So ZAP stands for 0 Hour Auto Purge. What this is doing is if you get an email that actually contains malware and it slips through the cracks of your message hygiene system, and then later on we identify through some other mechanism that there is malware associated with that email, we can go back in and using the 0 Hour Auto Purge, delete the messages that contain that malware in your organization. And we'll also delete any other delete that malware from any other organizations around the world, right? So that's what 0-hour auto purge is doing. Now you notice there's an ID associated with this. So if we click on this ID, it opens this alert tab. And let's go to the alert itself. You notice that there's a lot of these really cool graphs that you can look at and kind of make visual associations between the different tools or the different phases of the incident. So here we see that it says that by the time this alert was triggered, this user received malware and malicious mail matching the conditions of your alert policy. And this is Barbara. So Barbara is the one that received this malware. So we know that that's one of the people that we have to look at. Let's close this. Let's go to the email tab. And so here we get a lot of information here about how the email was identified, and we also get some information about the entity type. If we look at the entity value, we see email received by user Barbara Morrill at MTP Demos, blah, blah, blah. So let's click on that. All right, so what this is showing us is who the sender was, right? It was this mppdemos@juno.com, who the sender proposed to be or pretended to be, and who. Okay, so let's close this. Now we're back at the original page. What this is showing us is that we identified this mail with malware that was zapped based on a bunch of different indicators. So for example, if we look in the emails containing column, we see that it had an attachment with a certain file hash. We see that it was in a cluster of emails that came from the sender domain of juno.com. It had a certain subject line. It came from a certain sender IP address, and so on. We see what the disposition of the email was, whether it went to junk, whether it was blocked, or some things that we need to look at with regard to this email. Did it go to other people, for example? So let's close this for now. So let's look at the alerts tab. And if we scroll down a little bit. Okay, one of the things that we can also identify here is that the attacker enumerated the users and IP addresses that were connected to a domain controller using the SMB protocol. Okay, so let's open this up. All right, so again, we get some good information here about the status of the alert, whether it was resolved, what are the machines that were involved here. If I click on open the alert page, it takes us over to Cloud App Security. And what this tells me is that this user and IP address reconnaissance took place from Barbara Moreland's PC. It was connected to the MTP Air DC01. And then I get some information here about what SMB session enumeration took place. So here's where I see that Barb Moreland, that her session with the domain controller was exposed. I go to the users tab. And here's where I see Barb Moreland. Now let's open up her account and see what might be interesting about her. So here we quickly get some information about her user ID. We get some information that tells us that she's in the finance department, but let's open up her user page. Let's see what we can find out about her specifically. So under the user threat section here, we see that Barb has an investigation priority of 272, which is a high risk level in Azure Active Directory. We also see how many alerts she is associated to, or her account is associated to, I should say. In the user exposure session or section here, what I see is how many devices may be associated with Barb, how many logon types, locations, resources, all these things that can give us an indication of where her account could also have been compromised or what machines might be at risk here. Let's scroll down just a tad. Oh, okay. So I got a lot of information down here about her contact information, some basic contact information. If I scroll up, if we dig deeper, we have some information here. Like I said, the priority score. Her particular score over the last 2 weeks shows that she's in the top 90% of your organization as far as risk levels. So something's definitely happening with Barb that we need to take a look at. So let's go ahead and close this for now. And what we want to do now is go hunt. So what we've done is we've investigated Barb Moreland. And what this has done now is we've opened up this advanced hunting tab. So it's under this, this hunting menu item here. If you expand this, it shows an advanced hunting tab. What this allows us to do is one of two things. You can either start an investigation from an ongoing investigation, or you can create a hypothesis-driven investigation. The tool here is using Kusto query language. So this is a language that you can tell it's relatively similar to SQL. But the idea here is that it allows you to quickly do hunting over thousands of records in a very short amount of time. This is the same language that is used in Azure Log Analytics and in Azure Sentinel and in Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. So using this type of query, the SecOps team can hunt over the telemetry data that's been collected from all the different PCs in the organization, as well as different like email transactions and devices. And we can even get information from Cloud App Security. So what we're going to do is remove a little bit of the text here. And what we're doing is identifying different events that are related to Barb Moreland that have taken place within like the last 48 hours. So when we run the query, we get some information about Barb. We also see the connection that's made, probably trying to identify what groups Eric is a member of. So we know that he's a help desk supervisor. So he's probably a local admin on a bunch of machines. He was probably also able to do queries against different groups. So now we've queried the domain admin groups using Eric Gubble's account, and possibly we're able to identify who the domain admins are and use their credentials to escalate our privileges and then steal that NTDS DIT. So I'm out of time, but I think you probably can tell that there's a lot of capabilities here in this advanced hunting tool set. There are a lot of, this is the schema for the tool itself. There are also on GitHub, dozens and dozens of pre-built queries that people have made for doing hunting using this Kusto query language. You might have to make some minor adjustments for what tenants you're looking at and things like that. But it's a pretty cool tool. And if you're using Office 365 or Microsoft 365 in your environment, I encourage you to take a look at some of these things. And happy hunting, everybody. And that's it for me. Can't hear you, Brian. I think you're on mute. No, I'm here. Yep. Okay. You bet.
Okay. Push and go.
Right. Thanks, B-Sides Idaho.
Stand by just a moment. And we are live. So, B-Sides Idaho, thank you very much for coming to watch. This is Rita Foster presenting Binary, Malware, or Essential Executable. Rita, take it away.
Thank you. Thanks, B-Sides Idaho. I really was upset when I heard that B-Sides Idaho Falls was not going to be able to go. It's one of my favorite events to attend. So I'm really glad that the Boise folks have been able to step in and do this. Again, my name's Rita Foster. I'm from the Idaho National Lab. My focus is mainly on the more very edge research areas that have to do with cybersecurity. I've worked there for over 30 years. The vast majority of my work has been in control systems. And then I saw that we were doing cybersecurity of control systems about 15 years ago, and that's when I switched over, mainly focused on the electric grid. So today I want to go over a couple of tools that we created. Some of them are available to all to help promote new directions in research and new capabilities. So the title is Binary Malware or Essential Executables. And we'll go over some machine learning binary analysis capabilities that we've created, mainly focusing on that test corpora for machine learning. So this project was funded by the Department of Energy, their cybersecurity for energy delivery systems area. It was a competitive research call. I wrote the proposal and we got it. I listened to our leaders and cybersecurity researchers to put this together. So that's a shout out to there. On the corner, you're seeing all these funky little dots. That's some of our visualization capabilities we have, but we'll get to that here in a little bit. But firmware indicator translation or fit, our whole goal was to look at firmware. The electric grid has tons of devices, whether they're relays or network gear or a switch that has a lot of code inside of them. And you really don't know what's inside of those. There's a lot of ubiquitous libraries. Some of those libraries are very old versions, so they have a lot of known vulnerabilities. So our whole goal was to find these ubiquitous libraries with known vulnerabilities so that we have a better understanding of how to defend these most critical systems. By doing that, what we have done is we focused on binaries. Binaries are the ground truth. Things happen, things change in these systems. They have a very long lifespan. And if I got the source code from one vendor versus another vendor, that's only going to tell me probably about 60% of the story. As we know as cybersecurity researchers, most of the vulnerabilities happen in the implementations. So we created an initial triage tool called WeBin, or What Is It Binary, because a lot of times as a cybersecurity defender, you're trying to defend a bunch of file systems, and then all of a sudden you get something that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense because there's only one or two unknown binaries, and you're really trying to figure out what it is. WeBin will help you do that initial triage. Our big application that we create is ATT&CK, otherwise known as Annotated Translated Disassembled Code. We took the reverse engineering at scale concepts, the methods that were developed with internal research at Idaho National Lab, and we implemented them in one concept using all open source technologies. So that has the potential of being sharing. We put this in a graph database, which allows for amazing visualization. We call our visualization tools Discover Flow, because it uses ATT&CK technologies to do that. And then we're moving forward with a lot of these technologies with future research projects as well. So why did we do FIT? Here's an example of what embedded systems look like. You have CPUs with certain instruction sets. You have microcode that goes and tries to enhance those instruction sets. You have a basic input-output system on your devices. You have real-time embedded systems. You have tons of interfaces with everything else, whether it's memory or storage or communications. And then you have the original equipment manufacturer who puts their secret sauce on top. Then you have third-party integrators who, as they're going through the life of the project, they're doing the initial install and maintenance. You have the asset owners who also make changes to code and regular old maintenance as you go along. So with all these fingers in the pot, all these different sources of code, this is why binary is the ground truth. This is also why our adversaries, as we call it, race to the bottom. They are targeting embedded systems because they know we do not have decent monitoring and detection capabilities on these embedded systems. So when this project started 3 years ago, I went out and I just kind of mapped what we believe our layers of firmware are back to what does it look like for the different malware campaigns that we have seen. We've seen Spectre, we've seen Meltdown doing that speculative execution. That's between that microcode and the instruction set. But unfortunately, when the different operating systems fix that, they're fixing it at a higher level. So you still have that underlying problem. And we've seen that time and time again as we're going through. Other big malware things was with the Lenovo laptops. That was almost over a decade ago. The US Congress had to go out and buy a whole bunch of new laptops because of the known backdoors from that manufacturer. Trisis was original equipment manufacturer targeted malware. It affected some very large refinery in the Middle East, and we'll look more into the Trisis code here in a little bit. But the other reason we did FIT is because at the Idaho National Lab, we have a lot of experience with reverse engineering. We have over 300 people that are focused on the cybersecurity of control systems, not IT, but critical infrastructure and control systems. Not all of them are reverse engineers. Only a very few people are actually sitting there reverse engineering, whether it's malware or other code, try to figuring out where the potential vulnerabilities are or how to detect malware. It's a very difficult tool set. It's a very difficult skill set to find and obtain. We are the lead lab for nuclear, so we kind of call that problem set unattainium, because there's no way you're going to get an army of reverse engineers to go and reverse engineer all your code and understand everything so you can have better protections. Here's an example on this slide. This is exactly the same code. This is reverse engineered in Binary Ninja. It would take a researcher a very long time looking at these two different pieces of code to understand they're exactly the same, because they definitely do not look the same. The only thing that's different is the optimization flag on the compile. That's it. So this is why we developed these tools. Our first product the three products that are coming out of the FIT project is WeBin, as I mentioned before. That's for initial forensics. It's a triage tool. You have to understand what's happening with that binary before you load it to any reverse engineering concept. So we have things such as Indianness architecture and where the potential operation codes are, so you can start reverse engineering or doing your other areas. It uses binwalk, and we're getting some really good results. A lot of times with malware or other binaries, you don't get the full file. So we're getting some really good results with only 30% of that file. We'll go into that a little bit more. The annotated translated disassemble code, or ATT&CK, that is our test corpora. That is where we are using those reverse engineering at scale methods. We are translating the code. We're using Anger as our open source reverse engineering tool. We're using Vex as our high level language. We're putting that into an OrientDB, a graph database. And we can also do many control flow graphs, which you'll see here in a bit. And it's a really great research area because it creates the data set that you can ask many questions for later. And that's exactly where we need to be at the Idaho National Lab, was we're doing some advanced research and enabling others to do research. And then finally, Discover Flow. I like to say Disk Overflow, which they don't like to say. But Discover Flow allows different 3D images, control flow graphs, and execution flow. All these products work on static binaries. So some more on WeBin. WeBin has a little small user interface. It's going to identify the Indianness, whether you have your big most significant or your little least significant byte first, so you can start doing other processing. It'll tell you what architecture that this has been compiled for. There's a lot of cross-compile technologies. There's a lot of different platforms out there. You really need to understand that because things load differently, whether it's the Indianness or that architecture that's been compiled for. And then it'll give you the concept of where that data offset is. So histograms of binary code is something that we have looked at and used quite a bit. And then you can do an entropy analysis on those histograms using binwalk. Over here, you're seeing an entropy analysis, and the things that are highlighted in red on the bottom, those are pretty much nulls in that binary code. If you sit there and you're poking through those, it's going to take you a very long time. On the top, these are probably things that are compressed or encrypted. Again, if you're sitting there trying to reverse engineer this, it's a lot of waste as well. But you can determine a lot by these different peaks and valleys that are in the middle. And that's what binwalk is taking advantage of. And then once you have that, you can run it through some very, very well-known supervised machine learning that's going to do some clustering, that's going to do some similarity checks, and you can identify what is happening with that piece of binary. Here you're seeing an example of about 8 different machine learning techniques. Random forests, simple vector machines, k-nearest neighbors. And you're seeing the percentage of the file that we were able to feed into that system. And the green indicates that we're pretty confident it has identified it correctly. We're kind of using just the number of 80% and above of accuracy as being good. So with 80% of accuracy, you're seeing the identification of this architecture being pretty much MIPS. So the overview is you start off with your binaries, you get a test set, you get a training set, you train your byte histograms, you get some sub-byte histograms, you put it through some machine learning. We're using TensorFlow, we're using scikit-learn, we're using some very basic, open and available machine learning techniques. You get your results, and then you can go forward. Brian Beckman is the one who is the brainchild for this little application. He used the machine learning that Jed Hale developed earlier and created this application. There's some settings you can do for understanding your entropy span, whether it's 80% and 10%, or whether you want to change that, what type of block size you want to go through. The other thing I want to kind of point out here is somebody here is named Karina, excuse me. Karina was one of my interns last year and the year before. This year, she's a first-year freshman at University of Idaho. Last year, she was a high school student. So we're really committed to make sure that we are using a lot of interns. We're using a lot of people from Idaho in order to promote these technologies. This result that you're seeing on the screen was one of the cybersecurity challenge. I had 16 different interns doing the cybersecurity challenge, only one high schooler, Karina. And I had to challenge her. She kept using everything in IDA Pro, and I said, no, you have to use our tools. That's the whole point. She's kind of a whiz at IDA Pro. So that was an interesting concept for her. But she went through all the challenges faster than anybody. Really, really excited to see what happens to her in the future. So now we're going to change and talk about the big application that we created, ATT&CK. It does still use supervised machine learning. There's potential to use other type of machine learning, but that's what it's used for now. Again, it starts with binary code. It gets disassembled with Anger with the ATT&CK application, and then it gets loaded into a graph database with the VEX commands. After it gets loaded, then you can start seeing all these control flows and how this code is actually working. You're looking at a library. That library consists of different functions. Those functions consist of different blocks and different instructions. So what happens is that in machine learning world, the VEX language is your feature matrix. The connections between the different parts of code, that's your adjacency matrix. So more examples on VEX. Binary looks like this. If you reverse engineer it for a specific platform, it's going to look like this. There's an example of that piece of binary if it was going to be for an ARM processor. But then we can translate it into VEX and get things that look like commands. The other benefit of ATT&CK is that it protects people's intellectual property. People get extremely nervous when you're reverse engineering. They don't want you stealing their IP. But you can't get from VEX all the way back up to that binary. That requires, VEX is not executable. It requires a heck of a lot of work. So it just is not going to happen. ATT&CK was designed to be architecture independent. We don't care if it's an ARM. We don't care if it's a PowerPC. We don't care if it's x86. Compiler independent. We have tried this out on some interpreters that have been executed. Optimization flags and coding language. Another example of the ATT&CK capability, we believe it has use cases for, of course, reverse engineering. It takes it from, could be weeks to a year effort to hours to a week. Huge efficiencies there. Supply chain, you can see where things have changed in the code. And software quality assurance. We're starting a new project right now that's going to deal with more software quality assurance of code using these processes. Jed Hale and Sage Havens are the ones who created the ATT&CK applications. And there's an IEEE paper for that as well. And here is that trilog running through VEX. It creates this feature matrix. On top here, you're seeing the VEX commands, and you're seeing the counts of those. Here's an example of the Orient database where you can go to those different libraries and actually look at the VEX commands in view. And then finally, we have a lot of visualization capabilities. So Discover Flow allows us to do 3D imaging of the code. It allows us to drill down in some of these 3D images to get all the way back to the Orient database to see the commands. And it also allows us to create control flow graphs and execution flow graphs, which can also drill back down to the OrientDB database to look at the VEX code. So really fine capabilities in being able to go back and forth within the code. And it's there. You don't have to reverse engineer it or refigure out where you are in that reverse engineering debug cycle. So here's a video. I hope it's going to turn out with everybody's internet connections. But you're seeing a center piece of code there and then the softball piece of code that's separated. This is Trisis. This is the malware that infected a safety instrumented system in the Middle East. The very middle is trilog.exec. The relationships have values that has branch true, branch false. It has a feature. There's about 8 different relationships in there. The edges have value. The blue is the library. The light blue is the blocks. The greenish yellow are the features or the functions, excuse me. And you can drill down as fast as you want and figure out what's happening. This model right here is called a Springs 3D model. So you can grab one of the nodes and one of the edges and kind of like shake out the rest of the code to see what's leaving behind. It's a real fast way to identify code that's not connected. It may be legacy code that's just sitting there, or it could be a problem with the loader. But providing this visualization allows you to determine that extremely quickly. We have used this visual capability. It's so much easier to use than having to go and develop a whole series of queries in OrientDB to see the same thing. Now, a little bit more on that softball piece of code. In the Trilog malware, they had a whole group of things that are DLLs. You're looking at these different functions and these different libraries, and they have labels on them, but it's not connected to the rest of the code. This was our first attempt to run the Trisys malware through the ATT&CK capabilities. And we determined at that point, yeah, we're all Linux people and everything we do in control systems is Unix-like based. So we kind of ignored Windows. Now we've retrained the model for Windows. When we see this view today, everything is connected. The next view is more of a 3D with a pin graphics that allows you to go back and forth to the different database areas so you can really drill down on the code. So this is exactly the same code, exactly the same view, but you'll see at the very bottom left-hand corner some query numbers showing up. You can click on those, you can go back and forth to the database, you can go and query specific subroutines, drill down, and actually see what the VEX codes are for that area. And then go back to highlight where it is in the visualization. There at the bottom, you're seeing some of those VEX commands. If you really need to understand what your code is doing for your most important safety instrumented systems, their life safety systems, this is a very interesting tool. As you're seeing here on that softball piece of code that's mainly DLLs, there's 84 different DLLs in that ball that are being used. And then the final view is our execution flow. We don't have a decent video for this one. It'll just be stills. But at the very top is the Trisys trilog.exec. And all those pink lines are showing all the calls for the different areas. The huge amount of calls in pieces on the bottom, these are the DLLs that we're seeing on the bottom that you can find out. And then you can drill down into them. This is a different view, not Trilog, but this is a vulnerable library, a ubiquitous vulnerable library. And in that green box is that library and all the blocks it calls. When you just look at this function, you can see the patterns really quickly on the other two. These are versions, future versions of that same library. So future direction for these technologies, we're really fortunate. We have a lot of capabilities right now. There are a lot of different research happening. Weebin right now is available on our GitHub. ATT&CK is available with additional protocols. And Discovery Overflow is in the process of being open sourced. We have a project called Firmware Command and Control, where we're going to go deeper into embedded systems and create a microkernel that can actually do cyber command and control inside that embedded system. We're going to take it a little bit out of static binaries and try to get more understanding of that symbolic execution side of it. So it's going to take these technologies and advance them and go forward. Same with deep learning malware. We're going to take the concepts of these and just point it towards malware, nothing but malware all the time. And our whole purpose for this is to kill those dumb static hashes that tell you what malware is. They are whack-a-mole, they are horrible to use, and we really want to move away from that and get to more context-rich, meaning here are the type of commands that we're seeing, here are the type of calls that they have to a context-rich indicator. And that's what I have. Is there any questions?
Somebody needs to let me unmute myself. So for those of you watching on the stream, you'll hear me, but I'm not able to unmute myself to talk to our speaker. So I'm trying to signal our Zoom leader.
Rita, I'm not seeing any questions in the track one. Awesome presentation.
Thank you, Sandra. We're really excited about these technologies. We're excited to get this forward. We're going to need a little bit of additional protocol with the ATT&CK application. The executive order that was signed in May about supply chain.
All right, so I have been allowed to unmute now. So we did get a question a little bit ago.
Oh, okay.
There was a question from Elvascu saying, would WeBin be something that could be used on consumer IoT devices?
Absolutely. The whole kind of trick here is to make sure you're pulling the firmware off of those devices. There's many different techniques to do that. We developed one in-house, but there's others that are available to you that are open source. But definitely, we've used it on, again, we're focused mainly on the electric grid. So we've used this capability with relays, meters, weird little communication devices that do everything. But pulling that binary firmware is where you want to start. And then use WeBin to figure out how to get it loaded into whatever you're using, whether it's just a bin walk or your own reverse engineering, or if you have access to other things such as ATT&CK to do that automatic reverse engineering and creating corpa.
That makes a lot of sense. So you do your standard, whatever your mechanism for pulling firmware off of your device, and then your system does allow use of that. So that's good to hear. There was a call out also. Somebody was commenting on Debron Scombe saying, "Way to go, Katrina." So you called out your Karina. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, Karina.
You called out your intern program. We'd love to hear a little bit more about that in our last little bit of time.
Yes, this year, with COVID, I've only had interns for 3 years, and then last year I had 6 interns. One of them was Karina. She's going to be a senior in high school. They wouldn't let me hire her. What can I do? But out of the other ones, another one was only a sophomore. I hired 3 of the 4 that were graduating. This is how we actually find our talent. Very, very satisfied with being able to do that. This year with COVID, I was like, oh, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? With the help of Brian Beckman and the release of these tools, we were able to create some very interesting cyber challenges, making it very competitive for the different interns and keep up the interest. We had multiple meetings every week to keep them interested, to keep them engaged. They did some great work for us. They were able to test a lot of these applications. They were able to do a lot of analysis with us. So I was really happy. This year I had 11 official interns and then about another 5 that jumped on to do some of our activities because it's so strange. But yes, our intern are, definitely get to the INL site. If you have people in college, have them put in there. We start interviewing our interns February, March, get them lined up. It's been a really interesting role, and Zach Priest and Brian Beckman helped me so much with our interns. It was a great experience for us again this year.
Hey, check that out, Zach. You got a call out. Zach is actually on the chat listening right now. So excellent. Thank you so much for coming and presenting to us. In fact, for any of you who really enjoyed this one, Rita is going to be doing another talk in a few hours. Looks like 16:30. She will be presenting structured threat for shareable, actionable, and implementable. I'm sure I said that wrong. Intelligence. It is our pleasure to have you here. At the end of this talk, is there any one wrap-up takeaway you would like us to all pull forward?
This is the Idaho National Lab has so many people working in cybersecurity for critical infrastructure. This is a national need. We are able to find unbelievable talent local, bring other unbelievable talent in. I'm very proud of being a Idahoan and being able to have this type of unbelievably mind-bleeding technologies that we develop and move forward in research. I'm very happy that we're able to do this. I'm thrilled that I'm able to work with so many unbelievably smart people. It's been a really interesting it's supposed to be the end of my career, but I want to keep going because this research is so interesting.
Well, that's a seal of approval that not many organizations get. Well, thank you very much. If anybody has any additional questions for Rita, please feel free to drop them into the Track 1 chat, and we will hear more about all of this later.
75, 80-degree weather to come home to freezing overnight. So
Yeah, there is that. Okay, I'm going to start the stream, and let's see.
do you want to just trigger me to start?
Yeah, I'm gonna. We're gonna wait until exactly time, and then we're gonna go live.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's a surprising number of moving parts to all of this. We start streaming, and then we go over to YouTube, and we have to click a button on that, and then anyway.
He'll do a brief introduction,
Yeah.
Linda.
Okay.
I'll do a little introduction for you, and remind everybody that they can put questions in the Track 1 chat, and I'll just keep track of those for you when you get to the end, and then we can do a Q&A.
I hope a lot of people ask questions, actually.
Mm-hmm. I hope so. Okay, we are almost ready to go. And
I just did that wrong.
No worries.
That's what I get for trying to adjust.
Let me reload this and make sure that we're live. And it looks like we are. So, we are all ready to go. This talk is one that is quite personally interesting for me: how to translate technical risk for management understanding, by our speaker, Linda Montgomery. As with previous talks, I'll be watching the Track 1 chat in case there are questions. So if you have questions for our speaker, please share them in there, and I'll queue them all up at the end for our Q&A period. So, Linda, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, thank you. And hello, besides. I would encourage you to ask questions, because I just as soon answer whatever it is that is on your mind. I titled this How to Translate Technical Risk for Management, but it's also subtitled How to Talk to the C-Suite. And if you haven't heard that term before, that means the CEO, the CIO, the CFO, the CLO, all the people that are the head of your organization. So since I've practiced law for over 25 years, I was the CLO, so I was also the corporate board secretary. So I got to sit in all of these meetings and be able to see who hits it out of the park and who leaves. And the people look at each other after the presentation, they go, "What was that?" So since all those people in the C-suite ultimately decide who gets the money, who gets priority, it's important to be able to talk to them well. So I thought I'd just start with very basics of understand who you're talking to. And how do you talk to them? And what is it that they're most interested in doing? So the first thing is put your presentation or your discussion into context. It is not silly to say, what is the purpose of this presentation? And what action do I want from you as the decision makers, even if the only thing you want to do is inform them and have them understand. These people are used to getting a lot of information very quickly, and so they want to make sure that they understand the context first so that they're listening for what they need to be doing. The other thing is that you have to give them information in a way that it can be compared to other kinds of risk. Their whole job is to filter risks and balance risk. Cost benefit, which is the next one, is their business. But they're not going to be an expert on cyber risk or risk from the outside or the risk of upgrading or not upgrading. So you need to be able to translate it for them into, okay, is it more important to be upgrading our software, or is it more important to be investing in employee benefits, or is it more important to be investing in a new product, or do I really need to be doing some better advertising so our reputation gets better? So they're balancing all of those different kinds of risks. So you need to give it to them in a way that they can digest it and that they can figure it out. They're always looking at cost versus benefit. So you need to give them the bottom line first. They don't want a build up to the results. They want to know what the results are and then have you justify it. So always give them the answer first. Their job is to prioritize. So you don't need to educate them on all of the intricacies of firewalls and servers and software and attack vectors and risk profiles within cyber. You need to give them just enough information so that they can make an informed risk decision at the very highest level. And if they want more information, they're really good at asking for it. So try to summarize it, try to translate it, and try to give them a sufficient amount so that they understand what you're asking. I also strongly recommend pictures. Use graphics. You can pack in more information. You can be much more effective. And if you're thinking in pictures, it forces you to translate your message into something that's visual. One of the problems we have, and every technical job has it, is that we talk in shorthand. So we talk in jargon. And so, I could give you legal jargon so your eyes would cross. Not effective way to communicate. So keep trying to translate it into very basic stuff. And one of the ways is to do pictures. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples. So this is a risk matrix that pretty much everybody has probably seen. But your probability and likelihood versus the consequences. And I strongly recommend putting your discussion into this kind of context, because they're going to see this kind of risk matrix for all sorts of risks. And so then it gives them a common basis to compare across. Here's another graphic of why is this important? And, if I'm somebody who's worried about the bottom line of the company, knowing that the average total cost of a data breach is almost $4 million kind of grabs my attention. And then here's another type of graphic. And I don't really have to understand everything that goes into that, other than the more records lost, the more it cost. And that has been a consistent result over the last 4 years. So look at how long it took me to just say that versus being able to show it to you. So think about it in pictures. Okay, so we're going to be talking about risks and translating cyber risk into common types of risk. And so pretty much into these different categories. The first is your impact to business. And this is disruption of the business. We had a denial of service attack, and so we can't get our business done. The cost of recovery, the cost of loss of property, whether that's actual property, whether that's burning up a critical infrastructure, or whether that's loss of intellectual property, doesn't matter, loss of property, and the impact on stock. Remember, at the bottom line, if you're a publicly traded company, you're ultimately accountable to stockholders. And so whether your stock goes up or down makes a big difference on your personal performance, but also the performance of the company. And so that's a risk that they're paying a lot of attention to. Impact to reputation. So it's consumer and customer confidence. So that's your direct consumers, but it's also stakeholder confidence, regulator confidence, your vendors and people you do business with for suppliers. So anytime I'm looking to enter into a contract with another company, I'm evaluating how much risk there is. And if there's more risk, I'm going to charge more, because companies always translate risk into money. So there's a compliance risk, and this also translates into money because it's fines and penalties, it's possible sanctions up to and including preventing you from even doing work. So particularly if you're a government contractor, they can debar you from doing any sort of government work. And since the government is the single largest purchaser in the United States, that's a big deal. There's compliance costs that can be charged as required remediation, and that's different than just the recovery costs that are your personal costs. But it may be that they ask you to go ahead and pay for credit monitoring for information that has been lost or other types of remediation. So those are costs. And then there's possible ongoing oversight costs. And let me tell you, if you have a regulator that's coming in and doing long-term oversight under a consent order, huge amount of cost, disruption to business, reputation, all of those. So oftentimes you have an issue that will hit risk in multiple areas. And then the final one, the one where I've lived most of my corporate life, is liability costs. And that is the cost of litigation. Even if you're right, but if you have to defend against lawsuits, that costs you money. You know, I used to tell people that if we're litigating, we've already lost. We're just deciding how much and which one's going to lose more, because you want to avoid litigation, because defense costs can be easily $1 million. And so just proving that you're right or proving that you were okay costs a lot of money. There's the cost of the liability itself. And so if you lose the lawsuit or you decide to settle, because sometimes settlements are a lot cheaper than the defense, or paying the damages, you actually caused harm to another and you need to compensate them. So that cost of liability. And as I said, possible remediation costs, so that may come out of the lawsuit. There may be some additional punitive types of remediation that they want you to do. So things that you may not have done previously. So I list these because you can always translate what you're thinking about into these kinds of categories. And then if you get it into a category, you may or may not be able to go back to the risk matrix and say, how much money or how much time or how much impact, and then what is the likelihood? You know, one of the things about cyber is that it is a high consequence, lower probability, but there's value in talking to your C-suite ahead of time to say, well, it's not a zero probability. When we define low likelihood, that's not will somebody try, that's how far do they get in. And that's a really important mindset, because if you think about safety risks, originally safety risks, we said, you know, you don't have accidents. Well, that's not realistic. So what we want to say is we have accidents, but we don't have bad injuries or consequences from the accidents. But there are other types of things where you just don't want it to ever happen. And so getting the context of this. You know, what is to be expected versus when is it a really bad, and what kind of investment do we have to make to prevent the really bad, but possibly accept and recover from the attempts, but not the really, really bad. Okay, so I wanted to give you a couple of final presentation hints that if you're going up to do one of these presentations to the C-suite or to senior management, number one, you got to get organized and you need to put it together. And so walking in just thinking that you're knowledgeable means that you're not going to be very effective because you haven't thought it through, you haven't organized it, and you haven't gotten it down to the time limit that they're going to be giving you to really make your case. So do a fresh eyes review. And I say that because I want you to put it together and then have somebody who hasn't been involved with it at all to look at it. Because generally they will ask you a question or identify a gap that you didn't even think about. So do a quick review. It is worthwhile to practice some. Sometimes, yes, when you think about it in your head, it sounds perfectly good, but when it comes out of your mouth, it sounds terrible. Or that you realize as you go through it that you want to change the order in which you want to present this so that you're more effective in getting that bottom line information out. I know people get very nervous talking to management because management does have a fair amount of power. But remember, you are the expert and they want to understand what you have to say. So think about it that way. I have something of great value that I need to get to these people to help them do their job, not thinking about what happens if they don't like me. They're there to do a job. You're helping them do their job. You are the expert. So don't get intimidated and don't get scared. They're just people too, and they're just trying to do their job. It's important to present and continue as you answer questions to focus on what do they need to know? What do they need to know to make a decision? What do they need to know to be prepared? What do they need to know to balance with other competing risks? What do they need to know in being able to talk to stakeholders, employees? What do they need to know? And try to give that to them. We talked a little bit earlier today about getting into the mindset of the hacker. Well, this is just a very similar type of process. Get into the mindset of the decision maker. What is it that they need to know? And then give it to them so that you can be most persuasive. Frame the reality. Don't sugarcoat it and don't try to tell them what you think they want to hear. If it's bad news, okay, it's bad news. They'd rather hear that it's bad news and then figure out how bad, or they'd like to know whether there's a variety of options available. Whatever the reality is, these tend to be no-nonsense people that have to deal with problems all the time. And so giving it to them in a way that they can process it and have usable information is the very best thing you can do. Most companies, not all, but most good companies value someone who can say truth to power. And you need to say it clearly with enough content for them to make a decision. And more importantly, if they make a decision and it isn't what you recommended or isn't what you think is right, that you still accept the decision. And one of the ways to think about that is that you always need to realize that they're balancing multiple risks. And you may not know all of the things that go into that. I kind of think about it, it's a little bit like you and saying, I have $10. Is it better to spend the $10 patching the roof repairing the car, or putting it away for retirement? I don't know the answer to that, and the answer changes through time. Same thing for the executives of the company. They have a limited amount of time, a limited amount of resources. And so they have to make the decision is what's the best choice now? And so you're trying to give them that information as clearly as possible, but there may be things you don't know about. So accepting the decision. The last thing I wanted to mention is the flip side of that. What if they get the decision wrong? And they're people, and they could get the decision wrong. And in fact, there's some pretty famous cyber cases of very large dollars where the cyber people told them it was an issue, and the senior management just either didn't understand or didn't take it seriously or ignored it and wanted to get the short-term product out, and therefore the short-term win. And they gambled, and they gambled incorrectly. So what if your senior management just got the decision wrong and you feel pretty strongly about it? What do you do? Well, number one, you document just factually, not with editorial, not with how you're feeling, but just the facts on what you presented, what you recommended, and what the decision was. And then you file it away, just in case it might be needed for later. And when I say needed for later, that may be a year from now, and they say, why didn't you tell me? And you can pull it out and say, I did, here it is. Or it may be they want to blame you if things go really, really wrong, and it acts as a shield for you. Or it may be that the regulators are coming in and they want to hold the right, correct people accountable, and regulators will go up the chain. And so if you have told them and they decided not, and you have documented that and you can prove it, then you have just protected yourself the best way you possibly can. So that's the end of my time. I have like about, I think, 10 minutes if there are questions. I can't hear you, Mav.
That would be why. I actually remembered to press the mute button on the front of my microphone.
There you go.
Forgot to press it again. So, I don't see any questions waiting for us in the channel. At least not currently.
We may be fast.
Yeah, we might be. That's okay. I haven't seen anybody start typing, so I'm going to assume that there aren't any questions that we need to answer right now. Hold on. As soon as I say that, someone starts typing.
It always happens.
Oh, wait just a second here.
Okay. Well, I am an attorney. I could keep talking if you all want, but that's my secret power.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the question. First off, thank you. And have you had any experience where Discovery comes in and performs an investigation? And if so, what were the biggest lessons that you learned other than, just keep good documentation?
Let me answer the question two ways. I certainly have not necessarily, most of my legal discovery has been not in the cyber area, it's in other areas. Mm-hmm. It works exactly the same way. So from a litigation perspective, a lot of people, they watch legal shows on television, and I can tell you it doesn't work like that. Unless it has a special privilege, and that's very, very limited. So like talking to your attorney and advice you get from your attorney is privileged. You should just assume that everything that is ever produced, ever said, ever printed, ever available is going to be turned over to the other side in a lawsuit. So during discovery, you are obligated to turn it over. And if you don't, if you either lose it, destroy it, or don't share it, there are severe sanctions on company and the people involved. So first, if it's available to be turned over, including chat recordings, anything you can think of, it needs to be turned over. And so that's part of the reason why litigation itself is so expensive, because you're paying attorneys to wade through all that material. I can tell you, not as an attorney, but as a member of the company, we did have a recent cyber attack, and it has and did not get very far in. It was an attack on our DMZ. We did not find serious loss of data, and yet it is still taken about 6 weeks to recover.
Yeah.
So it's costly, even just in the time to work your way through that. And we brought in probably 4 different other organizations to help us, including bringing in Mandiant on a contract to help. And that's not cheap either. And so the best thing you can do is avoid these, but the faster and more thorough you can be, and therefore really the important part is well organized, the lower the cost is.
Okay. That's a very important observation.
Well, I try to be practical as opposed to giving you legal advice.
I don't think we have anything else for you, but thank you very much for your time.
Okay.
It was a really interesting talk. Yeah.
I'm sure you say that to everybody.
Today I actually do. We've had a really great roster today.
Well, B-Sides has been awesome, so I'm glad to be a part of it.
So our upcoming thing right now actually is a break, which is not a thing that we've had so far. So
okay.
So
thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much too. We're gonna take a few minutes away, and then we will be back here with the How to Get Started in Cybersecurity panel. So thank you very much.
See you later.
I have those like the Zoom track 1 and track 2, like a call detail, like on the poster, not ready to paste it anywhere anybody need it.
So again, Aaron, if I get wrapped up in my questions and you see some juicy stuff coming in the chat, don't hesitate to interrupt me and point me over there.
Yep, no problem. Is this also going to be live stream out on the YouTube channel where they can comment there? Yeah, all right, perfect. I'll
Yes, it
watch
is.
there as well. I will watch there as well. We're trying. You've been working hard today. There you go.
Dominique, that background's working good. I like that.
Does it work? Okay, awesome.
I've got a collection of like 100 stickers up on the wall in my garage, and I've got yours on there now. So
yay! We actually have 2 versions. So I'll give you,
okay.
I gave you the Inspiring Happier Humans.
Yes.
We've also got one that is Making Hackers Happier since 2011.
I'll
get you that one too.
A sticker, but I put like 60 of them on Dan Elmore's Harley Davidson earlier, so we'll see.
Nice.
B-Sides Idaho, thank you for joining us for our panel in today, and we will transfer this over to Scott to announce what the panel's about and who he has on the panel for today. Scott, take it away.
All right, welcome everybody. I hope you're having a great time today. I hope besides 2020 is going well for you. We got a panel for you today, which we're really excited about. We're going to help you think about how to get started in cybersecurity. So again, I'm Scott Kramer. I'm the Director of Cyber Corps at Idaho National Lab, so I'll be your moderator. I'll steer you through the conversation. It should be great. So what we hope to do is answer a lot of questions. We got a great panel for you. Cybersecurity leaders, practitioners, recruiters, managers, you name it, all with really great skills and capabilities. We'll talk through the difficulties, opportunities, and experiences that you might find when you're trying to look for a job and get involved in this career field. Now, in years past, we've gotten together physically in Idaho Falls or wherever. It's a shame we can't do that again this year. Due to COVID, we'll be doing this virtually as we're doing right now. It'll still be a rich experience for you, and we'll deal with any technical difficulties that might come up. If you hear dogs barking in the background, don't get worried, they're probably mine. But any weirdness we'll get through. So the most important thing is for you guys to participate. This is for you guys, not for us. So ask questions, don't be shy, jump right in, and we'll answer everything to the best of our abilities. Give you an example of some of the topics that we will hit on, in addition to any questions you throw our way. What skills should you focus on in preparing for a career in cybersecurity? How do you best prepare for an interview? Pros and cons of government versus commercial work. Promoting diversity and engaging women, critical issue these days in our field. Networking, how do I go about doing that? We'll give you some tips on that. So these are the types of things we'll cover and whatever else you want. So again, participate and jump in whenever you can. So what we're going to do now is introduce the great group of folks that I've got with me here that I will be bombarding with questions. We'll do some brief introductions and then we'll dive into those questions. So again, I'm Scott Kramer. You can see that banner behind me. I run Cyber Core Integration here at Idaho National Lab. We got a new building we just built. I've got a staff of about 140 folks, and we focus on nothing but control system cybersecurity. You know, those digital systems that keep everything connected, whether it's the power grid, manufacturing facilities, a tank that's used by the military, all those are governed by control systems. And unfortunately, they're all vulnerable to cyber attacks. So my team is focused on that 24 hours a day, and it's a great challenge. So I've been at the lab for about 5 years. Prior to that, I served as a operations officer for the CIA back in Washington, D.C. and overseas. It's a great career. I had a great time. I was working mainly on weapons of mass destruction issues. Site deep here in Idaho, though, we've got great challenges and a great team, and maybe someday you can join us on that team. So that's me. That's what I'm all about in my team. Let's turn it over to the rest of the squad. I'll introduce Rob Beeson first. He's a department manager at Idaho National Lab. Rob, take it away.
Great. Thanks, Scott. Good to be here. I'll try and keep it short and sweet on my background, what I'm about. I grew up in a comic book store. Grew up as a nerd, played video games. It shaped who I am. And I'm very big into that type of culture and swag. And the comic store would close down. I'd go back into the back and play video games and play on computers. That's taken me into the Army, where I got to work on telecommunications, get introduced to communication security. It's taken me into areas across the country. And this has been a field that is huge for me. I feel like we're always the underdog, especially on defensive cybersecurity. We're always under attack. Those problems are harder than they are on the offensive side. And I'm super excited to take on those challenges. It's what's kept me motivated, is kind of being in that underdog role and doing things that other people think can't be done or hard. Yeah, I've been with the lab for about 5 years, and the problems are hard. They're a lot of fun. They're exciting, and really have had a very technical career and diving into this management role. Just because I think the problems are human problems, and I want to help out as best I can. So that's a little bit about me. You're on mute, Scott.
Sorry about that. I promised that wouldn't happen, but hey, I'm a history major. So let's move on to Dominique Clark, founder and CEO of Black Mirror Consulting.
Okay, so I am Dominique Clark, and I have actually had the unique pleasure to work with a lot of the people on this panel through INL. I, as Scott said, am founder and CEO of Black Mirror Consulting, and I've spent the last 25 years, which is absolutely ludicrous that that's even possible. 25 years in executive search and technical search, with about the last just over a decade in cybersecurity talent acquisition. The practice at Black Mirror is nationwide, and our consultants are everywhere from Atlanta to Seattle, both coasts. And we work almost equally in government and industry, and we know talent, especially in cybersecurity. So if you've got resume questions, how to set up my interview, all those things, we've got you.
Thanks, Dominique. All right, let's move on to Lydia Spears. She's a cybersecurity professional at INL.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm Lydia. I'm a recent Idaho State University graduate where I got a master's of business administration with an emphasis in cybersecurity. During my graduate studies, I interned for Idaho National Labs, where after I graduated, I got a full-time position in the Infrastructure Assurance and Analysis Division. I now work as a critical infrastructure analyst. My undergraduate was actually in law and constitutional studies. I was a bit of a poli-sci nerd. I started coding as a hobby, and as soon as I learned how to build something, I wanted to know how to break it, which brought to light to me how important it was to be able to secure information across the board. So now I'm in cybersecurity and I love it so far.
Great, thanks, Lydia. Let's move on to Sage Havens, another cyber professional at INL.
Hi, I'm Sage Havens. I work as a cybersecurity researcher at Idaho National Laboratory. I have a bachelor's in computer science from Oklahoma State University and a master's in computer science from the University of Tulsa, with an emphasis in cybersecurity. The bulk of the work I do focuses on software reverse engineering, machine learning, and development. So as a researcher, I'm usually tackling new and unique technical problems which require novel ideas and methods. I work in binary analysis a lot, and I take apart assembly code to try and find an answer, and work on developing new tools to help the reverse engineering process go faster. I think the bottom line is I really enjoy what I do. So thank you all for having me on this panel.
It's great to have you, Sage. All right, last but not least, we've got Mark Stacy. He's a cyber professional at Dragos and internationally known fly fisherman.
Yeah, your payment will come in the mail, Scott. Yeah, Mark Stacy. I got my formal education in math and computer science, and then I was at PNNL, INL's neighbor up in Washington, for about 7 years, and then I jumped over to the private industry. Technical past, but I really kind of jumped into consulting. And I think if you're looking for a career that will give you a lot of experience really quickly, consulting professional services is great for that, because every week you're going to be dealing with a new network, a new set of challenges and priorities, as well as a new set of personalities and people that you need to report those technical findings to. So I was at RSA for about 7 years and then jumped over to Dragos. My candid comment that I probably won't share outside of this panel that will be posted on the internet, so I guess it doesn't matter. After being at RSA for about 7 years and doing incident response, I kind of lost passion for it. A bank has insurance. They get compromised, they're going to pay out insurance and everything, and we'll go back to business. And I got tired of the kind of turn the crank. To Rob's view, cyber is the one field where they kind of blame the firefighters when they show up to help the building on fire. And so I joined ICS, I think similar why Scott and Rob are there, because that's real impact. That has nation security, it has safety impact, and the whole lines between safety and security are kind of blurred. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Perfect, Mark. Thanks, guys. All right. So that's the squad. You can ask any questions you like, and I'm going to jump in with some of my own right now as you guys get fired up for this. First one's going to go to Lydia. Lydia, what are some key skills to focus on when preparing for a career in cybersecurity?
Yeah, so career paths you can take in cybersecurity. For all of them, you're going to need a really good mix of both soft and hard skills. So soft skills, you want to focus on networking. I'm sure we're going to touch more on this later because it's so important. Communication, problem solving. When you get into the more hard technical skills, you can start off with some basic network infrastructure. There are some good certificates you can study for and take, Network Plus, Security Plus being just a few of them. Then you can look into penetration testing, network forensics analysis, and dive into whatever path you want to take, but those are some basics.
Great. So let me follow on with that. What about a potential roadmap for education, training, certificates, that type of thing?
Yeah, so there you can take a lot of university courses in your undergraduate or graduate degrees, certificates, like I mentioned, Network Plus, Security Plus. That'll lead you into CISSP if you go into an interview with a CISSP. It's going to put you, and you guys can disagree with me if you want, but a couple notches above someone who doesn't. Internships will help you lead into career. That's how I got my position at Idaho National Labs. Yeah, those are some starting points.
Great. Hey, before we jump on to another question, anybody else on the panel have anything to add on that?
One quick thought.
Go ahead, Mark.
So, when I think of incident response, because that's where my background was, I kind of thought of 3 buckets of knowledge: host, network, and reverse engineering or malware. And I've known maybe one person in my entire life that is a master of all, but generally one doesn't stand out over the top. If you know host forensics really well, great. You're probably going to have some proficiency in networking and reverse engineering as well. So it isn't too important which one you focus. Pick the one that you're passionate about, and by property of association, you'll need to learn the other ones as well. Or you will learn them, not that you need to.
That's great. So before we move forward, I'll just emphasize something that Mark just said. Hey, be passionate about what you're doing. When you guys are choosing what you want to do in college, in a career, if you're not really digging it, it's not worth your while. Get after something that you really love and care about. If it's cybersecurity, do it. But it really, don't let anybody else pressure you into something you don't want to do. What you want to do. That's my suggestion. So Mark, while you were talking, I got another question for you. Let's talk about the advantages and disadvantages of government and commercial work. I think that'd be interesting for folks to hear about.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. I started in the government just naturally. That's where I went. And the move to private industry took me, I would say, a year or 2 years. It was substantially different. The scope is different. The pace is different, but the grass isn't always greener. Now I love hiring people out of the government because they have a certain discipline. Their technical writing is better. Their procedure is better. They're better at, I mentioned this earlier today, kind of building the plane while it's in flight. They understand executing and documenting that for the people that come after. And so I think a lot of people in the government complain about the red tape. When I was hired out of the government, my boss was very candid with me and said, I hired you because of that red tape. I want you to come in and bring that discipline and the structure to us as well. So right out of college, I love it if people jump right into the government. I kind of see it as like a schooling. You learn discipline, you learn analytic rigor, as well as kind of formal company structure. So one not better than the other. There are advantages, but don't be naive that you're gaining valuable experience that would be useful in the other sector or vertical as well.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Hey,
I want to add to that. Actually, so when I'm talking to people coming out of both sides, I'm hearing a lot of folks coming out of government saying, gosh, I wish I could just keep this mission. I'm not excited about going and making widgets for some random company. I want to do something good. And that's difficult to find sometimes in industry. But industry like banking, for instance, can have just absolutely incredible, beyond the pale technology. That cutting edge is sometimes missing, especially on the military side in the government. It's really where you want to be. And I agree with you, Mark. It is all about that blend. If you can get a blend of both worlds, that 360 view will take you anywhere.
Great. Hey, a question came in before we move on. How important are time management skills to a career in the industry? So anybody can jump in.
So just taking that kind of really fast, critical, being able to balance your time, prioritize. If you have a method, it doesn't have to be any specific method, have a method to prioritize your time and learn how to say no, because everyone will load everything up to you and on your plate.
Thanks for that. All right, Dominic, I got a question for you. I'm sure everybody's interested in how to prepare for an interview. That's not just in this field, but in any field. And I'm sure you can give some sage advice.
Well, I think preparing for an interview is a job in itself. And I always recommend at least 2 hours of preparation before an interview, which sounds like too much for some people. But the truth is, if you want to set yourself apart, you've got to do that hard work up front. I always recommend that you talk to the people that are already working there. You get as much advice from people in the same field as you possibly can. But then doing all the research around the company, there are, I mean, Google makes it kind of easy. You can crunch base some of the stuff and find out crazy facts like what their stock price is trading at. If you walk in as the only candidate that did that, that's going to make a difference. Specific to those positions, though, my greatest advice is to take that job description and go point by point by point. If they're asking for it, walk through yourself what you've done. Imagine it's a question they're asking, and you've got to come up with an answer. If you can do that before you get in front of that panel or hiring manager, and you've got those answers already in your head, it makes all the difference in the world. And make sure that you're asking good questions. Walk in with a notebook and a pen. It doesn't matter. You don't need to worry about looking silly if you are asking smart questions. And all of that research will at least net you 3 good questions. And then dress the part.
That's great. Thanks a bunch. Hey, Mark, what do you look for when you're interviewing candidates?
Similar to what Dominic said, I look to see that they did some research into the company. I put a lot of stake into the questions they ask because I see it as a bilateral interview. If they don't ask good questions, then they don't have their pick of where to work. They're not interested in learning about us to see if it's a good match. And so I put a lot of stake into the questions and really how quickly they can adapt and learn. I'm not a fan of interview questions, like I said earlier today, on what Nmap flags are used or what specific technologies you're used to. I like methodology questions because that shows that they understand the foundation, and the technology or the specifics used can be learned quickly and then forgotten. But as long as the foundation is there. So even if it is a technical question, tell me about the NetStat flags or Nmap flags, if they can transfer that to the methodology and why they would use it, not what, but why, that's what I really look for.
Excellent. Hey, I'm just going to chime in with one thought here. I can tell you that, you're going to have technical skills. We talked about those and what you need to do to get ready. I can't emphasize enough how important your communication skills are. So as you're learning, going through high school, college, whatever, pay attention to your public speaking opportunities and so forth. Your confidence, looking people in the eye and being able to put together good thoughts in an interview is pretty critical. in addition to your technical skills. Any other quick thoughts on this topic?
You know, one thing I want to add is passion. You can teach skills, but you can't teach someone to be excited about what's going on in that environment. If that's something you really want to be doing, make sure whoever's interviewing you knows it and knows that maybe you've got a crazy cool network at home, or you've been doing CTF challenges on the side. Make sure your passion comes through.
Great.
To kind of piggyback off of that, I know when we're hiring in my group, what we look for, and one of the reasons I got my job is I didn't have a lot of experience, but I spent Friday nights on a Discord channel with some friends doing CTFs together. And that counts as experience to a degree. Like when we ask people, like, yes, a degree is great, certification's great. What we care about is that you have a personal interest in it outside of work or outside of school. We want to know that this is just what you love to do, because if it is, you're going to be really good at it. So,
that's excellent. Thanks. Now I've got a question coming in from outside. So we're going to start off with Sage and then turn it over to Lydia. For the ladies on the panel, if you were mentoring a female student who is interested in cyber but feels out of place, what would you say to help her gain or build confidence?
One, I would say welcome to the club. I was one of the only females in my undergraduate class that graduated with a computer science degree. I doubled diversity in my group when I got hired. So it's just going to happen. For the confidence part, okay, let me just kind of start over a little bit. So I have lots of thoughts on this. As a woman in this field, like, you're inevitably going to find yourself surrounded by men. Most times you're probably going to be the only woman in a room. You may be the only woman on an entire project. You're probably going to find that you're a little more easily dismissed than your male colleagues, or your knowledge is more often questioned, or you have to work harder to prove your research. So this is where confidence is key. And I know you're asking how to gain that confidence. So it's really important in that type of environment to know that you put in the effort required, you have followed all of the processes correctly, and that you have the knowledge and expertise to successfully defend your work. So I guess time and a lot of work, because if you're not confident in your ability, no one else probably will be. And so when you come into a workplace and you're given a task, you have to be very confident that you're able to do it, or confident that you're going to go and learn how to do it. And yeah, that's what's important. And honestly, that just comes with time. I'm definitely not as confident, or I definitely was not as confident when I first started my job as now, because you really don't have any way to gauge your skill. 2 years into my work, I just want to kind of go back and give myself a pep talk. So it happens, time and a lot of hard work.
That's great, Sage. Thanks so much. Lydia, you have anything to add?
Amen to everything Sage just said. Yep, have confidence. Be assertive if you need to be. You're going to be the only woman in a room a lot of times. You might be the person leading that meeting and still be the only woman in a room, and you have to come in with confidence and go forward. Yeah, Sage, you nailed it. That was perfect.
One additional thing that I wish I had known when I first started in this field as a woman is that when those moments happen where you feel like someone's being dismissive of you or belittling you, don't just like take that very personally. Just like talk to the person, be like, oh, hey, that wasn't necessarily the most appropriate, and like, maybe let's not do that again. Obviously say that in a more professional way. But I found in all situations that has happened, the person really has no idea that they're doing it. So you just have a conversation, you bring it to their attention, and they're just like, oh, I am so sorry. And then it doesn't happen again. So that's also part of it, I think.
That's great. Hey, I can tell you as a senior manager with a lot of people underneath me, this is a male-dominated field. We're trying our best to change some of that, but some of my best people are females, whether it's cyber ninjas or power engineers, you name it. Really great people. And if you're good at what you do, that'll build your self-confidence and everyone around you too. So don't worry about those things. Before we jump on, anybody else? Rob, you got thoughts on diversity, or anybody else?
I do. You have to champion it. and you have to be an advocate. If you want to see change, you can't just give it lip service. I will actively look at resumes and say, you know, I see this resume here. I'm going to try and give them a shot. Give them an interview, give them more opportunities. The diversity in this field is not great. And I think over the years, the trends have not improved in a dramatic way. And so myself, I'm going to be intentional about it. Trying to bring in that diversity of perspective. It's extremely important.
Hey, one thing I'd like to jump in on before we move forward is, at least in Idaho, and I think across the nation, there's a new program called Girls Go Cyber Start. If you got questions about it, you can go to the conference organizers, but it's for high school girls, and guys can do it too. I don't think it's limited just to girls. They might have even changed the name this year, but it's a really good opportunity to not only be able to dive into cybersecurity and learn some skills online, but team and all that type of stuff. So if you're interested in that, jump on the site and ask the organizers. They can direct you to that, and I'm sure your teachers might be able to help you as well. All right, we're going to move on. There's some questions coming in that are similar to ones that I was going to ask, so I'm going to blend both of them. So this is a good question that everybody can answer. You know, what motivated you to seek a career in cybersecurity? Rob, you discussed that a little bit in your intro, but Mark, why don't you jump in a little bit on that?
I remember the exact instance, which it's odd. I'm still in my prime, but this is many, many years ago when I didn't think I was old. I remember my father hooking up the internet, and we could hear the old kbps modem pinging to dial up. And we had a Windows 98 machine. And they were working on getting the internet stood up, I think it was SRVNet, a local ISP way back in the day. And I was playing around on the computer, and I realized, I don't know how I found it. I could go into regedit 32 on Windows 98, and you can see everybody's files without their password. And it was at that moment I thought, I'm not supposed to be seeing this, but I can. And it was it worked out okay, but it was a potentially, you know, kind of devious way to get into the field. From then, I always liked math, and I was passionate about it. And so it was a logical transition. I think recently, to my other comment on staying motivated, is getting into impact. And I've heard others shamelessly plug, so I will as well. Dragos, the exciting thing about there, one day you'll be pen testing a giant autonomous vehicle that drives down in the mines. Next week, you'll be working on roller coasters, and then an offshore oil rig. And so there is a lot of excitement out there. And it isn't, you have to know host or network or malware. You can contribute to it regardless of your background. So while very hard to get into, I think cyber is also one of those areas where no matter what your background is, there's something to contribute. And so if it is of interest, you can tip your toe in, and a lot of different roads you could take. It doesn't have to be one specific yellow brick road that gets you into the field.
Great, thanks. Anybody else have different angles on what made you jump in?
I kind of sort of fell into it. I'd spent my prior career in investment banking, and I think to love this industry, you sort of have to be able to think like a bad guy a little bit. And between investment banking, you kind of have to think like a bad guy, and cybersecurity, you definitely have to. I love the diversity. I love that there's so much more than just what's on the surface. And I frankly fell in love with the community. There are so many crazy, cool, super smart, fun people that all get together in this one place, and it's like nothing else. There's no other industry like it.
Great.
I'd like to add mine. It's a little bit more simple. So when I started my undergraduate career, I had no idea what I wanted to study. I have a very logical brain, but I also really enjoy creative activities, and I love design. But halfway through undergrad, I think I was like an English major. I had no idea what I wanted to do, y'all. I met a software engineer and they talked to me with such passion about their job that when I got home, I literally Googled, what is computer science? And I realized this would be a great career path for me, as it would feed both the logical and creative sides of my brain. And so I changed my degree 2 weeks later, and I ended up getting both a bachelor's and master's in computer science. So
I'm glad that all happened, Sage. Good stuff. So I'm going to move on. Somewhat similar question. I'm going to ask Lydia this. What are your favorite things about cybersecurity? Also, are there any least favorite things?
Ooh. Let's see. Favorite things. I love the breadth that there is in cybersecurity. How many different options you have when you get into the field. Least favorite. Geez. That's a tough one. You gave me the tough one, Scott.
You could say management. It won't hurt my feelings. Just kidding.
No, I actually love the management. Let's see, least favorite.
You don't have any. That's great. You love your job. Don't worry about it. We're going to move.
I'm digging my brain for one.
There's nothing wrong with that. Rob, what about you?
Oh, least favorite. Probably communicating to C-suite that the investment in dollars and priorities are needed, right? Beyond a security theater, there's a lot of investments and communication challenges that there are. When you make those wins, you feel really great. But then, there are business priorities out there. Having done some outside private industry work, you try and build your business case and you have to learn how to communicate better. And that's a major challenge, trying to prioritize some of those. And sometimes it can get depressing when the new system comes in, but they ignored the cybersecurity of it. The favorite is because I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up. So, and this is a variety of fields. So I love that about cyber.
Who else wants to jump in with favorite and least favorite stuff before we move on? I hope my internet is stable because I'm getting signs that maybe it's not. So hopefully that I don't go down. All right. So the next question is I'm going to make a comment. So collaboration is key in this field as it is in everything. And so this is one of my least favorite things. It might sound a little corny, but it's true. And sometimes I fall prey to this. Human beings are competitive by nature typically. And I can tell you that there are a lot of different disciplines that you got to blend together in order to have success in this field. And you also need to partner outside of entities and organizations. For example, while INL can do great stuff, so can Dragos. We got to partner together with other industry partners, other government partners. Getting certain government partners to partner together is not easy because there are natural rivalries that have occurred over the years. So, you're going to need to be able to team on steroids if you get into this field, if you want to have success. So it's natural to want to do the best and have your logo and be proud about it and all that type of stuff. But when you boil those things down, you really do need to team up and partner with a lot of different folks. You got to be ready for that. And folks that aren't willing to do that, that's a bit of a grind and can slow you down. So that's one of the things that I don't like. All right, we're going to move on. So here's a question that's come in. What types of activities do you do outside of work and formal education to hone your cybersecurity skills? Sage, do you do any of that? I think you're on mute.
Yeah. So what I do outside of work, I usually do CTF. I just enjoy the puzzle of it. And I read textbooks. It's very lame, but it works. So
it's old school. All right. What about you, Mark?
I like formal education. So after my bachelor's, I focused on certifications from SANS or whatever. Then I went back to school after I got tired of those and got a graduate degree. Now I fish. I know it isn't the answer interviewers want to hear, but outside of work, I mean, I've got tons of networking equipment. I've got all kinds of SANs and everything around, and I use none of it. Outside of work with kids and everything, that is my balance. And so early in my career, it was great. I recommended people have VPNs. And so I stood up a VPN. I segmented my network and I had multiple layers. And I managed it for about a month, and then I tore it down. And I think early on it was good exposure, but now for my work-life balance outside of work, I don't do work.
That's a good answer. I'll tell you, for a guy that's 56 years old now, he lived in DC and lived a kind of a stressful career life, which I loved. It can get after you if you don't have diverse interests outside of work. You hear about work-life balance. That's another suggestion I'd make, other than finding something that you're passionate about. Go find somewhere where you can work real hard and do it to your fullest. But when you're done, that you got stuff outside of work that lights your fire too. As Mark just said, that's going to be really critical to make sure that you're fresh and coming back to work all primed up, as you've been doing something you love when you're not in front of the keyboard or in a meeting or doing whatever else. So I can't emphasize that enough with somebody who's got many years under their belt. All right, before we move on, any other comments? Okay, Dominique, I'm going to jump to you real quick. We talked about this up front, but I think folks might want to learn a little bit about networking. You know, some folks might feel nervous about that and not really know where to start. If you've got any tips on networking at all levels, from entry to people that are already involved.
Absolutely. So I think the key thing to remember is that every single opportunity you ever will get is going to come through another person in some way. So it's your job to understand who influences what you want to do, where you want to go, what you want to be next, not just maybe right now, but even down the road. Cultivating a group of people that even if it's 3 or 5 people where you can reach out to them on a regular basis, ask questions, make sure that you're staying connected with a core group of people, and then watching that feed off of that core group. I think kind of back to one of the original questions about what do you do if you're the only woman in the room and you're kind of nervous about it. This is the same thing as networking, and you do it anyway. You just do it scared, and you pick up the phone or you reach out to someone on LinkedIn. The truth is, so few people actually do it that when you reach out to someone like me or Scott or Rob or Sage, anybody, and you say, hey, I would love to know something about this thing that I see that you know about. Do you have 15 minutes you can share? I think every single one of us is going to say, of course. And then if you make sure to follow up whatever that question is with, who else should I be talking to about this? And then actually do it and go to that next person and say, hey, Sage said you might have some information for me around this. Do you have 15 minutes? People love to talk about themselves. You don't have to ask them for huge, like, I need to borrow $20. You can ask them for key pieces that they know and they know well, and they'll give it to you. It's easy, but you're going to do it scared. Do it anyway.
That's great, Dominique. Yeah, Dominique was just kind of dancing around mentoring a bit there too. Critical thing. I don't care where you are in life, whether you're still in school, whether you're new on the job, or whether you've got 20 years under your belt. You should have a mentor, and you shouldn't just have one mentor. Have a couple of different mentors that you can rely on and trust. It doesn't need to be your boss. You can learn plenty from your boss. But, you know, and that's what teaming is about too. When you're part of a team, hopefully there's some mentoring going on there. I can tell you, someone that's come into an organization in the last 5 years, mentoring doesn't come naturally. You know, people got their nose to the grindstone. They're getting stuff done. They got deadlines. I don't want to hear about it. You know, that's not going to work in this day and age. And in the cybersecurity field, and particularly in control system cybersecurity, we've got a shortage of workforce. We don't have enough people out there. So we're doing a lot of workforce development at the high school level, college level, and folks that are already on the job. INL does some of that, so do many other folks in the industry. We need to mentor our butts off to share knowledge. So you're lucky I don't charge you for these tips, but this is something that will be good for you for your entire career. Get yourself some mentors. So more on networking, mentoring, anything. Anybody want to jump in?
So I want to just add to that mentoring. I am working on a chief information security officer position, and it is one of the most difficult positions I've ever worked on. It's just got so many pieces, and is requiring not just an A player, but an A+ player. And I'll tell you that every single one of these people has at least one mentor currently, and mentors that they can reference that have evolved them over time. It is critical. If you want to be amazing in whatever you decide to do, find someone else who's already done it and can help you skip a couple steps. That person sitting at the top of the hill watching you struggle to climb up, and they already know a couple of answers that would help make your life so much easier. Don't be afraid to ask for that. And it doesn't have to be a huge Sisyphean task for that mentor either. It can be 15 minutes on the phone every month or lunch every quarter. It doesn't have to be huge, and most people are willing to do it. It feels good to help someone else skip a couple steps.
Good stuff, Dominique, thanks.
And I think it's important to note that it goes both ways. Don't sell yourself short. You can be a mentor to a peer, to your boss. It doesn't have to be based on seniority or anything else. Be a good mentee, but be a mentor as well. As soon as you get a foot in the door, do the other part and give some back as well.
100%. That's awesome. All right, we've got some questions coming in from folks. I don't want to lose track of those. So here's one. As a software developer who wants to build more secure code, hardened code, what should I learn in cybersecurity to help me do that? Mark, why don't you jump in on that to start?
If the take is on the development side, I would learn how to break it. Similar to what others said, know what a buffer overflow is, know how cross-site scripting works, not the details, but know the idea and the methodology. I think like string length versus string M length or string X length, those details matter. And that will give you some of the foundation on how when people think about hacking, it's making the program do something it wasn't really designed to do. And I think knowing how to attack it and having that goal in mind, the offensive mindset will help you do the preventative side of that.
Great. Hey, Lydia, I saw some nodding going on. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, as soon as you learn how to build it, break it apart. Look at its pieces. You'll know how to put it back together, just like what Mark said. That offensive side, learning that helps you on the defensive side so much.
Great. How about you, Sage? Anything?
Probably not the same. I learned how to break things far before I learned how to make other people hopefully not break the things that I build. So
sounds like we've got some good psychological profiling going on here. That's good stuff. Rob, anything different?
No, not on that part. Yeah, they covered it really well.
Okay, here's a pretty specific one. I'm recently retired 30.5 years ATC, and I'm looking to segue to IT cybersecurity. I feel like a fish out of water starting over. Interview skills, resume, job skills. I'm nearing completion of my BS in IT, and I'm looking for the next step. How can I become marketable as a 56-year-old? I'm a 56-year-old. I'm eager to learn. Dominique, why don't you jump in on that to start?
Of course. Okay, so actually, I think it's like doing anything. You just have to do it. And focus on where you can be of service. So at this point in your career, you could potentially walk into an IT organization and say, here are all the things that I've learned that are not necessarily exactly what you're doing here, but in a 33 and a half year career, you have so much to offer. And frankly, cybersecurity has 100 different facets. Actually, it's even more than that. There are so many different domains. You don't necessarily have to go into coding and scripting. You can go into project management. Look at all of the different areas that you can take what you've already done and all those beautiful things that you've already created so far and apply it to cybersecurity. It doesn't have to be a hard break from one career into the next. It can be a smoother transition if you can put your mind to what you already bring to the table.
Great. Anybody else have anything to add on that topic?
Yeah, I think Dominique, you're spot on. Play to your strengths. You've had a probably and hopefully a great 33 and a half year careers. You've got a lot of knowledge, skills, and abilities. And cybersecurity is very broad. It's not about offense, defense. There's also about the human aspect, managing, leading, influencing others. The entire program and system, in order to be good in cybersecurity, it requires a huge multidisciplinary, multifunctional team. In your background, you have something that's going to offer this field because there's a dire need for those types of talents, and bring it in and apply your skills to the cybersecurity domain.
Yeah, and you use the term fish out of water. You've got a lot of years of experience, and I have a feeling that you've got more to offer than you expect. All right, let's move on. Short question here. What do you like and dislike about vendors? Who wants to take that one on?
Depends which vendor, I guess.
It's kind of a broad question.
I'm a dirty vendor now, so I won't jump in.
I know.
So I've had to purchase from vendors before. I've had vendors rent out the entire rooms of hotels for us when I was at a Fortune 5 company, and we spent a lot of money on them. And yeah, that's nice. It's cool, but that's not why I'm shopping with you because of that. I'm shopping with you because I want your product because it solves a need. And for me, I try and keep everything professional, and those types of whining and dining are probably important for some people. It's not for me. I want your product based on needs and gaps, and if you win in those gaps, perfect. Show me how you win.
Anybody else? All right, let's keep going. If someone starts in cybersecurity, how do they navigate their way into the cybersecurity role they desire? Are there any tips on this from the panel?
Networking and mentoring. Those are the best. It doesn't matter where you come in. If you have your eye on a different prize, find somebody who's already done it. Talk to people about what you want to do and make it happen. But everything's going to come through another person. So you've got to find the people who can help you get there.
Also, depending on your level of experience and how you're planning on coming in and where you're going to come in, don't be surprised if you stick and move pretty quickly or several times in your first several years. As a manager, one of the most important things is enabling people to do what they do best. And somebody might come in to a job and they're a program manager and they've been doing that for a while, and they realize, that's really not my thing. Or maybe they don't even realize it. And a good manager or leader helps them get into a role where they thrive and do better. So a lot of times people get stuck in niches that they think they need to be in, and they're not doing what they're best at or what they love. So keep your eye on that as you start your career as well. Just because you think you're getting into the cool job, it might not be the right thing for you after a year or two. Don't be afraid to change.
And don't be afraid to ask for good feedback. Actually, Scott, I love that. So you might be in one role and someone on your team or your manager might be able to see that you've got 6 other things that you do so well that are above and beyond what's available on the rest of the team. Taking that feedback and translating it into playing to your strengths, like Rob said. What's next? What's going to be good for you specifically?
Great. Anybody else? Hold on, I got some more questions coming in here. All right, let's go with what is INL's take on professional certifications? Are they needed? Which are the best and most useful for landing a job? So Lydia, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, I think I mentioned a few at the beginning of this. Network Plus, if you're just getting into cybersecurity, is a really good one to start with. It'll give you some basic knowledge. You can go into Security Plus. There's CISSP. There's SSCP. Lots of other tests with different letters that you can take. I know INL values them. Take as many as you can before you graduate during your studies. And like right now, I'm studying for my CISSP. I take it later. COVID kind of pushed my timing back on that. But even after you get a job, keep pursuing it, keep learning. They're great things to build your knowledge with.
Great, thanks. What else? Anybody else on certificates that would be of use?
Oh, if you're interested in project management, the PMP is highly valued. So that's just one more.
Okay, I'm gonna do a shout out to everybody watching, the hundreds of thousands of folks that are on YouTube watching this right now. Don't be shy, answer questions. We're gonna start digging into our own, but if you've got any question at all, throw them out there. We've only got about 10 minutes left and I'm running low on questions from the peanut gallery, so don't be shy.
Scott, one thing I'll jump in with, we're talking about certifications. We just hired someone who had a degree in cosmetology, I don't even know how to say it, attestation, whatever, the
Esthetician.
Yeah.
Esthetician.
Great background. So the diversity is wide. And I know, like people asked about INL, a lot of the DOE laboratories have certain requirements to get within a certain area or a certain, salary band. You have to have a degree, but it doesn't matter what the degree is in. And so regardless of what you have, you don't always have to go back to school. You don't have to have a computer science degree. Go get some of the SAN certs or even hack the box, get to a certain level, any type of credential that you can use to start the conversation. And then Dominique can say it much better than I do, but once you get the conversation started, some of the best advice I heard is don't focus on what you've done. Help them visualize what you can do for them. And so you can transfer the position, not these are the certifications I have. This is how I apply what I know to what you're trying to do.
All right, we've got an incoming related question. How do you study for certs on a budget when the classes and books can cost a good amount? Don't all jump in at once.
I can start that off. I was going to mention what Sage mentioned about having some of the creativity in the background when she opened up. I think having a very creative mind and being creative in how you achieve just-in-time learning on that too. Sage, you were about to chime in, so I'll shut up and listen. I want to hear what you have to say.
Oh, I was going to play devil's advocate. I am not certified in anything, and my group does not look for or really care about certifications. We care that you have an interest and that you can do the job, and that if you come across something that you don't know how to do, that you have the knowledge and the capability to learn how to do it. So devil's advocate, they're important, they're not important. It's more like if you can do it and you can prove that you can do it, you don't necessarily need a certification to show that.
So I'll have to look up I agree with you, Sage. And I think there is such a dearth of security talent out there that honestly, if you've got any experience at all and an interest, you're going to be able to start a conversation with or without that certification. There is a study out there, and I think it was either ISACA or ISSA. I'll have to find it. I'll have to find it and get it to you, Rob. But they looked at how many people actually got hired versus how many people, the requirements for certifications. And it was almost, with the exception of the CISSP, which is required for a lot of government positions, it's just a hard requirement. The certifications were not indicative of whether or not a person was hired or not. It's not a defining factor in actually landing a job, unless
Thanks
it's a government job.
Hey, we're running low on time, folks. I want to make sure I hit this question. This might be the last question. We'll see. How has the culture in cybersecurity changed in the last 10 years? And how do you think it will change in the next 10? I'll throw that to Mark.
I think to pick on Stack Overflow, the online forum, years ago, it seemed like any question from anyone, the goal wasn't to answer it. The goal was to prove you knew more than the person asking the question. And Stack Overflow was a prime example of that, where there would be a question and then 3 pages down in the comments of just derogatory meanness would be the answer. And I think the culture is kind of changed. I think the scope is a little bit wider, the breadth is a little bit wider, mentoring is more talked about. And so the idea, the community feel, I think has really come up recently. And so the idea on, I'm not sure how to get into it, or I'm too far behind. No, just reach out. B-Sides is a good example how they've really kind of helped the community grow. So I'll leave some time for others.
Great. Anybody else? We got about 3 minutes left. All right, I'm going to make a couple comments. I see here that there's some good resources being shared on YouTube and in Discord as well. So everybody make sure you're taking a look at that stuff. I don't know if we got a hard cutoff at 25 after, so I'm just going to say this now. Go to Discord or ping the organizers if you have any follow-on questions. Sometimes you get a question after this stuff's over and you're dying to ask it. They can get you in touch with us and we can try and answer those. Any last minute comments from the panel? We got a couple minutes left. Any last minute questions? All right, so I thought this was fantastic. I hope you did too. I want to thank the panelists for taking a time off on a Friday off here in Idaho, at least, to take part in this. Giving back's key, and you guys gave great answers. Really proud of all you guys. So thanks for everything. Thanks for keeping my mic not on mute. That's a good thing. And everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy B-Sides. And hey, cybersecurity, great profession. Tons of job needs out there. If you're interested, you're going to find a job, I promise you. So study hard, get those skills, and we're going to be hiring not just us at INL, but the government, private sector, you name it, really great paying jobs for the next decade. So get after it. We need your help.
All right. Thank you, panel, very much. This has been the How Do I Get Hired in Cybersecurity panel for B-Sides Idaho 2020. If anybody has any questions, feel free to keep dropping those in, and we will.
I'm not, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen?
I can. Yes, I can hear you and I can see your screen. What I can't see is your face. The video seems to be off.
Oh. I was going to keep it off till I'm done with the first big video, I think.
No, that's cool.
Okay.
I'll try to follow along with that on the stream. So, yeah, I think we're ready to go whenever you are. The stream goes live at exactly 4:30, so we'll probably just wait until then and then start it.
Okay.
Or I guess I should say the stream can go live at exactly 4:30. So, yeah.
So who's doing the ending comments?
That would be Shane. Fallible. So, I think. Or at least he's on the list. I'm assuming it's probably him.
And then do you guys introduce me, or do you just want me to start talking?
So no,
Okay.
what we'll do is once we actually get to go ahead, once I tell him to go, then I'll introduce you, tell people that they can put comments in the appropriate comments track, and then I'll keep an eye on those while you're presenting.
Right. Sounds good.
Cool.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, anytime. We are almost ready to go. Okay, everybody, this is our last official talk of the day before our closing remarks. What you're about to see here is a structured threat for shareable, actionable, and implementable threat intelligence, which actually sounds like a really interesting topic. Our speaker today is Rita Foster, and if you have any questions for her during her talk, you please put those in Track 1 chat. I'll be monitoring that for the Q&A period at the end. So, Rita, whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Brian, and thanks again, B-Sides, for getting everything together to host this event virtually. I really appreciate it. So, I'm Rita Foster. I'm from Infrastructure Security. I'm a strategic advisor, which means I get to align all the research that we're doing under infrastructure security. Been at the lab for 30 years, mainly working on control systems. Last for 15 years working on the cybersecurity of control systems. And probably about 7 years ago, it was really getting mundane. I was like, when are we going to ever win? When are we going to ever have something that we can do that'll really be a change? And what happened is that a group of people in California came to us with an idea, and we were able to help be part of a very much larger team. I think you heard Scott Kramer talk about collaboration. That is the key to great use. And we were able to create some actionable, shareable, implementable threat intelligence. So with that, I want to introduce you to the California Energy System for the 21st century. It was funded by the California Public Utility Commission. California has a very aggressive renewable energy portfolio standard. They know that if they're going to put all these devices on their electric grid, they have to ensure cybersecurity from the get-go. So they were able to have Lawrence Livermore as the lead national lab for this activity. We were joined with Lawrence Livermore and a company called New Context out of San Francisco, a startup company. And our role at Idaho was to take the asset owners, the Southern California Edison, the Pacific Gas and Electric, and the San Diego Gas and Electric test beds. They provided large test beds and substation automation for distribution, transmission, and energy management system. We were able to instrument those to figure out if we could do response and detection capabilities without impacting some of these very sensitive equipment that has a really quick response time, make sure we don't have any latency issues. And also just generally help with the testing of automated response and develop tools around that. New context came to us and said, you know what, we need to use a standard language. We can't all speak differently. And that was so true because every single test bed was different. The substation automation for distribution was worlds apart from the substation automation for transmission. The energy management system was way different. There was nothing that was similar, nothing common. And in their security products, the same could be said. One utility was a Splunk shop, another one Forescout, another one IBM QRadar. So it was all over the map, and we knew we needed something that could work with all of that. So structured threat information expression is an international standard. It's been around for decades. It's open source standard. And they kept evolving and they kept changing. And from that, we were able to develop a lot of tools that I'm going to demonstrate for you today on some of these products. Everything you're going to see is available on INL's GitHub sites. There's 2 applications and 2 utilities. The first application, we have a really fancy video. It's called Structured Threat Intelligence Graph, created by Jed Hale with help from others on our team as well. So I'll let this video play. It does have some sound on it. Let's hope that works well. If not, we have some other videos without sound. So we'll try this.
In 2015, the first known cyber attack against an electrical grid turned off electricity for 225,000 customers in Ukraine. Since then, cyber defenders have identified and neutralized thousands of cyber attacks on critical infrastructure in the United States. If successful, these attacks could have crippled the power plants, substations, transmission lines, and transformers that provide electricity for millions of Americans. One of the primary tools for stopping those threats, the Structured Threat Information Expression Software, or STIX, has become the global standard for identifying and sharing cyber threat information. However, the STIX software produces thousands of lines of complex computer code that can take experts a long time to untangle. To make STIX more user-friendly, researchers at Idaho National Laboratory developed the Structured Threat Intelligence Graph, or STIG, software. STIG translates dense threat analysis code into easy-to-understand visual icons. With STIG, power grid operators no longer need to comb through thousands of lines of code to pinpoint a vulnerability. The software automatically highlights adversarial behavior and maps connections between threats within hours instead of weeks or months. As the threat evolves, grid operators can quickly determine which assets are most in need of a correction or an update. Further, STIG's simple visual format allows cybersecurity personnel to easily share threat information, drastically reducing response time. It also makes it possible for people with less technical expertise to easily understand and respond to an imminent threat. The software eliminates costly delays to updates that are meant to stop a virus, malware, or deliberate attack. STIG can be used alone or with tools that automatically respond to a cyber attack proactively by identifying a cyber adversary's attack behavior and rendering it useless. INL researchers have released the source code online free of charge in hopes of challenging other developers to protect the nation's critical infrastructure systems. In short, STIG's picture is worth much more than 1,000 words.
So I hope that sounded okay and you were able to see some of that video. That was a nice, well-produced video on what we did with the Structured Threat Intelligence Graph. I'm going to go now more into details of why we developed it. One reason we developed it is because we're lazy and we didn't want to program too much in XML or JSON. Stix 1 was XML. Stix 2 is JSON. When Jed Hale saw that it was JSON, he said, hey, that's object-oriented. Why don't we put it into a graph database and make it visual? And that was the start of Stig. We created Stig to use for automated response capabilities. So here you're seeing that we've gathered some threat information from the internet. I think this is like Draco's report on Indestroyer or ESET's report on Indestroyer, crash override. We pull in the attack patterns from Mitre. We pull in some assets that may impact from that. We query in, we query out so that we can gather some other information. Earlier, we created a indicator of compromise, which looks like that thumbprint, where we're detecting the squid proxy, which they use for the command and control. The adversary was Electrum, but now we're going to create a different indicator, and that indicator is going to detect whether that relay becomes open. In the electric grid, if a relay becomes open, that means the power goes out. And that's what happened in Kiev 2016, is that they opened up breakers and they had a major outage. This is the indicator. It's looking for a couple of different IP addresses, source and destination and ports, and a little teeny piece of binary command that says, I'm going to open up that breaker. We know what that is because we have the test beds. It is in our lab. So we know what that binary looks like, and we can detect that. We're adding that to the indicator. So the indicator is not a static indicator. It's not a hash. It's not just blocking an IP. It's looking for a pattern. It is a regular expression. By adding the Mitre attack patterns, or KPEC here, you're also getting some more context into what the problem is and what is the behavior of that attack and how can you solve it. We created 17 lines of unique code. There's a lot of Python code in that one middle line there, which is going to look for a couple other things on our substation automation and detect whether we can reclose that breaker safely. And we're putting that into a course of action. That is that green box with the medical cross box on it. The course of action is full up turning programming code. We can do whatever we want. It's not just a regular expression. This isn't a visual database, or it's in a graph database, which allows you to do a lot of different visual area things. But then it produces validated Stix code. And that's the key, because Stix is the standard that's international. It's been around forever. When we did a survey, there was over 300 different security products who use Stix. So with 18 lines of unique code that we created, and then pulling in things from the internet that had other references and context, we create a Stix bundle of over 300 lines of JSON code, which now can be translated into automated response technologies. We use this concept with new context threat monitoring appliance, which you're seeing on the right here, where they select how they're going to indicate something is happening by looking at the packet captures or looking at the data as it's going across the internet. And then bam, it turns green, which is bad in the electric grid. Red is good because it means the power's flowing. And that's how fast it works. That's how fast that code works to detect and to respond. It takes longer to get the cyber observables together so you have a complete record. And that's what's happening now, is we're looking at the cyber observables that prove, yes, I saw those states, and yes, I reclosed. That's what we used it for, machine-to-machine automated threat response. What you're seeing now is the oil rig campaign. The oil rig campaign was a malware that went against Palo Alto networking switches in the Middle East. It impacted tens of thousands of network switches. It was a very nasty exploit. But Palo Alto and Unit 42 did a beautiful analysis of this. They have all these little yellow squares here that are indicators. It has blue attack patterns that are associated with it, so you can associate it with some sort of other behavior. It has the campaigns. There was actually 3 campaigns on there. What we did is that we eliminated 2 of the campaigns and just focused on one, pulled in the malware and the attack patterns from Mitre. And then when you change the view, you can understand what you need to work on. That little blue attack pattern way on the right, that's what you need to focus on. If you can mitigate that attack pattern, you can get rid of all those indicators in the inner circle, all the other malware. Bullrig's a very big campaign, it's that large. But a tool such as structured threat allows you to do this. Now you're seeing some of the work from 2019 interns. They were able to use structured threat intelligence graph and test out their response capabilities on our test beds. I was able to demonstrate this on Capitol Hill. So our interns' code and their results were actually shown on Capitol Hill last year. So that was exciting. But it's a very easy tool to pick up. It's great if you know some programming. If you don't, it is very visual. It's like a visual programming tool. And again, the thing with Sticks 2 is that it now is more object-oriented. It's JSON. You can do regular expressions in your indicators of compromise, so they don't have to be static. And in your courses of action, you can do pretty much whatever scripting you want. So it's extremely powerful. So we showed you a little bit how we created indicators and courses of action for crash override or in-destroyer. And that was the blackout in Kiev that targeted the transmission system of the power grid. We showed you how you could use it for other more threat analysis work, such as huge threat analysis capabilities from oil rig, pulling down threat that other people have provided, and doing your additional analyses. And then the next product that we worked on was how do you score? There's so many cyber issues out there. How do you know which ones you should be working on? We were able to view a whole bunch of very large security operation centers from these very large utilities. And there are so many different scoring systems that the federal government provides for you. There's common vulnerability scoring. But the thing that's always missing from any of these alerts is your ability to defend. What is your configuration you're trying to protect? And that's key. So this next application is for tracking and prioritization of the new cyber issues that come up. You're figuring out applicability. Applicability isn't a binary, it isn't a yes or no, because we all know that when a malware comes out or an exploit comes out, it can be modified to be applicable to others soon. Sometimes there's a lot of information about what the exploit, malware, and vulnerability is. Usually over time, you get more information. What is your ability to defend as that defender? Do you have the tools that you can do a defense? Can you do automated response? Do you have to stop and rebuild in order to do any sort of response? Then there's the consequence concept. Does it impact your control system or does it just impact your company? Here you're seeing side-to-side comparisons of WannaCry and NotPetya. They both use that SMB channel as a problem. And you can see here that the NotPetya had a lot larger consequence because it was modified specifically to work on control systems. And then at the end, you can create standard Sticks objects here that you can go and put back into Stig and refine for your specific indicators, your specific courses of action. That's the output for exploit, malware, and vulnerability scoring. So Stig and EMV are the two applications that we created under the CES 21. But we knew there would be other things that we would want, especially to share with other partners. So what we did is we created a couple of other capabilities. We created something called Structured Threat Observable Toolset because it had to be a palinome according to our team, and I didn't want Taco Cat. Anyway, STOTS is an amazing little utility. Sticks works on this concept of indicators of compromise, courses of action, and cyber observables. STOTS creates those cyber observables. We can create an agnostic detection system, sensorless. One of the things with control systems, everybody wants to put a sensor someplace on a network. Nobody has the time to keep those sensors going and running, and some of these networks are pretty fragile. There are a lot of them are very legacy systems, and you just don't have the resources to go through all this stuff. What STOTS allows you to do is provides a framework with many engines that you can look at deep packet inspection inside the packet engine. You can figure out which nodes on the addresses are adding or leaving. You can look at files on different systems, including embedded systems, to figure out if someone changed a configuration, which is extremely important in the electric grid. You can work with your security information event management systems, go back and forth between the IT and OT integration. We proved this out with Elastic, with QRadar, Splunk, Forescout. and I'm missing one, but many different security information event management systems we were able to integrate with this response capability. We have a very preliminary capability of figuring out which processes are running on that system, whether it's an embedded or whether it's a full host computer. A file engine will do file engine changes so you can detect if something rogue is out on your file systems. And a command line engine from command history on Bash. You can actually figure out, did somebody put some command in there that you really don't want them to put? I don't know, RF minus RF, I don't know, RM minus RF. And then the last application, that's not an application, just a tool set, is what we were able to do is leverage another project. The validation and measurement of automated response was funded by the Department of Energy. Those test beds in our lab were very expensive, large test beds. We were able to instrument them, take performance metrics, see what impacts automated response had. And then we wanted to create a tool that allow an automated response action to happen. So as STOTS creates the cyber observables, STAR will work on those cyber observables and execute a course of action. That's what structured threat automated response does. It's very rudimentary, but it's a really good way when we work with our partners that they can get a concept of how to get automated response through these activities. So again, interns have used these tools with great success, and these tools can work together. A new emerging cyber issue comes about. You can score it in EMV to see if it's a concern that you can do something with. You can go and analyze it further in STIG to create your tailored indicators and your tailored courses of action. You can use the utility STOTS to actually find out, do I have applicability? Can I detect something happening on the system? And then you can use STAR to figure out how to mitigate that for a course of action, creating an agile course of action that can happen through operations. And this is very important in an operational environment for control systems. We're taking the structured threat concept further. We are in our first year of doing Geo Threat Observable, also funded by the DOE. We are taking a bunch of STIX data and we are putting it into a nice test corpora, and we're running machine learning to see if we can get to a predictive capability of cyber threat. We're going to have still the focus on indicators of compromise that are not static, and courses and potential courses of action that can be let alone shareable, but implementable, let alone very actionable. Our other two projects that we have that use a lot of machine learning on reverse engineer binary. I think you heard Sage Havens in that panel earlier. She was one of the main people who worked on some of this reverse engineering test corpora. For deep learning malware and for firmware command control, once we identify what the problems are, we're going to describe it in STIX, and we're going to use these structured threat tools to describe it so it can be shared. And that's what I have. These tools are available. And are there any questions? I think you're muted, Brian.
You're right, I am. There are not currently any questions in Track 1 chat, but that was really cool stuff.
I'll tell you, we have a lot of senior programmers and people, cybersecurity researchers, and we were all getting down in the dumps because we got so tired of just getting beat up all the time. You never get a win.
Right.
And then being able to create something that's agile, that can work, that isn't this big, huge, heavy lift of, we're putting sensors everywhere and you're going to look at 1 terabyte of logs every single day. And you're going to decide what to do. It's like, oh no, this is very, very tailored, very targeted.
Yeah.
Very surgical.
Very proactive.
Well, it's for somebody who owns the system, right? It's
right.
You're not going to do this unless you actually know what your system is.
Right.
That's definitely.
It's very cool.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to do that. And the other thing that we really like about structured threat is we get so tired. I mean, there's some absolutely beautiful, gorgeous threat reports out there. They have great pictures and graphics, and they have great explanations. But then what are you going to do?
Right.
The better ones will have STIX associated with them. They will have, if it's a Yara rule, we can put Yara rules in STIX. We can do other areas as well. But STIX is that framework that allows us to share, and it works with so many security products that if you want to use the automated response capabilities of Forescout, you can, or a QRadar, you can. You don't have to use what we've developed. You can use that. So that's what we really like about it.
Cool. I think that'll probably do it for today.
Okay,
This,
well,
thanks very much for your time. We greatly appreciate it.
right. I'm looking forward to those final comments. And thanks again, B-Sides, for putting this on.
Thanks,
Rita, I have to say too, I mean, just really fabulous. And
yeah.
it reminded me a little bit of Maltego. I don't know if you guys.
We've looked at, when we're doing research, we usually do a survey of who's doing something similar. And then halfway through the research, we do that again. And then at the end, we do that again as well. So yes, I understand what you're saying, but this is very surgical. It's not, besides the structured threat intelligence graph and the EMV, it's not very flashy, but it's for response capability and detection. It's agnostic and surgical. So it was pretty fun to do that on the variety of test beds we had.
Cool. Okay. Well, thanks very much.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you, Rita. You're awesome. With it just being us, and we talk about women in cybersecurity, you're just such an inspiration to all of us. You're just amazing. So thank you so much for presenting at B-Sides. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. See, now this is the joys of B-Sides. I've already gone live, but I didn't set the Discord window right. Thank you all, everybody who's joined in for this is B-Sides 2020 for B-Sides Idaho. Here we're going to do another window capture. The joys of just playing for a little bit on our closing. This has been an enormous amount of fun, and I want to thank everybody who has come to join us, who has decided to spend part or all of their day. I want to, let's just go through the list. I did write myself some notes here. We have a really quite small number of volunteers for what we've put together here. I'm the ostensibly, I guess I lead the Boise section. Rob leads the Idaho Falls section. Underneath us are people who have worked tirelessly, entirely on a volunteer basis, to bring this conference, to tap their social networks or professional networks, to put the logos together, to put all of the infrastructure that's in place. Speaking of infrastructure, Kilroy, and there are, here, let me see if I can hit a few of the folks who were in charge of specific pieces of this. I'm going to miss some folks who were here doing everything, but we'll just go through. So Kilroy, Professor Kilroy did most of our Discord administration and setup and running. We appreciate him for that. We had Nightstar came in, we gave him a space, and he built and ran the CTF village all on his own, with effectively no control, no guidance from us. That was entirely him, and I am more appreciative of that than I think he understands. Thank you so much for the work that you did on that one. I want to thank Sandy and Dr. Lou both for bringing the sides of the B-Sides Idaho and the so we have B-Sides Idaho Falls and we have B-Sides Boise, and without the two of them reaching out and getting the interest renewed in and having just starting the conversation. This wouldn't have happened this year. So thank you very much for that. Zoomer, thank you for building the website. That was effectively all you, and huge efforts on that one. A lot of the time we would just send you snippets of things and say, would you make that make sense? And it would turn into a beautiful and functional website, and that's huge. Today, I want to point out the efforts of a few folks who stepped up, performed admirably under some fairly bizarre circumstances. We had Eric, we have Crowbar, and there's Mav, who all joined in. They were your streamers for this, and the behind-the-scenes technical details of how to make that work are odd and sometimes a little frustrating, and they figured out the pieces and always continued to move forward through whatever frustrations and bizarre circumstances came at us. Thank you. Great job, you folks. So Zoomer says that she is posting a swag link, by the way. So there are some items. We don't get any money for that. It's a service that we send them some logos, and if you are inclined to do so, you can order yourself some swag with our logo on it, if that's up to you. But like I said, we don't get any money for that, so that's just for you.
Crowbar, if you're listening, sorry to interrupt there,
Yeah.
Shane, but Crowbar, if you're listening, I will handle your t-shirt personally, is my way of saying thank you.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep, Crowbar came out of, he was not originally part of the B-Sides Idaho stuff and came in to help us at the last minute and has been pretty huge for us. Now,
Go watch his Twitch channel. I will promote the ever living snot out of it. As far as how I met Crowbar is actually through a mutual Twitch streamer, and he actually incidentally used to be in the security scene many years ago. But I figured this would be a good opportunity for him to see how things have changed over the last 20 years, especially in security. Become part of something extraordinary, and hopefully he had a good time. Went in the distance. So Crowbar, once again, thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
I've definitely learned a few things, and I do appreciate that you brought me into it.
Yeah, thanks, Crowbar. When my internet went out during streaming, you saved me, so thanks.
No worries, man.
I had the cable van out here just a while ago, and yeah, thanks.
so before we lose this, there's a couple more people we absolutely have to thank. This conference could never happen without the people who volunteer to come speak. It is their efforts that provide the content, that provided the research, that provided us this conference. And we literally could not have done this without them. Thank you to all of the speakers who came in. Huge, huge effort. You did that on your own time, volunteered. Cannot be overstated how important you are. And on the same token, the people who have decided to come watch is why we do this. This is a community effort, and not just one community you'll see, but multiple communities. And people have all joined us and made this a reoccurring event, and it's huge. So thank you.
I want to make sure that we acknowledge Rob Beeson, because truly it was his energy that brought this all together. So I want to give him a nod.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Through my mic.
Thanks, Andy. You're a partner in crime, so thanks for listening on Twitter.
Now.
And then, hey, I want to say something about Shin. Thanks for doing so much last minute to pull this together.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, no BS. Over the last 2 weeks, I've gone through emotional highs and lows, and Shane, you've been a rock through all of this, man. Well done.
Thanks, guys. That's there are places where everybody has their strengths, right? It turns out ops is a good place for me. So on that note, I have to point out how small the B-Sides Idaho team is. And there are, the way that I got into information security in general, as a profession, as a career, was volunteering. Nobody told me that I was allowed to do this. I asked if I could come start, I could help, and I could participate, and that's how I got this job. If you are willing to come and participate and volunteer and help, we will give you tasking, and you can help make whatever B-Sides Idaho becomes in the future even better than it was this year. Don't hesitate. If we absolutely do want you, and in a lot of ways we need you. So if you have the bandwidth, if you have the interest, even if you don't have the experience or the skills, come talk to us. We want our community to join us on this goofy ride that we're taking through do-it-yourself land. So please come join us. Does anybody have anything else they'd like to say?
Do you guys want to hear the total registered numbers?
Yes, please.
I'm a nerd, and I like that kind of stuff. 289 total volunteers, still at 9 different countries and 24 states that people attended from.
Nice.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Not bad for $130.
Hey, I want to say one more thing is we got quite a few people across the different part of the state to work together on this. We have our differences, but we put it together. How's that?
We did.
It was a little crazy.
I think that was the coolest part, because just going to the local one at Boise, we got to meet also the people from the other part of the state. So I think that was really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah. Cool.
All right, well, there will be a lot more information that comes out in various different mediums. Twitter will probably be a good place to get most of the information. A few of the presenters have either asked or been asked to re-record some of their sessions because of some of the difficulties, and we'll figure out how and where to repost that. And keep your eyes open to the different communication platforms. We'll have more information as it is available. If there's not a lot from everybody else, I will just say this was amazing, and I really appreciate all of you. Have a great day. Remember that we are all in this together. I know things are stressful and weird, but community is about the only way I think we're going to get through it. So, cheers.
Whoa, the server will stay live. That's good.
The server will stay live. Okay, it was up in the air.
There's Rob.
All right.
Rob's giving a cheers.
Cheers. I'll pull one out from underneath my desk. Here. Cheers.
Hey. So I'm in the process of shutting down the help desk. I will shut down all of the chat channels except for general chat. Speaker streams will be closed to everybody. The Hiring Village will also close down. The CCF, I will leave up to Knight to decide if he wants to keep that up or not. But the purpose now of this Discord server becomes a meeting place / virtual community. Because that's really the idea behind Discord anyways, to provide a space for virtual communities to grow and for everyone to stay connected with each other. Yes, we have the different platforms out there, but as far as, from my experience goes, as being a moderator on many different platforms, I have found Discord to be the easiest to use. So they have, I know there's a lot of pushback initially against Discord, but if you stop and think about it, Discord is used pretty much everywhere. And I mean, hell, I'm still on the DEF CON Discord server.
Oh yeah.
I'm still on. I'm on a number of Discord channels. To be perfectly honest with you, and this for me is my way of staying connected with people that I've gotten a chance to know, and stay in touch with them. That way, it's just like, hey, what's going on? Can we get together for a game of Among Us, or or some other game on Steam or whatever, and that's. So there you have it. So this is going to stay up. I just got to make a few changes to it over this weekend.
Okay, great. Then people can watch here for the changes. Thank you very much for being the administrator on that.
Yeah, we can post it. We can post the links here for the replays on YouTube. Obviously, no one touched the Uno lobby yet, but I'm sure somebody will probably poke around and say, "Hey, how do you play this?" Because we have the Uno bot, and no one messed around with it. So.
All right. I think that right there then that's it. That's that right there is B-Sides Idaho 2020. We all made
Good
it.
job, guys. Congrats.
Yeah.
Woo.
Cool. Let's not talk about 21 until January.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's put it up.
Take a bow, everybody. I'm going to end the stream.
Yeah, well done, everyone.
Big wave.
Thanks, y'all.